Hello, independent observer. That's pretty mild compared to some of the tracks which I could have played from them. But to be honest, that's pretty mild. But I've just got to mute up for a minute. Sorry about that. Phone call. Hopefully you're well, independent observer, and anybody else that is listening, welcome. More likely got particular individuals that are listening right now thinking, what's the arsehole going to do now? Well, I'm going to go through the videos that I've got put up so far. There's a few gaps which needs to be explained, so I will get to that. Hello, James, brother. Hopefully you're well. Maria isn't here at the moment. She's taking a call, family call. What was I going to say? Oh, I heard that you are a criminal now. I believe that's what was said in somebody's live last night. That's a bit of an accusation, that is, but still. I do believe that's what he's hinting at anyway. What a pleb, but still, hey. They do like to play these things. Yeah, I'm sure that's what the indication was to do with you. Some, it sort of indicated that way. You'd have to look it up at some point. I'm sure that's what he's saying. What's all that? Let's have a look. I take it this is a reply to Smiley's live last night. No. This is to do with the clips that I've got up so far, because within some, it hasn't explained the full story, I could say, especially with one particular one. Definitely doesn't explain the full story, because it was where it happened. What was going on the night before, left out a little bit of crucial information was within what was said, that was said on another live. So all in all, fuck knows, about 2 days worth of live between them. So yeah. So I don't know. Is this all? Just 1 second. This all keeping going on wrong between Gypsy Dave Smiler, isn't it? No. Allow me to explain to your Orinoco. Yeah. Put it this way. They threw up hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, about 2 days or more of lives. Yeah. I haven't. So, and since myself and some people that I know have been combing through things, and so we get bits and pieces as we're going along. Hello, Mary Lou. So I haven't really addressed it all as of yet. Yeah. And so yeah, they may say, oh, we're finished with it all. Yeah, I ain't fucking started yet. I ain't even begun with all this shit, to be fair. Yeah, I take it you don't know what was said in Smilers after my live, where Gypsy jumped off of my panel. I take it you don't know what happened in that live then, Orinoco. That might be an eye-opener when I get around to that one, which leads on to the very next live that Gypsy threw up. and then he mentioned something there, but he didn't fill in the gaps to why it was said. So yeah, so when you look at it more in detail, then everything starts to fit together on what it was. Gypsy definitely said he moved on. Yeah, well, Gypsy wants to move on, doesn't he? You know, after that first video that I brought out, of course he wants to move on. I think that when I'm caught out in that way, I think, I want to move on. I want to forget it now. Yeah, of course he does. He doesn't want to answer those particular things. Of course not. So yeah, and the only way that Slimer, see, I would call him snail or worm or something like that, but that's an insult to those creatures, to be fair. So yeah, so yeah, when they pick up on people's words, yeah, how they spelt it, how they may say it, and what have you, because I've seen that. Because somebody's left comments in some of my videos, so they pick on that because they've got nothing else to say. So it's a distraction. Oh, let me try to use this as a way to put the person's opinion on what they're making their opinions about. So yeah, that's as simple as it can be. That's a tactic which those sort of people use because they don't want people to they want ridicule. They want people to ridicule people because they may have spelt it differently to them. I was in Smiles last night asking some things. There's a lot of things, but I'll answer you, Orinoco. But I will have to check and see who else has come in first. I think I've addressed everybody, so that's all right. And anybody else that's tuned in, welcome. Right, let's have a look. Okay, but what if they don't reply to you, Ron? That's all right, because I'm exposing them. Simple as. I am just doing what I do. It's asking questions. That's why I've got an avatar at the moment of a question mark. So yeah, I'm finished when I finished, Orinoco. Not because they've decided to finish. I will do it in my own good time. Not when they decide to, oh right, move on, nothing to see here. Bullshit. I've got quite a bit more I can say on everything that was basically shown and said. So yeah, I haven't even hit on it yet. I've only hit on little bits of it. Unless you want a reaction, I don't care if they react or not, to be honest. I'm just saying it as it is, Orinoco, and plain and simple. Maybe you should have said to them right at the beginning, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. From Smiler's live, really, you should have said, shut the fuck up, Smiler. How could you say that to do with that situation? Shut the fuck up, Smiler. The only person that actually spoke up and said anything, yeah, on Smiler's live was Nathan. The only person. But that video will be coming, and that may shock you, Orinoco. It may shock you of what was said on that particular night and who was on the panel that particular night and how many of them stopped what was being said on that particular night. I'm only saying what's being said, Ron. I know you are. You're just being independent. You're giving over your point of view. So, and I respect people giving over their point of view. So yeah. So, you know, as long as it's a constructive and it's a neutral point of view, then that's what matters, you know. And you're going from you're talking from a neutral point of view, not from a impartial, yes, not from a, well, you haven't picked sides, you have, you know, I mean, But once you hear some more, and especially from Slimer's live, and then it went on to Gypsy's live, then on to Gypsy's live, then went on to Gypsy's live. You see, this is it. That they're leaving out certain stuff that started on Slimer's live, and that is coming, and that may piece everything together. Why I've decided to do what I'm doing, because they've avoided that section of it whenever they spoke about it, all the lives and what have you, and they picked up what Maria Moon turned around and said, but Gypsy Dave left out the information which he was involved in, why she said that. He avoided saying what reasoning was it that Maria Moon Dave said what she said, which then Gypsy Dave, I don't know, I'll get to that anyway, but this is it. He didn't say, well, this is the reaction from this live, but what we were saying on this live, and that's why she said what she said.
Oh yeah, I think he did that.
And this is it. So he left out certain stuff deliberately. That's how Slimer works, and that's how Slimer Gypsy Dave works. Yeah. What he should have said was, well, this was being said on Slimer's live. During that time, about 2 hours later, because we was watching it, Ron threw up a live in response to the disgusting shit that was being said, and the disgusting people on the panel, which didn't turn around and say to him, shut the fuck up, because you haven't got a clue. No, they played along with it. Once in a while piped up and saying, oh, blah, 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 a whole load of shit. But myself, I'm sure that people already know that if I think something is out of order, I'm going to say it's out of order. If I just sit there and I allow the person to just keep on saying that repeatedly, certain thing repeatedly, then they're part of it. But that'll be coming soon. That is in the process. I did hit on that. Let's have a look. Who else? So I'm going through each video which I've got up so far public, and give some my now full take, because obviously I'm trying to keep videos as short as possible. So I thought, right, I will, Ron, they think the chat are stupid and don't see the games they are playing. I know, James. I know, mate. I know. See, a few things, Orinoco, people have seen. And some females, a few females that have heard what Gypsy said are disgusted. See, what these people don't realize actually does have impacts on other people. That may have gone through an experience, in a traumatic experience in their own lives, but they don't think of that. You're actually not just targeting one person, you are targeting many people, and that's what they cannot grasp with some of the stuff that they actually turn around and say. It's below the belt and it's hit quite a few people, but they won't acknowledge that. They won't acknowledge it. Oh, Ian Burns, did anyone actually watch the Snake live stream? I'd rather shit in my hands and clap. I gotta be honest with you. If you're talking about Slimer, that's an insult to snakes. It's like trying to say a slug, or a worm or something like that. Well, that's an insult to them creatures. They've done nothing wrong. So it's pretty hard to try to say what sort of slimy creature he could relate to. Yeah, I like snakes and everything. They don't bother me, and like slugs don't, snails don't, and all this. You know what I mean? So it's very hard. But yeah, it's good to see you, Ian Burns, and thank you very much for all your comments which you've been making. Like I said, I did agree with one point, but you know, it's things that was left out that led to this, which led to that, which led to that, which they're not putting down why somebody said something was because of the night before. You know?
I don't get that comment. Orinoco, Maria, Gypsy Dave and Smiler both say they moved on. Like I said to Ron, we die, we do. I don't know what you mean there. You go then because of that. You can only fire back so much without a reply. Well, they can be done. They did like 3 fucking full days on us between them, probably a week. Okay, we do. You go in because of that. Yeah, they did about a week on us. And I do think we've got a right to reply. And they're not, no, of course they're not going to come back because how can they answer our questions? How can they answer our questions? The surf shit, oh, sorry, not surf, Peter Pope did not make sense. Him going for me and therefore going for any survivor did not make sense. So anything they say is not going to make sense. But one thing I do have to make clear is that there is only 15. Smiler is number 15 because we have no proof of the one before, because the person who told us that number 15 did it, we can't trust.
And also, there's no proof out there that she said it. UK lady, I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
UK lady was supposed to have said something in our direction to do with something that happened.
Perfect.
And there's no proof out there as of yet been shown that she did actually say anything. So it's unfair to say that somebody has done something when there's no proof that the person actually has.
Well, I can't take that person's word because they've turned on us.
Well, it really, that no matter if you liked them or not, it's still, you know, you can't go by somebody's word or because they don't like the person. So
yeah, Ian, exactly.
So it isn't fair on the individual. Get on with them or not. You like to hear it and see it for yourself. Hello, Sparky. How are you? Hopefully you and your family's fine.
James, a coordinated attack. Yes,
oh, yeah.
It was all pre-planned.
Well,
I believe that. You know, I believe
what I believe, I will eventually, at some point after everything, which we at the end, not this live, at the end of everything, I will give over my honest opinion on it all. And, you know, I'll give an honest opinion on everybody at the same time. Because I'm not going to hold back.
What did I miss?
When it's low lives, it's low lives. You know, you can't, I don't know, hold back on low lives. And this is it. It was coordinated attack. Oh, yeah. Sparky. Right. So let me get rid of this. So I want to go to my first one that I did. I think this is it. Right. This is not long. It's 5 minutes. I am going to speed it up though, people, because you don't want to be sitting there and I'm saying to you for 9 hours, oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Oh, the crucial bit's coming. Wait for it. 9 hours later and it's like a wet fart. So yeah, so I'll speed things up a little bit.
Fussy slow too, talking.
So yeah. Anyways, need to get to the first one first. Let's delve into this because some people may not have seen it. So I think that some people may be surprised on some of the things that have been said. Is it this one? Right, yeah, that's the one. Right, I am going to put a bit more speed on the talk and what have you, because it's not fair on you guys to hear it at normal speed. Hopefully this will be good enough. If it isn't, then I'll just change the speed and speed up just a little bit more.
Disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Right. All this bitterness which is coming in our direction, we've seen it, in chats and what have you. And it's really been since I had Peter Pope on my panel. But what I don't understand is, actually, I'll comment at the end of this once I've played it.
High ground, whichever way round it is. It's the moral high ground, I thought. So you talk about the moral high ground, wrong a bitch. Okay, let's talk about the moral high ground. So, by what you said there, let's take me, for example. So I've had people on my panel that to you may be questionable, or people that I speak with or get on with, because that's the way YouTube, that might be questionable. So, let me think back now. And that could well be a fair point, couldn't it? Really? But there's a little bit of a difference. When we're talking about a certain subject at a particular time, and okay, you can use examples and comparisons, and you can make your own opinions, which is also fine. So here's mine. So this guy had done it 9 months ago, probably. I think about 9 months ago, could be wrong. The same thing then, the same threat then. And it was witnessed by many other YouTubers, what he said and what he was going to do and what his intentions were, because he was going with intent. And I believe that you was around at the time, Ron. So maybe you did see it and did hear it. So he's then done it again on yours, but you're moaning about people not taking the moral high ground, and yet you chose to do nothing about it. But, oh, yes, you did. You said, well, we remedied it. How was that then? By Maria Moon in the background on her perch going, creepy, creepy, creepy. Jesus, throw another nut ring. God blimey. Was that it? Was that how you rectified the problem? Anyway, let's Peter, if you want to come up, mate. You're more than welcome. Oh. Anyway, let's Peter, if you want to come up, mate. You're more than welcome. Evening, Peter.
Nice, no. It's Peter Hope.
Oh, Peter Hope, I like it.
Or Peter Dope.
Nah, I'd rather go with Peter Pope.
Good evening, Dave. Mate,
How are you, Pete?
I'm good, mate.
See, this is what I don't understand, Gypsy, and that is that, like you heard in your statement, 9 months. Yeah, right. You're complaining about, what is it, 40 odd minutes, 52 minutes. Let's call it an hour. Yeah. Right, 9 months. How many minutes is that? Let me count them for you. 394,200.432 minutes until you decide that, although you did mention it before in your live, haven't you, where you was going to break his neck and everything. Why did it take you so long? 394,200.432 minutes. See, how I look at it is because I had Peter Pope on my panel. Really? Is that your problem? Because you had all that time, but you call him mate. You joke with him. That was on your panel before I had him on my panel, which I didn't know what he was saying on Chubby's panel. But that amount of minutes, 9 months, and you call me out. Really, Gypsy? Do you know what you actually sound like when you do that? Did you remember what you said when Peter Pope was in your chat? Mate. The link is pinned, mate. Mate. But you want to break his neck, remember? You want to call him out, remember? This was 9 months ago that you wanted to break his neck. 9 months ago that you knew all this. So why would you call him mate? I don't get that. I don't understand. Maybe you'll be able to explain that one. Right, let's have a look what the suggestion is. Yeah, it wasn't. It's just I had trouble at the time trying to get the right speed when Peter come up, so it was slow, and I thought, oh shit, I meant to speed it up, but I couldn't be asked to change it again. So, anyways, Ron, for more precise speed control for your speed search for enhance for YouTube. Right, I don't know how any of that works, but hopefully you got it. But the latest, what's the right word? Anyway, I'll just say it. The latest thing that's come out, it could have been a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
A year ago, this was said, and Gypsy, revelation, that's it. And Gypsy actually turns around and says on his panel, turns around and said that he was going there. So I don't get it. If somebody has infuriated you so fucking much, why have you been up on panels with him, calling him mate, welcome, pleasantries? Why have you had him on your panel saying, hello, mate, you're welcome for the link? Oh, I like that when he turned around and said, Peter Hope. I just don't get that.
Yeah.
Does anybody out there understand that? If something has really pissed you off so much, so fucking much, yeah, that you are considering him breaking the person's neck, why would you exchange pleasantries? Why hadn't you brought it up every single time that he's on the panel, mentioned it every single time? If that's how you truly felt, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, it's because it's all bullshit.
Yeah. So my opinion is in what he said on Peter Pope said on my panel. He could have said it a million times. I really don't care anymore. But it made such an impact on you, Gypsy, and it sounds like it had a major impact on a few people. How it keeps on the we hear that lot, a we. So why did you lot, the we, not jump up all the time and confront him with it every single time in the last 9 months to a year?
Yeah, Orinoco, but
It's
his voice
stupid.
was friendly. You could hear it.
Yeah, you could hear his friendliness. Oh, the link's in the chat, mate. You're always welcome. And then Peter Pope turns around and says, I'm now Peter Hope. And Gypsy goes and turns around and says, yeah, I like it. What?
He wanted to break his neck, though.
But he wanted to break his neck from 9 months to a year ago when he made that statement all the way back then. So wouldn't you be dogged, and every single time you would come across him, you would throw that shit up at him, not give pleasantries? Now, Gypsy had him on his panel feeling the way he did before I had him on my panel within a few hours, yeah? He had an opportunity then. Instead of saying, mate, he could have said, yeah, the link's down there. And then as soon as he comes up, he could have turned around and said, right, what you fucking said 9 months ago to a year ago, you're out of fucking order. He didn't do that. Orinoco, you know he didn't. Everybody knows he didn't. He was pleasantries. The only time it turned unpleasant was later on within that live. Yeah. I'd like to add as well. Yeah, I did mute. Of course I fucking mute. I didn't know much of what was going on, Gypsy Dave, on your panel with the slagging off of each side? Why would I want to get involved with the slagging off side of things of it? That just doesn't make sense for me to start getting involved in that. It's your panel anyway, Gypsy Dave. Why should I try to take reign of the situation? It's your panel, not mine. So me just muting up and thinking, right, I don't have nothing to do with this section of it. You know, it's your panel. Why should I be the one who fucking well gets involved with that? Really? And when I'm being told, if you remember Gypsy Dave, that, oh, I should keep out of this, and oh, I should keep out of that. Oh, I shouldn't point out this, and oh, I shouldn't point out that. This is the thing which really is stupid from you people. Yeah. You complain if I get involved, but then you also complain if I mute up and don't get involved. Isn't that weird how these people see it? It's stupidity beyond stupidity. But hey, these people don't see that. These people will complain about one thing, but say, oh, you should have said something on another subject. Why? Why should I? I'm not your monkey. You may be each other's monkeys. You may be, I don't know. I'll keep that to myself. Call me chicken. But I don't know which one's monkey do and all that shit. No, I'm my own individual. I'll say what I want to say, and I don't have to what's the right word for it now?
Controlling who then?
I don't have to sing to anybody's tune, but my channel,
yeah,
you know, No Alliance channel. And this is it. I can give freely my opinion, not think, oh, do you mind if I say this? And do you mind if I say that? No, I'm free. I'm able to talk about whatever subject I want to at any time because it's my channel. No alliance, have no alliance with anybody. If I see something, I hear something, if I want to discuss that, I will. If I choose not to, then I choose not to because I'm no alliance. So, yeah. Anyways, we got through that one. That was part one. See, I'm not going to spend a whole load of time on this. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a more to it and then move on to the next one. So I'm not saying wait for it, people, wait for it. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. I was jerking off at the same time saying coming, it's coming. You know, I don't know, was it getting moist or something? I don't know. Where the others which is expecting to get all moist? I don't know, but it was an anticlimax, I must admit. People who actually listened to what was going on, it was anyway. Right. Which one's the next one now? I want to get it in order of the way how I put them up. Right. And I'll be honest, with Gypsy Dave's first live, he made me look good. How I was treating and what I was getting Peter Pope to actually express what his views were and what have you, what he said. Remedy, up to you if I remedy something. I don't think I'll use that word. I may have done, but I don't think I used that word remedy.
No.
I don't think so. May have done, but I'd have to go back and search to find out if I said the word remedy, but I'm pretty sure that I didn't use that word. But some people choose words that were not actually said. So, and that's normal. With some people, they like to spin the words, whereas I'm trying to stick with their own words, what they say.
Disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Right, because we keep on seeing messages in people's chats talking about myself and Maria Moon. And I thought, right, let's clear up a few things. And this is just one of 4. And then I'll comment at the end of every single video. This one, I'll explain afterwards.
Any of you lot, I've been raped. I tell you what, I know what it's like too. Don't think my parents really got the blame for it. No, I don't know, but we're talking about real life, aren't we? Not YouTube little keyboard warriors that would not say it to your face.
Depending what the hurty words are.
Let's stop the tape
I
there,
will.
please. So, I'll say it again, as I've said on my previous live 2 mornings, 2 nights ago. I believe that what happened was abhorrent. I do sympathise, and I do. Even though I can't stand a pair of you, I will sympathise. And of someone's latest admission, Septic Peg, I'll even sympathise with her. But apparently it's the 3rd time of her saying it. I don't know if anyone else can recall her saying it. That's neither here or there, but that's their statement.
The predators are. I know how my daughter felt. I was a little older. Turn your attack on me, Bear, rather than my daughter. Turn your attack on my parents. They're both past. But turn your attack on them rather than keep bringing my daughter into it, if you dare.
And then what was the admission that Maria just casually come out with out of the blue? So is it okay then for Maria to make, come out with something out of the blue? Because it's her business? I sympathise with her. But some people are seeing it for what it really was. But that's their opinions. I myself, I'm going to keep my opinion to myself on that one. Because I can. So if that makes me a wimp, a chicken, whatever, on to you or anyone else, so be it. But some things are probably best left unsaid.
I'll stop it there before I go into my speech of it. Now, he says he don't know why. He's an out and out fucking liar. He knows exactly why Maria Moon said what she said. It's because what was said on Slimer's panel the night before. He knows exactly why she said what she said. He's such a fucking liar.
Oh, that's what he does.
That's what he does. He lies. And I'll put that together. He don't want to go into what was said on Smiler's live. He's an absolute fucking liar. He knew exactly the reason why. So, Gypsy Dave, the first part, people, where you saw DT on it was recently where what Maria Moon turned around and said about her past history. And then you heard, after what she said, then you got Gypsy Dave questioning it. When do you question that? Ever question it? There's been quite a few females which have actually come forward and turned around and said that something's happened to them in their past. Are you going to question those people as well? Or because you have not seen it, well, you just heard it from the past that Maria Moon did address it. So also, I'd like to say this, Gypsy, and that's that we can see what your mate Smiler turned around and said, and that was on your live after I did my live with Peter Pope, and he put in your chat. That's why I say to you, Gypsy Dave, and that is that maybe you should go and re-listen and read your chat, and then you'll find out what it's really going on. Anyway, he turns around and says, "Hey, Maria, I always bring the proof. You've never brought proof of anything you've claimed. Now wind your neck in." Right. So what he said on his panel, is on his panel, Gypsy Dave, remember, where you all scoffed and what have you, with smileys, what he said. And he said, that's what I was going to bring. Well, that's not proof of anything. Now, so what is Smiler actually wanting proof for? That's what you need to ask yourself, Gypsy. What was he indicating to? Because when he wrote that, that was way before what Maria Moon turned around and said on My Life recently. So you need to ask yourself, what was he referring to? And maybe, just maybe that's why we turned around and said, we know. And you turned around and made a statement of saying, oh, I had him in the back for 55 minutes, was it? That's why. Because I don't want scummy people on my panel. Simple as. You need to reflect, Gypsy Dave, and you need to start listening to your lives and reading what people are saying in your life, because he is making a statement there with what I've got on the screen right now. You don't bring any proof. I want to say before it finishes, right. Hey, Maria Moon, I always bring the proof. You've never brought proof of anything you've claimed. Now wind your neck in. Right, that's being very specific, Gypsy Dave. He isn't asking me. He's asking Maria Moon. What is Maria Moon's subjects that she likes to talk about? Isn't world politics, to be honest. Isn't Jewish, Muslim, whatever religion is it?
No.
It isn't to do with what's going on in Israel and Palestine, is it? She don't talk about what's going on in the Ukraine and Russia, does she? She doesn't really have an opinion on American politics. Basically, she doesn't really have much of an opinion. She doesn't express too much of an opinion on English politics, let alone anything else around the world. So, Gypsy Dave, he is directing it at Maria Moon. Now, what subjects does she like? She will tell you right now what she likes to talk about.
Psychology, astrology. Yes, gods. The
stars.
Yeah.
So in other words, So what proof does Maria Moon have to bring to the table, Gypsy? What proof? And also, I'd like to turn around and say, it was that live you was doing your part, whatever it was to do with Peter Pope after I had him on your panel, He was the one who caused the friction, but you didn't pick him up on it. He was the one in the chat causing the friction. He's the one who is saying enablers and all this shit. He's the one who turned around and said about a picture of Maria Moon going around in Discord and what have you. And like you saw at the beginning of the video, even a couple of people picked up on it, but found the one that DT turned around and said, because it was an implication of what was he planning on doing with this picture. It ain't a picture of Maria Moon, whatever he's coming across, but it was a threat.
Yeah, got my picture. No.
It was a threat, but hey, it's sucky boy, is it, or something that you've got within you too, that you just allowed him. And you didn't want to, this is another thing which I'll hit on in the future. You did not want it. James did. James wanted to know what he meant by the statement. We're actually reading it actually at the moment. Except I think James thought he was saying it to me or both of us, but he's actually directing it at Maria Moon. James was the one who turned around and said, what's all this about a picture? If it was my panel, and somebody put that in the chat about bringing proof, I'd have questioned the person. And I said, what do you mean? What are you indicating to? You chose not to, didn't you, Gypsy Dave? You dismissed that when it came down to him talking about pictures of a female. You didn't want to hit on that. What I'd more likely find a lot of things you didn't want to hit on, but we'll get to the other one shortly. I'm afraid that the one is a long video, but I will speed that up as well. But let's finish this one off, because there is another question I'd like to ask.
Oh, James just said something before you do. Carry on.
All right, let's have a look. And hello, Sandra, John O'Connell, and anybody else that's tuned in and listening in. Anyway, hopefully you're all well. Jason Gilmore, hopefully you're all well and your families are okay. They're the ones that matters, not us dickheads on YouTube. So, although some think that they're more important than anybody else. Right. He also lied about me still having contact with you. Yes, he did. And that's a slime ball, what he turned around and did, because me and James get on really well. YouTube people, we get on really well. We find things amusing and what have you. So you know, we've got pretty good backs and forwards. But we will, if we find something that we can pick something on each other, we will address that. So we're not sort of people that, oh, because I get on so well with somebody that I'm not going to pick something up, and he's vice versa. He's picked me up on many times, you know, but we just carry on. So he also, what the Slimer tried to do was, and this is one of the reasons why I got a lot of respect to James, because he could have said the opposite. Because Slimer turned around and says, oh, you're in contact with UK lady. On my panel, this was to James. James was on my panel as well. And he said, oh, you're in contact with UK lady, aren't you? Now, James could have said, what the fuck? What are you on about? No, James turned around and said, yeah, I am. So what? And that's, see, he's trying to put a dig in, or try to cause a space between how well me and James get on. That was his sole intention, but it didn't work, because James is his own person. He can talk to whoever he wants to. It's none of my business, yeah. But James didn't do what he was hoping James would do. James went, yeah, I do, so what? But that's how he thinks that he is really clever. But he isn't that clever. Anyway, I'll finish off playing this and then move on to the next one. But there is one more other thing I'd like to hit on this video. Proof of anything. Yeah, so what was he indicating to, Gypsy Dave? Anyway, I've got more to come. This is just one of 4. Thank you very much. Bye. Also need to add before I go, and that is that, right, you had Brill Betty, Tony and Belfast Boys say what they said. Now I condone it. They shouldn't say it. At the same thing though, maybe that could be seen as your karma because of you questioning somebody who said that they've been raped. Just maybe that's karma coming back and hitting you. I don't agree with it at the slightest, but it's a possibility now, isn't it? Why they reacted in that way. Right, Gypsy, I want to know who the others are. We're both interested to know who the others are, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Who are those others that see it for what it really is? I can tell you the date now. 17th of September 2022. 17th of September 2022 was the first time that Maria Moon said that, right? And I could turn around and say that Michelle knew of it.
Oh, she did.
Beyonce knew of it. Quite a few people knew of it because it was called Maria Has a Voice. And Michelle turned around and said, of course Maria's got a voice. Everybody's got a voice. And you was around at the time as well, Gypsy. Wasn't you? In 2022. in about the first 10 to 12 lives, I found you on my panel in 2022. So you was around, but there again, though, the latest thing which is out, you've been around for 5 years. Michelle's known you for 5 years. So, yeah.
I just say before
So
you
you've been
move
around.
on, I'm just a little bit of psychology that most people know already anyway, but using the we as leverage for your own thoughts is a dirty trick. It's a dirty trick to use. But if there are others, step forward.
Yeah,
I'd
step
like
forward.
to hear it.
I'd like to hear from Laura.
What clicking? Oh, my phone clicking. I can't.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Laura. She's a person
I
that,
like my phone
because I
clicking.
haven't seen it on YouTube, apart from imbeciles, you know, the ones that I've sort of gone, look, I don't need your shit, fuck off. But yeah, so I'll go by them others who they talk to privately. So Laura, are you part of the others? Miss Emma, are you part of the others? Babs, are you part of the others? Vincent, are you part of the others? So yeah, well, after what Michelle allowed, I don't give a shit where Michelle is concerned.
And Smiler, I know
Michelle should have really turned around and said at that particular point in time. What others? Was you one of the others that Gypsy refers to as seeing it for what it was when Maria Moon turned around and said that? In other words, saying that she was lying. It sounded that way, that she was saying that she was lying. Yeah. So yeah, I could find it for you again. It's just that he says others, and I haven't seen hardly anybody in chats on YouTube actually questioning it. So others, I can only go by what he means by is people that he talks to in a real world. Phone calls, group calls, whatever it may be. So I presume that is what the others actually means. So the only people I can think of, which I'd say wouldn't, this is it. I wouldn't think that Babs would. I don't think that Vincent would. I don't think that Laura would. I don't think that Miss Emma would. And I don't think that you would.
Saying we.
He's saying
we all.
Yeah, he says we a lot, and
the others.
And the others.
So who are?
So that's the question: is who are those others? The others that agrees with him.
I'm still sickened for the awful thing Smiler said sexually about. What did he say sexually about me? Mary Lou.
What did he say, Mary Lou? We don't know about this.
Gypsy Dave said and insinuated, and that's sick as fuck.
She will be done with him soon, don't I? Michelle is only using Smiler to get UK lady shit from him.
They're all probably friends, James.
Yeah, look, yeah, I'm
not surprised. I don't know. Though,
I believe I know what's going on, James, but I'm keeping that back. And if the shit hits the fan, yeah.
What? He was saying, do you in the bum and stuff?
That don't surprise me. He's fucking... Look, he spent time in prison. That's all he knows, except he was the bitch. He was the bitch in prison. I found that out, Smiler. Slimer. You being the bitch in prison? I found that out.
Oh, it's gross.
The arm stretches far and wide. And you definitely stretched far and wide. Didn't you, Smiler? Say no more. But yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me, Mary Lou. It wouldn't surprise me, Mary Lou. But that's what I mean. By that video, he's saying others have seen it as Maria Moon is just lying. that it was just for some other reason, some other thrill or anything like that. But he liked to leave out what she was referring to was from the night of Slimer's live, but he left that out. Wonder why? Didn't it fit your narrative to say that? Did it, Gypsy Dave? Now, I could be derogatory and everything, just like you was for fuck knows how many hours and what have you, but I don't do that. I did on my first live, because after listening to the utter bullshit and the disgustingness which was being said on Slimer's live that night, then yeah, I made fun of it, but disgusted at the same time. And I think a lot of people will be disgusted of what was being said and how it is being said, and not one of you scumballs actually said, shut the fuck up. And he's doing it all night, wasn't he? He did it at least 6 times, 5-6 times, I believe it is, when you was on the panel, Gypsy Dave, with Michelle on the panel, with Lynn's on the panel, with Michael Castrian on the panel. The person that left the panel was Plastic African, because he more like felt, what the fuck is this guy saying? And he left the panel. But the others, Gypsy Dave and all of them, they sat there through the whole thing. And also something else was said as well, apart from the sickness. No, actually, that is sick as well. The other thing that was said on the panel.
It sounds like it, Ian, but then I'm not really surprised no one pulled him up on anything that he said. And he said some really vile shit about Ron as well. I never heard what he said about me. In fact, we didn't hear all of his live. Anyway, we heard enough, didn't we? And was like, fuck that for a game of soldiers.
Well, this is it.
Oh, Mark. Oh, my God.
Mark, we have been, I'll be honest with you, me and Maria Moon and a few other people have been saying, hopefully everything's all right with you, Mark, and your family. It is good to see you. And hopefully you are well also. So yeah, so I'd like to know who the others are, which see something for how you see it for what it was. Gypsy Dave, Slimer, and the names that I mentioned, you know, Michelle and all them, although Michelle knew better. She should have said to you, you need to retract that fucking shit. You know better than that, Gypsy. Come on. Retract that fucking shit.
Yeah, we wouldn't sit up there and listen to it even if we weren't talking to it.
So he's talking about anal rape, what Slimer said, but it's all right for them. It's all right for them, you know, to say that shit. Let's see if any of them people confront him. Hello, Mickey, bruv. Hello, William. Let's see if any of them pick him up on that, since their moral high ground is so fucking high. Their moral high ground is fucking low. That their halo has disappeared in my eyes. Truthers, shit on them. They're not truthers at all. Not one of them. They don't know the truth if it hit them in the fucking face. That's just my opinion. Yeah, let's see. And Ian Burns just put it in the right manner. What he was saying then is anal rape. So Gypsy, Michelle, Lynn's, and all you others, him making that statement, if that's true, I haven't seen it myself. If it's true, then if it's found that it is true, hopefully somebody will come up with that clip to prove if it was true. Then let's see if it
Orinoco said never heard
how you react to it. Hello, London girl, welcome. Hopefully you and your family are well. Let's see how you react when a man is actually saying that, or does it have another peg, but I'll go through my watch history. Yeah, all right then, and then you can tell us where it actually is, and if you can get the timestamp as well, I will show it on this live. I'll just put the disclaimer up.
It wouldn't surprise me, to be fair.
So,
He's got a vile mouth.
So anyways, let's go to the next one. Which one is the next one?
They're both disturbed.
So yeah, we'd like to know who the others are. Gypsy, that basically saying it didn't happen. She didn't say it before, just out of the blue, you know, seeing it for what it really was and all this. Gypsy, well, the proof has smacked you in the face, hasn't it? Oh, but you don't want to talk about any of that now. You just want it left all alone. No, of course not. Hello, Gregory. Of course you don't want to talk about it, because so much I'm actually showing, and other people are showing me what's gone on, because they are helping at the same time of sieving through it all. So don't think I am sitting there 24/7 going through everything. No, I know people. I know people. They joined YouTube, and I've said this many times. They joined YouTube after the third person, because I turned around and said to one of them, yeah, Nathan isn't. No. He's been anyway, off track. So I have turned around and said many times, especially after the third person that said what they turned around and said, I spoke to a friend of ours and told them what was going on. And then the rest of the friends got to know, and they decided, fuck it. We are going to be out there. I don't know any of them who their names are on YouTube. They haven't told me. They only tell me that they are there on YouTube. They've got involved with certain things on and off YouTube, joined certain groups on and off YouTube. People from all over the country have got involved on and off YouTube, because I know people that know people that know people that know people all over the country, because it's their business. Anyway, why am I that Gypsy? Bet you won't answer anything, which is true. He ain't gonna.
Well, he can't, can he?
See, if I opened up a fucking hornet's nest, we could have dealt with this. I'll tell you what. Oh, Nathan, I'll tell you what, Gypsy. Hopefully you are listening. I was planning on jumping up on your panel, right? Your very next live, after you getting upset to do with how you say you was treated and rude. I want to get to that rudeness on a video one day. But anyway, I was going to jump up on your panel, because you know me, I'm not shy. I will jump up on a panel and turn around and say, is there a problem? Blah, 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 blah. But you decided to take it on a different angle and to be abusive and derogatory and absolutely disgusting and very worrying for females to hear your opinions on certain things that happens in certain people's lives, and how you haven't turned around and said on a panel when certain people say something is shut the fuck up. They've heard it. They've actually heard what you said, Gypsy Dave, and they are not happy. Especially those particular females are not happy, because you've put it out there that, in other words, you question it. You know, is it true? Did Maria Moon, in other words, what you're saying is, did she just make that up? I've never heard her say that before. Has anybody else?
Who the fuck are you, Gypsy Dave?
So, yeah. So anyway, move on. Next one.
Idiot.
So let's carry on.
Disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
And listening to your live, Gypsy, after I had Peter Pope on my panel, I missed this. May have even been a year ago. He was stating that he would meet you outside Shah's, but you still talk to him within the year, 9 months to a year. You go up on panels with him. May have had him up on your panel a few times since you've been doing lives. I don't know. This just to verify what I said earlier on wasn't a lie that I said. Hear his own words. But yeah, and then you'll complain about me. I thought you were going to break his neck. Strange that, isn't it, Gypsy? And you've been mouthing it off on your lives, wasn't you? Yeah. Backbone, maybe. I don't know. It's just that you lacked it, to be honest, by having him up on your panel and calling him mate, and you're welcome to come up on my panel.
So, all right, well, as you're here, Ron, how do you feel about him saying about sitting outside a woman's house to wait for me?
Put this in context. This was about 16 hours after I had Peter Pope on my panel. I jumped up on the panel and it turned into a shit show because Slimer was putting sly comments in the chat.
Mate.
Well, Maria Moon said it in a nutshell. Creepy.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
It's creepy. It's creepy. And the thing is, Maria, right, Ron, this is not the first time he said it, because we can rewind to 9 months, maybe a year ago, when he knew that I was visiting Shah, that he said it's going to come round. So all the times I was there, he never came round.
Really strange, really, really strange. But hey, you're not going to answer any of the other questions, so I doubt you're going to answer this one either. So they just proved that what I said earlier on wasn't a lie. He did say it. That 9 months to a year ago, when he was going to Shah's and what have you, he turned around and said it back then that he was going to confront. In other words, Gypsy Dave, 9 months to a year ago. This is getting longer. So yeah, but he still had him up on his panel. Well, he still went up on panels where he was and exchanged pleasantries. As far as I know, he never brought that up to him and confronted him and had a go at him and said, I'm never going to speak to you again. So yeah. And then he welcomes him up on his panel and calls him mate. I don't get it. I really don't get it. That's the puzzling thing. That's why I'm using the question mark of the avatar of a person standing there holding their chin with a question mark in the back. It doesn't make sense. There has to be an ulterior motive behind all this. Has to be an ulterior motive behind it all. Are you off, Sparky? Well, you take care, Sparky. All the best to you and your family, mate. Yeah, get a good night's sleep, and we'll catch you somewhere. And you'll have to throw up a live soon, hopefully, Sparky. Do it at your own time. You know what I mean? When you feel like, yeah, you can handle the bullshit, which is on YouTube and what have you, because it is a lot of bullshit going on at the moment. So, do you really need all that hassle? So. Yeah, but yeah, it's nice to see you anyway, Sparky. It really is nice to see you, and you look after yourself, yeah, and all the best to you and your family. So, yeah, so that's why I've been using this question mark with hand under the chin, thinking, what's going on here? Lirongo, hello there, welcome. Hopefully you and your family are well, and anybody else that is listening also, welcome. So yeah, don't you feel that it's not normal that because I had Peter Pope on my panel and it's sort of gone from there, you know? For me, there's more because, like I said earlier on Gypsies, James picked up, James asked the questions. What's all this about a picture? James turned around and says, well, what has to be proven? Yeah. Gypsy, question nothing at all. Oh, when it is in my direction, he had a lot to fucking say. But when it was to do with the Slimer, nothing. Me, what are you indicating to? Just like James, what are you indicating to? What does Maria Moon have to prove? What do they have to prove? Nothing from Gypsy Dave. What do you mean by a picture? Nothing from Gypsy Dave. Whereas me, I had a question. I say, well, what the fuck are you saying that in the chat for? What's the point? You know, what are you trying to say? Oops, he goes. If you listen to when James turned around and says about picture, yeah, his comment to James was oops. Oops. That was Slimer's answer to it. Oops. People need to go and listen a bit closer to responses to questions which are asked. And it was really only James, myself included, but only me and James, and James being an observer, was asking the questions, not the host. Now, hopefully you've all found me that when something is said, yeah, and if it's brought to my attention, I will question it. I'll go, oh, hang on a minute. What do you mean by that? No, I want you to explain what do you mean by that? What are you indicating to? What do you mean by that picture? Because it does sound that you are threatening to use it in the term that you use, because not just Maria Moon, not just Ron, but actually I can find DT actually saw it that way as well. What are you implying?
Yeah.
So other people saw exactly the same thing.
You're creepy.
But you didn't, Gypsy.
You're creepy too.
You didn't. Why is that? The questions. That's all I do is ask questions. Won't get an answer. Won't get an answer. Too busy. That's why you won't get an answer. Too much. You get my drift of what I mean by that noise. But anyway, yeah, you can hear click, click, click in the background.
You keep asking to turn it on.
So yeah. Anyway, I think that's enough on that one. I think I've hit on that completely. I just don't understand it, but I do. But that will come right at the end of it all. Now, I'm afraid this one is a long clip because there was a lot there to pick apart. So I will speed it up. I do apologize. I thought, how could I make this one short? I thought I can't, because if I cut it short, then people will go, oh, you're not in context, and you know, this, that. I have put the end result at the beginning because then I'm explaining, right, this is what was actually said. Actually said. What you are saying now at the end of the conversation wasn't what he said. So I've had to do it that way. Plus, I've shown that when it comes down to giving people videos or lives that are in private, because they are saying, oh, you don't need an email address, blah blah blah. So I thought, right, I found a video. There's quite a few out there, but I found a video which explains it pretty simply in a short span of time that, yeah, if you want to send something private, like James kept on saying on the panel, and you were here James, and say you need to have an email. There's no way that Slimer Slimer is ever going to have any details, because you think about it. I share my email with him, and you think it's going to stop there? Are you retarded? Of course it won't. He sends everything everywhere. And he'll wait to use it as a weapon on you. That's what he does. The other thing is, why would I want to do it unlisted? Because unlisted means that that person can share it with anybody else. See, this is what people don't know, is that you put it private because you want it private. You don't want people to have it. Also, doing it unlisted means that that person can share it with anybody. Share the URL, as they put it, and share that with everybody else, not just the person you are allowing to see it. People really are imbeciles. And why would I want to do it with that guy? And that guy has stated many times that everything's up in the cloud. Question: everything's up in the cloud, so you got the chat. Question: why didn't you screenshot it all yourself? That's a question, a very good fucking question. So why are none of those two used? Really? You got more than one device. You use your phone. Everybody knows. Use your phone. You use a tablet. You use this. You use that. You're saying that you didn't have the ability at that point in time to screenshot it yourself. You're saying that you cannot drag that out of the cloud and show it. And also, I like to say this: if I was an idiot like you guys who have shared information, who have exchanged information and all this, if I did, I don't think he would get the chat anyway. He would get the video, the live, but not the chat. I'm in control of that, not somebody who I send it to. I'm in control of the live chat. So he wouldn't get access anyway, I do believe. He wouldn't get that access. Use your noggins once in a while. You may learn something. But anyway, let's carry on. Right, Gypsy Dave, watch and listen. Because you was white knighting for Smiler, wasn't you? I'll put up the disclaimer, and then you'll hear about sharing private videos, because I googled, well, YouTube it and what have you, but I'll carry on looking for you. But yeah, so far I've not been able to find any other way to actually share anything. But anyway, and then we'll hear you white knighting for him about sharing private information, video. But then you'll hear what he actually said, putting it up public.
A disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
How to give access to private YouTube video? Well, that is what I'm going to show you guys in this pretty quick and easy tutorial. So if this video helps you out, please do let me know in the comments, but let's get started right away. So I'm over here inside a video, and let's say you are done with all the editing, you can do this and that, and then to the visibility, you have a couple of options. So you have private, unlisted, and public. So obviously you don't want to have it public because, you know, everyone will be able to see this. And then you have unlisted, and you also have private. So there's two ways. If you want to keep your video completely private, then you can actually keep it on private. And then it says only you and people you choose can watch your video. So then here you can actually click on share privately. And if you click on there, you can add invitees. So it says you can invite others to view your private video by entering in their email addresses below. Invitees must sign into their Google account to view your private video. So you can actually enter their email address inside of here and then also notify via email. And then click on done and they will get an invite. Now, if you want to make it a little bit more simple, then what you can actually do is unlisted. So anyone with the video link can watch your video. So this video will not show up on your YouTube channel or basically anything unless you put it into a playlist, or if you copy the link and share it directly to others. Or for example, post it on a forum, but you don't want to have it on your channel like for everyone to view, but only for people with the direct link, you can do unlisted. So that is kind of it. Like you have to choose which one you would like to. You can basically click here on share privately and then click on save. Now, if you would like to share a private video after you've already uploaded it, because just like I just showed you, I was actually in the process of uploading it, but let's say you already have a private video uploaded, then what you can do is over here, click on this private, and then here you can still share it privately just like that, or edit the video over here, and here in the visibility, you can also click on it and then also share it privately just like that. So that's basically it. That's how to give access to private YouTube videos. I hope this video helped you out. Let me know in the comments if it did, and then I will see you.
I know it's a little bit fast, but I'm sure that most normal people got that about sharing private, unlisted, and all that.
No.
Right, okay, I'll just butt in there. There you go. If it's unlisted, in other words, yes, you can share the URL. But if it's private, it has to be by email. I'm not going to share any information with your mate, Gypsy. Really, am I? At all? We've seen his track record. But anyway, let's see what you say. White knighting for Smiler.
Smiler only, he said.
Yeah, but thank you, Dave. How would you go about that, Gyps?
Well,
because you put it up unlisted.
Private, and you could just send him the link to it.
Right, and how would I go about that?
I just said it wrong. You could go private and send the link to Smiler.
Right, talk me through the process.
Right, I'll tell you for the process. So you make it private, right? You can have a link to that private video, right? Obviously, you haven't got Smiler's personal details to give it to him, but I'm pretty sure that you cross paths on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure they could come up on your panel and
you put it in the private chat,
and then they could get it that way.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Simple.
Don't need an email.
No, but if he hasn't got each other's details, JPM, then he could have just done it that way.
The only way you can do that is if you unlist it.
Yeah, but if he made it private for no one else to see, but he's got access to it, then he can watch it.
Yeah, but you need email. You need to send it.
No, don't need email. You can send it via private chat. The link you can send the URL via private chat. It's only the URL you need.
I must change it then because I know you used to just need someone email.
I left my video. I left my live up unlisted the other day. It was somebody who had the URL, so they went onto the live, and like it's fucking I don't know 120 odd views as unlisted, extra to what it had when it went offline. Because people save the URLs, and if it's unlisted, then they can just fucking go on the URL and watch it. The live stream.
Right, let's listen to what he actually said, Gypsy, before you ended up white knighting him. Listen to him saying public more than once until you got him a get out clause when he knew that he'd gone, oh, I've made a fuck up. You jumped in, give him a get out clause, as you seem to do quite a lot. But let's listen to what he actually said. Oh, and there's something else that he said as well, Gypsy, and we'll get to that soon.
It would have been the 8th of November one. Put the live stream on public. Put the live stream on public.
What was my answer? Did you hear that, Gypsy? First time, put the live stream on public for everybody. So to you, when you said it the very first time,
We've got all echoing.
yeah, I mean,
I'll put backstage.
yeah. So the very first time when you showed that and when questioned it to you about all that, you hadn't said nothing. Now, like I turned around and said, I was always in chats. I was throwing up very frequent lives of my own. I was frequently going up on people's panel. So you don't really
put the live of the 8th of November back up then.
So you
Put the live of the 8th of November back up then.
Put the live of the 8th of November back up again. So, Gypsy, did you hear what he said? What do you... Yeah. So you didn't really have to ask anybody for any details on us in any shape or form, because I was always around.
I wanted to discuss.
Yeah, we'll get to that part in a minute, Gypsy. Asking a lady for information to be able to get in contact with us. Listen, and you may learn something by listening.
It off YouTube, not on YouTube.
Which is a fair enough point.
No,
It was defaming my business.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Defaming my business. Right. Then somebody that had ordered merchandise off of me, I then had to try and find them. Then there is fucking Tesco's, so I could send a delivery to their Tesco's because I'd already printed it out, and they wanted to cancel that order because of what was being said on YouTube.
So it affected your business.
Yes.
He claims it affected his business. Nobody knows if it's true or not, and let's be honest, we know that Mr. Lies does a lot of that. Well, I would say, when are you taking Dafter to court?
Me and Dafter have sorted our differences.
Yeah, you said it affected your business.
Yeah, me and Dafter have already discussed it, and we discussed it in a private.
So it didn't affect your business?
Well, no, it did affect my business because then I had to find a Tesco's box to actually send it to a Tesco's box instead of their address.
So he's moaning about something, although he's come to an agreement with Dafter. They sorted it out, but you're still moaning about it. I'm saying that somebody has done something that has affected your business, yeah, but then you don't do anything about it.
Well, I discussed it with Dafter.
But it's
I said, what the fuck are you playing at? Right, and I wanted to chat. And the next day when you was live, I said, can you give me a copy of your chat, please? And you said, no, you're not getting involved. That was your reply to me. In your chat, no, I'm not getting involved.
Yeah, that's
Can
right.
you put it back up so I can get all the fucking information?
Did you hear that? He just turned around and said, the next day on your live in my chat. So I do put that question, and I will say it openly on this live again, Gypsy Dave. If that's the case of what he said, and he's correct, why did he have to get in touch with UK Lady? UK Lady's more like listening to this herself and going, yeah, that's a point. Why did you get in touch with me?
It was UK Lady that let us know.
Yeah, why did you get in touch with me? He's thrown up a live. Or did he get in touch with her afterwards? And there's more to that story. See, he's shown a lot, isn't he? Now, this is it. He shows a lot of everybody else's communications. Wouldn't you really be interested to see what he said in his communications with different individuals? I bet he says a lot there which you will more likely be disgusted with. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Gypsy, and all of you. If you only saw these conversations that he's had.
Yeah.
He has had,
That's
but
why he
he
gets so fucking
keeps them ones hidden. Oh, yeah, he'll keep the private ones hidden, but he'll show everybody else's.
Well, until he falls out.
Ronnie said he already printed an address, so how would he? Yes, I know. He tried to explain that on his live, James, that you was wrong. So yeah, he tried to say that you was wrong. Are you, in other words, are you an imbecile? Blah 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 blah. At your age and all this sort of shit, but normal shit
He's
from
about
that guy.
70 fucking.
Normal shit from that guy. But yeah. I know, James. Us people who listen to what somebody said go, bullshit. Bullshit. But the ones that are going, oh, fucking hell, that's a bit deep. I'm saying it from their point of view there. That, you know, because they've got too much of a mouthful at the time. I don't know. A pencil, is that a mouthful? I don't know. Ugh. Images. Do we want to put images in our heads? But anyway, the point is that there he says that I threw up a live straight after the last live within 24 hours. So why did he have to get in touch with somebody to get information from that particular individual when I threw a live up? Gypsy, Michelle, all of you, aren't you interested, just slightly, little bit interested in, because he's willing to share other people's communication. Yeah. Aren't you a bit interested in what communication he has with those individuals that are throwing shit in your direction? Aren't you a little bit interested? Makes you think. You need to start fucking thinking.
Right? What information am I going to take if you won't put the live up? If you won't give me the comments, you wouldn't give me the comments so I could pass them on to my
In other
sister.
words, what you're saying is there is that I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't.
Well, I asked you. You said, why didn't I ask you?
That's right, Gypsy Dave. By what he was saying, to put it up in for everybody to see, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't, because I'll be putting up private information that he claims.
I have asked you. I asked you, and you said, no, you're not getting involved. That's what you said.
Yeah. So, but by your comment, you're saying I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. Because if I did,
no, you asked me a question, so I've just given you the answer. And if you go and check your fucking live stream from the next live, you'll see my messages in there. Yeah, and you said, no, you're not getting involved.
From my next live, which would more likely be. So he got in touch with UK lady basically the same time as me throwing up a live, or afterwards, Gypsy.
Fucking
yeah, it's always one.
You want to fucking rewind your brain, go back and watch 2 live, yeah, and then you'll see where you're getting your answer.
You want to be careful with your words that you use, Mr. Slimer, lies, whatever we want to call you, because we can, because you've shown it many, many times. You want me to put it up public until Gypsy jumped in to save you.
Answers from you fucking idiot.
So what you're saying is that you're pissed off with somebody sharing personal information, but you wanted me to put a live up with all that information for everybody else.
Put a live up? No, so I could grab the details off the live.
Well, I'd have to put it up live.
All you got to do is put it unlisted. All you have to do is put it up unlisted and give me the link to it.
I want you to have details.
Details? No, I needed the chat. I needed the chat, and instead I paid 25 quid for a cease and desist letter. Yeah, or 125 quid actually. For cease and desist.
So you wanted me to put up all that he claims. This is a claim he's making. I don't know for certain. Personal information, which you say was being said, yeah, for everybody to then say. So did you get any of that now, Gypsy? Or are you going to make out that you've fallen asleep yet again? You know, white knighting for Smiler, jumping in for Smiler. Notice you didn't jump in with certain other subjects that come up now, did you? It always was in our direction when you piped up. Not the other way around. More to come. Oh, I should add, you did hear him turn around saying that, you know, in my chat on the live, that I threw up, that he was asking the questions, and I said I wouldn't get involved. That's funny, that, isn't it? More likely the next night that I threw up. More likely the next night.
So there you go. I don't know, was an anticlimax. For me, it wasn't 9 hours, it was 1 hour and 39 minutes, say. And that is including a 6-minute track from Metallica. So these are the questions which you need to ask people, is to Gypsy Dave and to anybody else, is why did you have him on your panel? Why did you call him mate? Why did you turn around and say welcome? Why did you say, oh, I like that, when Peter Pope called himself Peter, what was it? Peter Hope. Niceties. Not niceties. I had to correct myself because the speech specialists are out there. Same as spelling specialists are out there, people. So yeah. Type your words, put your question marks and everything in the right order. People, not for me. If I can read it, I don't really care how you want to spell something. If you put a U instead of Y-O-U, I know what you're saying.
They need to practice what they preach.
And yeah, and then you look at what they, and you listen to how they pronounce things. And then you see how they type. It's laughable. It's laughable, but that's what they do. They will pick up on your words, how you may say it. They will pick up on how you type, like they did, like Slimer did with James, because he put LY. Everybody knew what James was typing. He had to put, because he had nothing to actually say about what the clip was talking about. So he thought, right, let me belittle the spelling mistakes, all this, all that, with his little Michael Castrian crony and what have you, because there's nothing else. Oh yeah, predict the text for you, Michael Castrian, you Slimer. Yeah, because I put Slimmer, I haven't changed it. Yeah, it's just that predict the text ain't gonna decipher, did he mean Slimer or did he mean Slimmer? It ain't gonna, it's just gonna, it goes in within a sentence and it's not gonna highlight it for you. Fucking imbeciles on YouTube. So there you go, just a lesson, quick lesson. So yeah, hello Mrs. Magpie, welcome. I don't know if I said hello to you yet, but hello Mrs. Magpie, hopefully you're well and your family's well. I've been pretty busy. I've been going from one page to another page, so anybody that I did miss, I do apologize. Didn't mean to, but thank you very much for tuning in, and hopefully it's making you think, and maybe even to go, oh, I'd like to ask that question. Oh, I observed what was just actually said, not somebody translating it into something else.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I don't know. Oh right, okay. But yeah, it's just questions. That's all. Why? I'm confused with a lot of it. Why Gypsy didn't pick up on some things that was said?
Oh, there's a lot.
There's a lot, and more's to come. More's to come, especially when it comes down to being rude. Oh, I'm dark. Yeah.
No, you're
okay then. Okay then, Gyps. Since you did go there, oh, question. Could you, since you mentioned a certain female and said the reason why she said what she said, which she was talking about, which happened way before she was over here on over this side on YouTube, because she turned around and said that, oh, I can't comment to do with your latest mate or your mate, which has always been your mate, but your halo's really slipped down because of what Arkash said. I'd really like to know what reasons he give you for it, to allow him a free pass of what he said, because I've always thought that you've turned around and said that there's no excuse, but it seems like for him, excuses do count. So excuses do count for anybody else then, don't they? Surely? Really? But you've always said that there's no excuse for somebody to saying something like that. So Halo gone. Halo's gone. Mr. Morals has got no morals.
No, he ain't.
So yeah, but oh yeah, because I'm dark. Oh fucking hell! You've made me actually go there now, haven't you? If you can find where I was dark in her direction, I will be so grateful for you to show it, where I've given abuse, yeah, in her direction, where I've given called her names and all this shit, where I've dug her out on anything that, just come on, Gypsy. Now I'm gonna dig out all the things, since you had to bring the person into the equation. Yeah. So yeah, but I'm really interested at the moment to know, what excuse did he give you? Or is it the same excuse that he gave me, which I have recorded, because it's on my panel? So
If
you could let us know the excuse, and I'll see if it matches the one that he gave me, and then you'll find out. Then you'll find out, yeah, a bit more than what you don't know by me. But you was around, wasn't you, Jips, back in that day? So you more likely already know the excuse was given, and if that excuse was actually found, don't you, Jips? You know. Is there any proof out there? The claim? But it still does come down to there's no excuse for what somebody says on that matter. But now all of a sudden, in other words, it depends who they are. If I don't like this person and it's directed in my friend's direction, then moral high ground jumps in. I've got to be angry. I've got to dismiss this person. I've got to be like this to this person and like that to another person. Oh, look at me, people. Can you hear me being Mr. Angry and moral high mighty God narcissist complex? Where are your morals? You've said it, Gypsy, haven't you? There's no excuse. But now you're allowing an excuse. So tell people what the excuse was. I know they do. Be careful, especially Gypsy and Slimer. There is a reason why they are on their own. Look, I know. I've
always scared you.
I know what's going on.
Yeah, we do.
They think I don't. They think I don't know what's going on, but they may be surprised. It's, to be honest, you all know what's going on. You all see it. Yeah, I've given you enough nudges for you to work that out for yourselves. Really, by everything that I've said. Really. Think about everything. I use words for a purpose. Yeah, specific words and what have you. And I've put it out there, basically, what this is all to do with. But hey, bringing other people into the equation, and a particular female into the equation, saying that there was a reason why she did it, although she wasn't around. How can she do it? And the truthers didn't say anything about it, to be fair, is actually, and I can tell you where it happened. I was on Sparky's. Somebody come into Sparky's. I was on Sparky's panel. Somebody come in the chat and turned around and said somebody has typed a fucking essay all about what happened in your past life, you know, in what happened anyway, personal stuff. And Bear threw up a live, and loads of the auditing community, I think you had Hole there, you had Filmbore there, it was on Bear's live, you had Denzen on the panel, you had Torps there. I'm talking about virtually the whole of the auditing community were there. Were the truthers? Were the truthers there? No, I don't think so. None of the so-called truthers jumped up on the panel. There was a certain female, I cannot remember her name at the moment, but she ended up crying, actually crying when she was reading out what this person said. Yeah, and she was actually crying. She was having a hard time reading it. Yeah, and I'm sure that a few people got lumps in their throats because people were shocked. But I don't remember the truthers being in there. Funny that, isn't it? When you think about it. But then, you know, sort of escalated from there eventually, you know, through something and something and something and something. But hey, we've got used to people when they can only got nothing else, so they have to bring that up, you know. So yeah, so we're pretty used to it now. So yeah,
it just brings out the shit, really.
It does show if people actually sit there and listen and observe what they're seeing and what they're hearing. You do get a fuller picture of what's going on. It's very, 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 very rare that I get abusive. Very, 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 very fucking rare that I get abusive. And even if I do, it's very short because I think, no, you're going off track. It isn't worth doing what they're doing. Yeah. Okay, I call that guy Slimer. But that's because that's a trait that he has. You know, him showing messages of a group of people on another platform, but won't share what he said privately to individuals on that platform. He only shares other people's communications from that platform. So I'll say this one more time, Michelle, Gypsy, and all you people. He showed you a message of his private messages with an individual. Aren't you a little bit intrigued of all the conversations that went on within that? A little bit. A little bit. Yeah. And I did, and I got what Ian Burns and Sparky turned around and said, when it comes down to, the signs are there, blah, blah, blah. Where he's concerned, I thought, yeah, that's a very fair point. And I do take fair points on board, very much so. The thing is that, one, I like the topics, which we will discuss upon. Yeah. But at the same time, how do you get the person to expose themselves? Yeah. You got all these people which will lick his ass, right? No matter what he does, they will lick his ass. Me, I don't do that with anybody. So I would put something out there, to get the person to talk.
That's how you've always been.
Because that's how I've always been. That's how you find out where the trust really is. By
with a lot of people, they're too busy
talking. And that's what I said. He wants to be careful with his words because he's saying he's let out a little bit too much. A little bit too much. Why don't you put it up public? Why didn't you put it up public? All this private information, why didn't you put it up?
Because his name's not Smiler.
Public. There you go. And then Gypsy goes for a big speech. And that's why I thought, let Gypsy do the explaining for him. You're only exposing yourself because you clearly didn't listen to what the guy was saying. That's why I say, talk me through it, Gyps. Talk me through it. You thought you'd be a little bit funny at the time, but I thought, no, I'm flippant. I thought, no, I've just did it to you. Talk me through it. You clearly didn't listen to what the guy just turned around and said, putting it up public, even putting it up public as we were speaking. As we were speaking on your panel, he was still saying, put it up public. For everybody to see this private information. But no, That's why I said to you, talk me through it, Gypsy. Talk me through it, Gypsy. Because I was listening to what the fucking Slimer was saying and you wasn't. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can be flippant towards me, Gyps. But you just did what I wanted. Talk me through it, Gypsy.
Which?
So, did I get to that climax? Did it take me 9 hours odd? No, it didn't. So, what's the time now? I think I can wrap this up now.
What's that?
What's that? Yeah, this is it. Slimer turned around and said about a month ago, I'm getting fed up with you keep on saying, what's that? What's that? I thought, okay, then if it's annoying you, then I'll stop. And I did stop. I stopped. But there he was on panels going, what's that? What's that? Himself. I stopped because he asked me, you know, I'm getting tired, sick and tired of this, you know, saying, what's that? You know, I'm just getting tired of hearing it. And I did stop. I thought, well, I'll take that on board. Okay, then I didn't want it to. I thought you found it amusing, but since now you're saying you don't find it amusing, I will stop. I thought it's just a joke between us all. But since it's hurting your feelings, then I thought, right, I'll stop. And I did.
And you have never denied having WhatsApp ever?
I've never. Facebook.
Why would you?
Facebook. Yes. Yes. Facebook. WhatsApp. No. It's a free communication. Yeah. Where you can freely talk to multiple people. A little bit like Discord, where you can be in a chat room, live chat room, where you can talk to people, all your family members, all at the same time. Yeah, in a group conversation. I never said that I didn't have WhatsApp. What I did turn around and say was I'm not part of Facebook, but I also turned around and said where that snapshot which was taken from your Slimer, which you showed, I said, to be precise, that when you showed that and where it was snapshot, yeah, what I couldn't understand was how comes all the people which are within your communications were on the left hand side. You're showing a group chat, yeah, on the right hand side, but then you've got a list of people's names which aren't involved in that conversation which people are having, but you could see other people on the sidelines. Now, like I've said before, I have an Android phone and I don't get that facility. I don't know if anybody else does. Maybe on Apple, you do actually come up with the screen where you've got a list of names on the left-hand side, plus where you've just clicked onto to get involved with a communications. Yeah. Is iPhones that way? I don't know. Tablets work that way? I don't know. Do computers work that way? I don't know. That was my point. Was I haven't come across where you see all your members on the left-hand side when you are looking at a conversation that is going on.
A desktop. What's a desktop? A
desktop WhatsApp. That's what I mean. I don't know. It was a desktop WhatsApp. There you go. That's what I mean. That's what I question. That's the only thing I question, you know. And that's why I got confused of seeing Laura's name up there. I didn't know who the other fucking individuals. I've never gone back to look again. But my point was that, and that's why I thought, oh, Laura must be part of this. And it is Let's Fuck Shit Up group.
Yeah.
It is
That's how
let's
we
fuck shit up.
knew.
It says let's fuck shit up,
We
and
didn't know
at the
till then.
top of it,
For
let's fuck shit up. You know, it's
Nobody
there, and this
knew.
was April last year. It's there last
It's
year.
another lie.
So anyway, so that is what I questioned, that I don't have on my. I didn't know how you got that sort of display, and you already knew that, didn't you, Slimer? Because I said that to you, didn't I, Slimer? The reason why I was confused was because I don't get that on my phone. That's all. Never said I wasn't on WhatsApp. Not on Facebook. Just, yeah, I was on WhatsApp. But an imbecile only listens to partial of what somebody says and then twists it around as if you said something else. And then you've got an imbecile like Gypsy Dave believing everything while he's going on Slimer, yeah, and doesn't think for himself and go, no, actually, Ron has said that he's on WhatsApp. Many times he said that.
But what is the big fucking deal anyway?
I don't know, but it is to him.
I know.
But yeah,
He's
yeah.
just obsessed with
Yeah,
a lie.
yeah,
and then he'll run with
you've
it.
got nothing to hide, though, Smiler, have you? You've said that many times. I've got nothing to hide. Then let's all, since you're willing to show other people's private communications at will, you know, you showed what's his name, UK lady, and Baron's private communication. You were willing, and you showed other people's conversations. Let's have a look at your conversations. What about your conversations with these individuals? Show all them ones, the dates, the times, everything. You're so willing to put up other people's.
He's just annoyed.
But you're always hiding yours.
You showed
Michelle,
alive,
Gypsy, all of you.
Deleted.
Don't you ask those questions? It just something in the back of your head going, yeah, that's a fair point. He shows everything else, but not what he's bitching about people, what information he's asking about people, what he wants to know about people.
He said we're on here all the time.
We're on here all the time.
Loads.
We've been out loads of times.
This past week.
Out in the countryside, down the waterside, all over the fucking place. You know. Bet you've been indoors most of the time. Sounds like you've been on YouTube a lot as well.
In Discord.
Oh, and then you got your private communications, though. I don't want to go there. I don't really give a shit. But, you know, you say about us being on YouTube. No, no, it's the same as with the videos and everything. I just know people that get in touch and say, oh, go to so-and-so timestamp, click that shit, put your own bits into it, and then put it up. And then we will watch what happens in the private rooms.
You said that before.
Fucking imbeciles. Absolute fucking imbeciles.
Hey,
but anyway, anybody want to jump up on panel and you know, give over your point of view? All points of views are welcome, or just come up with another subject. That'd be perfectly fine. I don't mind. You know me. I've had me rant. It's 2 hours and 5 minutes long now. So if you want to come up, just ask for the link. If there's something that you want to talk about, or you may have observed, and
yeah, Ron
then great.
Isn't saying that he's done, but anyone can come up and bitch.
Yeah, anybody. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm not saying that. You know, I'm done. I ain't.
Like Gypsy.
I ain't done yet. I ain't done yet.
No.
By a long way, because so much stuff was said.
But you don't need to load more.
So I just had people saying, oh, this, you should go and look at this. Here's a timestamp. Go and have a look at it. Or
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
Ian. That's what we say.
ironic when people say you are, hang on a minute. I always find it ironic when people say you are always on YouTube. Bish. Yeah, I know.
That's right.
I know. How would they know unless they're there?
It's crazy, isn't it?
You know, we don't go anywhere. We tune into some
Funny stuff.
if we see a live,
Oh,
we tune
yeah,
into it for about 5 minutes and then we go. But if we're interested in a person and person threw up a live earlier on, then we may browse through it, you know, skip through it, see what the topic was about. If it's not a topic that we're interested in, then we leave it. I'll have the link, Ron. Okay then, mate. So yeah, we're not on here. Really ain't.
Mary Lou said she'll have a look tomorrow, Ron.
Okay then. Okay then, cheers. But I reckon it'll be gone at some point. Oh, just 1 second, I'll put the link down. Oh, my alarm just went.
The reason I said he's probably still in touch with UK ladies because he said he weren't speaking to Angela. So the Smiler said he weren't speaking to Angela. And then 2 minutes after they fell out with us, it's like, Angela, come up. And it's like, oh, really?
Don't.
Why
That's
say it,
another
though?
day. That's another day. That's
I know.
another day. That's another day.
No rush, Mary Lou. I wouldn't be surprised if he did say it.
Yeah, it don't matter, but
It wouldn't.
It is what it is. Do you want to open that door up because it's really hot in here? What's the temperature like where you guys are? It's in around about 20 odds here. It's up in the 20s. I can know it's warm where we are. Hopefully it is where you are, wherever you are in the world. Unless you like the snow, you may be where it's snowing or raining or something. Wrong link. Okay, let's try it again. Right, let's have a look. Let's try it again. Let's have a look. Is that the same as the one that I just put up? Yeah, I think it's the same one, but hopefully it'll work. It's the only link I've got. Well, StreamYards has given me anyway. Soon find out if it works. Unknown Baguettes. Hello, Unknown Baguettes. Welcome. Hopefully you're fine and your family's fine. Don't know if anything's working at the moment. Maybe I've busted StreamYards. I've broke it. Never know. Or I might just said if it ain't working, it's just blank. Right. What I'll do then is wait one moment, please, people. If I put up another, let me just try this then. Let me try this. Copy it from the browser. Okay then. Hang on one moment.
Yes, 22 here.
Right. Hopefully this will work then. So what's the weather like for you guys? Is it good, bad, ugly?
Lovely hot here.
Oh, right. Okay, then let's have a look. VVVVV. That was the testing one that I use for. That's weird. Let me get rid of that. That's the one I put on private. So then I can check out my mics. If I get rid of that one. Right. Let's have a look now. Right. Just 1 second. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Hello, James.
Right, Ron. Maria, can you stop
Yeah.
fucking typing?
My grandson turns it up. He turned all my settings up so it's even louder.
Damn
And I
it.
don't know how to turn it down.
I know that annoys me.
It
But
does.
what
Turn
can
it.
you
You
do?
can actually turn it off.
No, I know
Why
you
not?
can, but no, I need the clicking when I'm doing it.
Why?
Then she knows she's touching the screen, I think.
I guess.
Well, don't you look at what you're typing?
Rachel McGaskill. What's that?
Don't you look at what she's typing?
Usually once I've sent it.
Our family is and friends ain't really picky on how words are spelled.
No, neither me.
YouTube.
No,
Unlike
it's
YouTube.
important, is it? As long as you can read it.
So how's your day been? Family good? You're good?
Yeah, well, I did mention in the chat, no one picked up on it. My son broke his knee about 5 weeks ago. That's why I'm not really taking part in much, not really got into it. But in a couple of weeks, I'll be ready to, chuck some lightning bolts in and stuff like that. Oh, dear.
Oh, right.
That's painful.
Yeah, he broke his knee. He come off his bike. He'd been doing his bike, right, and fixing it and stuff. And he went out to try it out, and he come off. He said it wobbled, and it just went from underneath him. And he went flying into a car. Right, smashed, cracked, chipped 2 of his front teeth. And broke his knee. But I didn't know that until they'd done the X-ray, so they had to operate. It turned out to be a massive fucking operation with like plate, bone graft, and all that in it. So,
Well, get well soon. Give him our best and get well soon, mate.
Yeah, well, this is the 5th Saturday. What's today? Wednesday. So it was 5 weeks yesterday it happened.
Right.
And now you've got fucking.
It's hard to see the kids in pain.
Yeah, I did wonder why we noticed for a few days at a time that you sort of wasn't really around.
Yeah.
So thought you got something going on, or you got better things to do than YouTube.
Plus my mind was elsewhere and shit.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. What I want, if I may, what I want to pick up on is what Smiley, when he said what he said about you, Ron.
Oh, right.
Right. One of the things is, and you replied, like, you're saying that every father that's been through a similar situation is not a father, is not a dad. And then he said after that, when he mentioned it, he said, no, he was talking directly about you. Right. So in that case, what he's done is he's used your daughter's situation to berate you as a human being. And that, for me, makes it worse than any of the others. Because the other ones are done in temper. This was cool, calm, and collected.
Calculated, yeah.
And a direct besmirch of you.
Yeah, we saw it coming, didn't we?
I know. Also, see, you know me. I look at it from a broader perspective. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I see it as a broader perspective because there's so many parents around the world that have had to go through the same ordeal themselves.
Oh yeah, indeed, yeah.
You know, and it's like, so all those parents around the world, because they didn't do what you say you would have done. It's just saying,
Yeah.
you know, you do not know how you would cope in that situation. Somebody who thinks they are absolute fucking bullshit. You know, they need their head a wobble. They need a slap across the fucking head, to be honest.
Yeah.
So shut up saying that shit. You cannot voice an opinion on that. But yet, so I saw it from a broader aspect of it because, you know, we've had so much shit thrown at us, you know, over that situation. You know, it's like, but at the same time, hope you're listening there, Slimer. You do realize that you have actually incited violence in a court and outside a court. You do realize the terms that you used were actually incitement. You do realize, Slimer.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, cool.
Are you using those words? Committed violence on the person outside the court.
To
You would have
encourage
done.
every father to
Yes.
commit murder.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
You do. That's why I say to you, Slimer, be careful with what you say and how you say it, because you're dropping yourself in a really tight predicament. And I know this. Do you know how? Legal representatives have got it. So it's two things. Either you're victimizing us as an isolated incident, or you are victimizing the masses to go out there under your way of thinking, should go out there, commit a violent act, and if they can't get them outside, commit a violent act within a court. That is what you are inciting to people to do under your way of thinking.
Well, he is a violent criminal. That he says it out of his own breath, and he's very proud of the fact that he's a violent or considered a violent criminal.
Yes. Yes.
And he's so proud of that. You know, he's proud that he's a violent criminal, that he can bring violence upon people. No, you're stupid enough to get fucking caught, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, everybody that I know have been caught have gone, oh, fuck it. I don't brag about it. I mean, oh, fucking hell, I want to keep my mouth shut.
Jesus,
I
man.
don't brag about it.
They calling me, but I don't know, you said he called me a criminal or inferred that I was.
Yeah, I think that
I've got the live, so I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, it was on the one last night. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it now.
He was indicating, I think it was because of what Ronnie said. I think that's what he was saying about fake money tills or something.
Oh,
yeah, but it's
God.
implying that you are a criminal.
Oh, see, now Dave, Gypsy Dave, that could only have come from you. So I told you backstage the real reason. Dave, Gypsy Dave, you're listening. I told you the fucking real reason for that, right? For me having that prop. Do you remember, Dave? Me, you, and AC Sniffer. So let's put that to fucking bed. You fucking pricks.
Well, this is it. And that's what fake money. He mentioned fake money.
Yeah, don't remember that badge. You know that fucking NCA NCA badge I had.
Yes,
right? A prop. Right.
Yeah.
I said stupidly, having a laugh. Oh yeah, what I do, right? I go into fucking package shops and say we're here looking for like fucking dodgy money. I'll flash the fucking thing. And the NCA don't do that. That'd be fraud squad. The NCA is National Crime, whatever it is. It's
NCA,
they don't do
National
that shit.
Crime. Oh shit!
Association, what is it? Agency.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't deal with that shit, Slimer. So you fucking got that wrong and all, you thick cunt. Fucking idiot, man. You're an idiot,
Yeah.
man.
Well, well, I've just shown fucking loads of it, showing how much of an idiot the guy actually fucking is.
He's brain dead. He's got to be fucking brain dead. He's coming. I think he's got some sort of Alzheimer's. I really do.
Yeah, he
Fucking
does
thick cunt.
Confused.
I was polite. That's just being polite.
That is being very, very polite. Myself, he's trouble. Major
Fucking
trouble.
gummy speech impediment prick. That's what he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it when he talks so much. I like it because he's just proving the points of what I've said, what Sparky said, what you've said, what everybody else has fucking said.
I'd like to hear from you, Dave. Sorry, Ron. I'd like to hear from you, Dave, about that. Where Smiler got that information. I know it's about on YouTube and people, but someone you must have mentioned to him recently, you or someone close to you lot. And I could get JP. Well, I don't know. Yeah, he's fucking to do with what he fucking London around the NCA badge. Bring that up. Yeah, that'll fucking do it. You know different, Dave, don't you? You know different. You know the truth. AC Sniffer knows fucking truth, Dave. They don't come with that shit, all right? Because you'll fucking get burned.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
No, this is freedom of speech, mate. But yeah, I thought, oh fucking hell, what are you saying? What a fucking all because you commented on my last video, or because you commented and he decided to pick you up on the way you spelt lying. Well, here's a recap on it. That was how it was spelt. Like,
how did I spell it?
You put Lying.
That's it, right?
Yeah. That is another way of actually spelling it. But obviously, because they've got no other argument, Rick, because they've got no other argument, then they have to find, I'll pick on James for what he said. I'll pick on because he spelt it in a different way from it. You know what I mean? And this is what they do. If people want to look it up, that is what those sort of people do, because they cannot face what the actual thing is about. Then they will find something else to. You looked it up, didn't you? What that means?
Spelled Lying, like I spelled it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I normally spell it.
Urban. It's in the Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
What is?
Lying, the way how you spell it.
Way. Liar.
Lying.
No. It's
it's liar. That's right, liar. L-Y.
Did I put an E instead of an A? Did I?
Yeah. Well, you put
L-Y-E-R. It didn't matter. We knew.
I knew exactly what you're saying. But the point is it's actually in the Urban Dictionary. You said, didn't you? Liar, spelt that way.
As from going back.
Going back. It's like when they try to pick me up on me saying skullduggery.
That's old.
Yeah, there is more than one way you can spell that.
Yeah.
But no, it's just it's the original way of actually spelling it. But because there's no art, because they don't want to face what the video or something like that is about, then they'll go, I need to belittle this person because they may have spelt it this way, or they said something in this manner. You can look it up why people do that, people. You can actually look it up why people actually do that. Pick up on grammar and pick up on people, the way they spell something, and try to belittle the person, make a joke about them, is because they're trying to distract from what the actual point of it is. It's all a distraction. Bit like the government.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you know, when you turn around and said that you said where email is concerned, you have to do an email. You was completely right. But I knew you was right because you know I knew you was right.
You can't send it anywhere because the link's got to go through YouTube.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't go.
You can see it says that if you do it unlisted, then yeah, you can give the URL link that way. But the guy in the video turned and said the only problem with that is that then that person can share it to anybody they want to. So then it can be spread all over YouTube, and everybody will get whatever that video is about if it's unlisted.
Right, yeah.
So
even I think you only get a certain amount of time when you send the link via the email private. I'm not 100%, but I think you only get a limit. That link is only valid for a limited time as well. And you have to resend the link if they need to see it again.
Well, also what happens is that Slimer could record it. This is it. He could record it. If I was an idiot and exchanged private information with him, do you think that one, he wouldn't record it and send it everywhere, and two, that he wouldn't share my email address?
Oh, I don't know about what would be the odds on that? I mean, you get pretty bad odds on that, wouldn't you? Him like sharing it. I mean,
and I believe that even if I went through that process, say I did go through unlisted way, or I went through the email way, I do believe he doesn't get the access what he wants from it anyway. He doesn't get access to the live chat. You just get the video. That's all he would get is access to the video itself. Not
because
all
you just got the video, and you're right. Yeah,
exactly.
I got you because it's because that comes from YouTube. The chat comes from YouTube.
Yeah, it's for my channel. The chat itself is for my channel, where I put the settings and what have you for my channel. So sharing a video to somebody, a live stream, they would not get the live chat because that's the only person who has that ability is the host themselves. So he's got it all anyway. He says everything's copied to the cloud. He's got all these terabytes of shit. You know, he's got it all. And with the devices that he's got, he could have clipped a fucking snapshot every single message himself.
How stupid did that? Ron. How stupid did that sound to you when he said, "Oh, it's already affected my business. A customer got in contact with me. They don't want me to send it to their address now. They want me to send it to a Tesco's. So I have to reprint the label that I've already got the fucking address printed on. So I've still got the address. Oh my God, I've still got the address. But
I know.
I know because he would have that.
I know because he's already got the address because he sent it to Tesco's. He has to inform the person that he was going to be sending it to and saying to the person, well, I'm going to be sending it to Tesco's instead directly to you.
Yeah, apparently they got in contact with him, right? Even after they've given him the address because he already had the address printed and ready to go. He said that from his own words. So he had to reprint a label for it to be sent to Tesco's.
For them
Where's
to go
the fucking sense and logic in that?
I know.
If that's all that caused these bitches, someone to call up and not go, oh, I'm a bit stupid, but can you send my fucking my T-shirt to my local Tesco?
Exactly. Yes, that's what I was going to do.
You give out people's addresses, I've heard on YouTube, and I don't want you to give out my address. So if you could please delete my address, I'd appreciate that.
Imbeciles,
Idiot, man.
I know, imbeciles, and people don't listen to these things. You know, it's I don't know. People just don't listen to what somebody's actually saying. So
He'll probably pick me up now and say, "Oh, that was a Somerset accent."
we come from Cornwall. Who fucking cares? You sound like
that
an idiot.
JPM, fucking, how stupid is he? He's fucking doing a Somerset accent. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, what a fucking idiot. But no, I just, it's beyond me. I've just got questions. I know I'm not going to get them answered, but at least people out there with actually listening to the words, more concentrating on the words rather than me giving over my own versions of the words, not actually sticking to the words.
One sec.
Okay, mate. Yeah, but I am interested in knowing who those other people are who have come to the same conclusion as what Gypsy Dave has to do with what Maria Moon said. So we are intrigued to know, because only the imbeciles are actually going to come to that conclusion.
Why did you even question it?
Look, well, you don't, because you're questioning every single female or male, because it's happened to males as well.
We've had a few come back and say to us.
Yeah,
already.
I know. So every single female out there that something has happened to them, a traumatic experience, or male, in their life, no matter at what age. Yeah, you're questioning it. You know, was you doing it for attention?
Everything all right though? Yeah.
Yeah, everything all right?
Yeah.
That's
good. So you know that's when people do that sort of thing and question, is it real? Has she done it for attention and everything? That's sort of like, you just do not go there. You just do not go there unless your mind is very, very. You just do not. You don't question it. You keep that sort of opinion to yourself. But hey, so I don't know. I don't know. We must have tuned into that live. Must have been there for about 5 minutes, and then your name come up on Slimers. Yeah. Yeah, last night it was really late last night. I only watched around about, I'd say 20 minutes, 30 minutes of it, and thought, oh, fuck it, you know, do what you've got to do, Slimer, with your little cronies and what have you. It ain't going to wash with the sensible people. You just crack on.
I must have been in his head. Fucking.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's reading all the messages out on that live, which I put up yesterday. He's reading out all the messages.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. And thank you very much for giving me the extra views. I did notice that they went up. They started going up. So thank you very much.
And your likes.
And my likes went up. Yep. And the likes for people who actually left a comment as well. Their likes went up too.
Yeah,
thank you.
Crazy. See you later, Nin.
Oh, take care, Min. Didn't notice you there. I do apologise. I've got this bloody great big boom arm in front of my screen, so I have to keep on manoeuvring myself around to see who's actually come in. So I do apologise. Hopefully you and your family are well anyway, Min. I don't know. So apart from catching that, nothing else, isn't it? We keep on like we clicked on somebody who's live a lot just lately, and we're there for about 3 minutes and think, no,
don't mention the name, Rod. Don't mention the name.
No, too much shouting. I'll leave. No, so can't be asked.
He's fucking doing 2 lives a day, isn't he? That fucker.
Looks like it.
This time he must have really lost his job.
Yeah. No, it's you know, I just can't handle that amount of shouting going on. You know, good luck to them. You know, I think they, you know, beef's there as well, but it's just too much shouting. So, not for me. Not for me. But yeah, tuned in on Nathan. He threw up a couple of live. I think he threw one up last night. Had a quick listen through, and then he threw up a live earlier on, and we listened to about 5 minutes, and it was about Slimer, wasn't it? And we thought,
And
fuck
hypocrisy.
it. And the hypocrisy, and thought, nah, you know, I get where he's coming from. Yeah, I got where he's coming from, but it's the same. So.
He don't miss a trick though. He likes to get on. He likes to jump on it. Nathan, but
oh yeah, well,
you can't.
I think it was because of somebody typed something like every single person's chat. Yeah, somebody says something that is out of turn, right? And it's happened in mine. It's happened in every single panel that I've ever been in. At some point, somebody says something out of turn, and then people try to spin it as if it's the host's fault for somebody else, but his mods, by what I could gather from it, actually picked it up anyway and got rid of these messages. So what the moaning was, am I right there, Orinoco? You tell me, am I right? Is because of something was said, and he was saying that, you know, obviously it was said, but the moderators did, as soon as it was noticed, moderators did do what they are going to do, and that is you get rid of it as soon as you notice it. A mod will get rid of it, if that is correct. It wasn't deleted. Well, but what I saw earlier on, it was got rid of as soon as it was noticed. So, you know, see, as a host, sometimes things do miss. You can miss things as a host, yeah. Because you might be browsing other web pages and what have you, because you may have something, something planned and what have you. So I've got Maria Moon, but sometimes she has things to do and she disappears for a while. So then I have to rely on James or any of the other mods. But things sometimes can slip for, I don't know, about 30 seconds, something like that. And then a mod picks it up and goes, oh, shit. And it's got rid of. So you can't really always blame the host for what somebody else actually puts. So am I correct there that it was sort of indicating that Nathan is partially to blame, if I'm correct?
If it's continuous,
that's exactly
then,
that.
Yeah, you can't really miss it, can you? But if there's just the random, because we've had it, haven't we?
Yeah.
When you first started
it happens.
Lives.
Yeah, and it happens now.
Someone said about ice cream or something and children.
Yeah.
Well, when I was modding, you know, when I was this single modding Marks.
Yeah.
Oh God, I couldn't.
If I went to the toilet or whatever, I had to come back and I had to scroll up and then delete comments or time people out, whatever that I had to do. But so you know, you do have to keep fucking eyes on the ball.
Yeah, but honestly, you know, people do.
Now, let you go back up, man. Look, we'll think about it. You say you got 3 mods in, right? And just you know, such a time that they're all just turned their heads away from the screen, and by the time they look back or whatever, or one's gone out of the room, one's gone to the kitchen, one's just doodling, whatever. By the time it goes above the screen, you've not seen it. It's gone past, right? So you don't, unless you scroll back, you're not going to notice it. So that can happen quite easily.
Well, not only that, you may be involved in the chat. I'm a moderator, and people are talking to me. So obviously I'm putting up my own screen to reply within the
Mhm.
conversation. While you're within that conversation and you're typing out your reply, that message is gone.
Some are
Yeah.
modding 2 channels at once as well,
So,
aren't they? And they're
yeah.
flicking backwards and forwards. And
So it does actually. Hello, Plastic African. Welcome. Good to see you. So it does happen.
Right,
You
Plastic.
know, I would say that Nathan is Nathan. Yeah, but I don't think that he allows that sort of thing in his chat. But he,
No.
you know, the other things do go on, no matter how much you may like or dislike
but who
somebody.
is Smiler to comment? Oh, his chat is fucking vile.
Yeah, I know.
His chat is fucking
Well,
one
he's
of the
vile.
most questionable ones on here.
He's vile. So what do you expect?
Yeah, so who is he to complain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, but when somebody tries to imply
don't know what was being said about him.
what was said, that he, you know, something to do with small children and things
Oh,
like
right. I
that.
don't agree with that. Not even.
That's, you know, no matter who it is indicated towards, that is like, oh
limit.
shit, that's sick.
Yeah.
And that's like when people turn around and say something out of their own mouths, sick.
Does he? And that's
So
true.
it's basically the same thing for me. My morals say that's sick also.
Yeah.
So
But his chat still is vile.
yeah. So
Yeah, exactly, London Girl. We saw some of that. I don't agree with what happened with you either.
I know we saw that London Girl, that was out of order.
What's that? What
I've
happened
got to
there?
admit,
What drama is that?
London Girl, she had to go through some shit, didn't she, recently?
Yes, was that in Smilers as well.
No, it's somewhere else.
Gypsy Dave's.
No, it's somewhere else. But yeah.
Yeah, to be honest though, I did feel a little bit let down by London Girl with the old thing.
I know where it was.
Which part? Which one?
Me, what?
I'm not
no,
sure.
I mean the old, you know, situation really, and now they're best of friends again. That's it.
Oh, with Nathan and yeah, I get what you're saying there. But now
I thought,
London Girl,
it went sour, and then she was shouting about it, and then all of a sudden she's best fucking friends again. You know, everybody was looking out. That's the only beef everyone was looking out for at the time, and it's like it's like spitting in your face, isn't it? It's one of those.
Yeah.
Just the doxing her and then shredding apart what she looks like. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
No, that's just cruel.
That's bitter.
Yeah.
I mean, considering, but you know, it's just fucking childishness. I mean, from 50-year-old people, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, ridiculing. It's like, I don't know. Myself personally, this is just my personal opinion, people, is that that's the bully mentality. That is what you're at school and you come across the bully, and the crowd of bullies do that sort of thing. Yeah. And that is try to belittle the person through any means they possibly can. That school ground stuff. And to me, like, hang on a minute, like you said, for people who are supposed to be adults to still be doing that, it's like, come on,
it's still cruel,
really. You know, you're actually doing that today in your later lives. You sure? Does that sound normal to you? Really? Does that sound rational thinking? Normal?
Yeah, the Hive. You always called them busy bees.
I did used to call them busy bees, the busy bees.
Yeah.
So these things are partake of our time of thought and discord. Yeah, you are true,
sad,
Plastic.
though,
You are true. The only thing is that YouTube for me
People have got horrible.
is becoming like general politics. People have gone to that way of thinking, like the mainstream media, and twisting things around and not actually saying it for what, not exactly portraying it. If you go by this Greta thing just right lately, Greta Thunberg, yeah, there's media platforms what aren't pointing out the obvious. She recorded the hostage message before she was even there, pre-planned. But some people out there are still pushing. No. She was a hostage. What? I wouldn't mind being a hostage, and I sail off to somewhere, and they give me food, put me in a nice place, and then pay for a plane ticket home. Is that a hostage? Does that sound like a hostage? It's ridiculing the real hostages in the world. That's what that's doing.
All I know about her that she refused to watch the what was it? The
October 7th.
I can't remember the date. October the 7th.
Yep.
Atrocities.
Yep. Well, you can't. I saw this one video and this guy said, "Oh, they should have forced her." Well, there's no way you can actually force somebody to watch something like that.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Pry their fucking eyelids open?
Yeah, exactly. but it comes down to the fact that since they're supposed to be people that are speaking up for truth and what's actually going on and what have you, and then they say, no, I don't want to see that, then they're not what they claim to be. Because if you can get some sort of evidence, and then you can make a better decision on your own actions, then why didn't you watch it?
Yeah.
I do, and I don't want to see that footage. I do, and I don't.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Seen some of it. Seen bits and bobs. But...
Yeah, I've seen some of it. I think I've shown some of it at some point. One was the girl being taken out of the back of the 4x4 of the boot and then put into the back seat. That was, I think it was one of the girls which were in the IDF. I don't think it was one of the girls that was at the festival. But yeah, there is footage out there. But obviously, people are people. They're only going to watch what they want to believe in, and only one thing.
And then lockdown at 10 Downing Street.
Oh yeah, did you hear about the lockdown in 10 Downing Street today?
No.
Oh yeah, they cordoned off because there was a car illegally parked somewhere. I don't know. Is it Parliament? The road, not actually in Downing Street itself, but down the road somewhere. Because there's an illegally parked car, they locked down Downing Street
for 2 hours.
Really?
For a while. Yeah, cordoned it off and everything, and I thought.
I bet they all went in a bunker. I bet they did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they fucking did.
Yeah, with the fucking
special room.
After what the IRA did with that mortar shells, yeah, and they hit I forget what gardens. I'm sure that building is now heavily reinforced.
The comment section was funny though. They were more concerned about the cat. Like, is the cat okay?
Yeah. So
no, down the road. It's I don't think it's called Parliament Square. That's by the
Parliament Road, straight.
But it's the road that goes straight down though from there.
Yeah. Yeah, Parliament Square is where the Houses of Parliament is. It's further down towards where his building is. Yeah. I forget what street it's called, but it's rather amusing when we
Whitehall.
Yeah.
Whitehall.
So it was amusing while listening to it. I thought, oh, fucking hell, this has made headline news. Somebody parked the car illegally and 10 Downing Street has gone in lockdown.
That's what you were saying.
Come on.
About the cat.
Come on. Yeah, I'll be worried about the cat. Poor thing. But the couple was still standing outside the door.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know
we
what I
can
mean?
sacrifice a few coppers.
Oh yeah, he's got his pointed hat on, and that's going to totally protect him if it is a major incident. He's going to be fine.
Did they cordon it off for the public?
Yeah, they literally taped the whole area off.
Oh, so the old street.
I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
They don't know whereabouts in the street. You know, was it 100 yards, 200, 300 yards? Was it half a mile away? I don't know.
Who in this day and age parks up illegally in places like that? I remember this is back in the 90s. My brother was driving around Trafalgar Square somewhere. I can't remember exactly. And the car rather run out of petrol or something. Anyway, we broke down, and so he slid it to the curb, and we had to go and get a copper and tell them that, look, we broke down, we're getting it sorted. Can you, because it was height of the fucking, well, not the height, but IRA shit was still going on.
Yeah,
that was back then. And they had to ring it in and make sure that we didn't get fucking, had to go through the system.
I just think, was it an overkill? I can understand that it would have to go on alert. But at the same time, I think that fucking grounds around there is so reinforced.
Yeah.
It's like, really isn't. If it was in Downing Street, then I'd say that's a serious fucking incident. You can't get in there.
No, you
exactly.
Can't.
You can't get in there, and it ain't as if the person had parked right outside on the main road of 10 Downing Street.
Yeah, right in front of the coppers.
Yeah, exactly. So it must have been quite a ways further down. Quite a ways.
Yeah.
And we got Putin laughing at Starmer, haven't we?
Oh yeah, the threat. And what was it? He turned around and said, "You can't even keep people crossing your borders."
I know. But he does recognise, doesn't he, that the public don't.
Yeah,
like
yeah. He actually said that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Not even
your own people.
Your own. Whoops.
Like
your own citizens don't like you. So what have I got to worry about?
We said he'd be laughing, though, didn't we?
Yeah, he's been laughing the whole fucking time.
It's mad what's going over in the USA, though, isn't it? Though with the riots.
Yeah, LA riots, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, fucking Chicago's spreading, isn't
it? Chicago is another place that allowed BLM, Antifa, and what have you. Back in 2020, they allowed them to take the streets and what have you. So these places where it actually is still happening today, places which it was allowed to happen back in 2020. So, the good governors really don't care.
Who was that guy, though, that we listened to for foreign something or other, world human rights? And he's looking into into what's her name? That girl that's in prison.
Oh right, yeah. There's a senator.
He's looking into our freedom of rights.
Yeah, it seems that the Trump administration are looking into the woman who's been put in jail. What's her name now? Lucy or something. Recently, and I think she got 2-year sentence or something. And it's now
years, I think she got 3
Yeah,
years.
and because she did a tweet, but then she deleted the tweet or
Oh,
Facebook, and then she got rid of it after a short while, and she's got imprisonment, and it's come to the Trump administration attention,
Well, it was sort of
and
world
they're
foreign officer or something. I can't remember what his title
I
was.
can't remember, but it's part of the Trump administration,
Right, I
and
didn't realise
he's
it's America.
yeah, so he's getting involved. So obviously Trump is getting involved as well, because you know if it's a
really?
member of his part of parliament, whatever they're called, then obviously it's come to his attention as well, and he's sort of looking
What
into
can they
it.
do though?
And,
They can't really do much, can they? All they can do is
I
like
They made it sound
mention it
like
to.
didn't
I
they?
don't know, because we've got American bases here,
Mm.
so
Yeah,
I would have
I see
thought
what you mean.
that
Yeah,
other countries which have actually got bases in this country, which let's be honest here, we have to rely on,
yeah.
but that they could have an influence within to a point, UK politics, to a point.
Well, something
They
to do
may
with
have.
world human rights, world something, isn't it?
They're looking into it anyway.
Oh, we'll have to
I
find
can't
that link
remember.
again.
But yeah,
It
it's
wasn't on my phone.
oh, what about fucking then you got Farage going back on everything that he said. He's definitely now he's looking for the popular vote or whatever it's called. So now he's going against everything that he was saying, it seems, to do with illegal immigration. He doesn't think that they should be deported or something, which is being said now. So everything that what he was talking about, he's now looking at and going, oh, we've got a little bit of our foot in the door here, so we have to look for those voters.
He's casting that, isn't he?
Yeah, but we already know that he's one of these people that will flip-flop.
Flip-flops.
Yeah, he will flip-flop. So
yeah, he's got that face though, isn't he? He's got that.
Yeah.
He has though, isn't he? He's got that untrustful, weaselly-looking face.
Yes. Yeah. Just to let you know, Ron Smile is going live in 5. Why did you let me know?
we don't want to know. We don't care.
What's the name of the title?
Why did you let me know? Why did you let anybody know?
Did he spell it correctly?
He didn't send you here. I noticed last night he was sending you to Nathan's, I do believe.
Yeah, and you was complaining about him a little while back. Oh, okay, Crocodile. About him having mods in all the places and him fucking banning you everywhere. And then all of a sudden, Smiler mentions that in someone else's chat. Oh, you got it wrong the other day, Jim, didn't you? About fucking me having mods everywhere. Bit strange that. Yeah, was you? Yeah, it was in Ron's as well. A few lives back.
Yeah, they did say they were done here, and we didn't think that they were.
He said he was timing you out and banning you everywhere. If it's not you, I apologise.
I really don't know. I really don't know.
Was it? Right, maybe I'm wrong. Sorry then.
Done over there, Crocodile. See, they can't keep Ron and Maria out of their mouths for 5 minutes.
Don't even know your own name, Ron. Fuck you, hell.
No, it's what? No, hang on. I was reading because I did wonder why he put the stars. So,
he did write Rob.
yeah, that's what I thought. Right, that's why I put the stars there. So, yeah.
Smiler were wrong with that for 2 weeks, James.
Oh yeah, Ian, you're up the shit creek, mate. You typed something wrong. You know, and now he's going to pick you up on it.
Fancy spelling Ron with a B.
Yeah, I really don't care. I'll be honest with you, Oronoko. I really don't care. You know what he's going to say. You know, the videos say it all. It's their words, not mine. I didn't change the words. I'm just asking questions. I just do not get it. You know, I just do not understand. You know, I think I know the reason why. I'm pretty sure I know what's actually going on.
Not from me or Oronoko,
but yeah, but yeah, what can he say of what he has said already that's going to change anything?
He's just going to stamp his little feet and twist things a little bit.
So I'll leave him to it.
Yeah.
You know,
we're not going to watch. We didn't watch last night. A few minutes, and that was enough.
Well, about I'd say half an hour in all.
I made a coffee in that time as well.
Yeah.
I just can't stand his voice. It's weird, isn't it? When you don't like somebody, their voice just
grates.
Yeah.
You have got that thing though, haven't you?
What?
Once you don't like somebody and it's their voice.
Yeah, I'm like, will you turn that off?
It's everything. It's everything, isn't it? The way they lift their arm, even, you know.
Yeah, the way they breathe.
I just want to stab him in the eye with a fucking ice pick.
Yeah.
Joke people. Joke people. He doesn't really. He doesn't really.
No, it's all for jest. It's all for humour, people. Yeah.
It's just that people do these things and you think, oh, fucking hell. Did you actually just say that yourself? And this is it. That's what I think. Did you just actually just out yourself? I didn't have to do it. You outed yourself. Just let them talk. I don't know. It's just strange, and that's why I've been using this avatar lately. I just don't, you know, question. I know I ain't gonna get the answer to those questions because, you know, some would like to just bury it and hope that it goes away, which in a way I suppose I can understand for their way of looking at it. But
that was another thing for me. Sorry, Ron. Go on, carry on. Sorry.
No, I'd finished really.
I thought you were coming to an end. Sorry.
Yeah, I did actually. I did actually come to an end.
Well, I wanted to go back to that night when Smiler did what he did. Because at first I just see a clip of it. And it was a clip, and it was Smiler saying it, and there was barely any reaction from Gypsy Dave or Michelle.
I know.
It was like it's like they were expecting it.
Yeah,
and I thought, you know, this is coercion in its fucking best. You know, you can't tell me they haven't discussed that. If you try and tell me that they haven't discussed that, I will spit in your fucking eye because you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, that was clear as day to me.
I get what you're saying because it was the way how he had typed it in the chat and the way how he had said it on the panel. It's pretty damned obvious what he was indicating to, and it's pretty damned obvious with what he typed in the chat because he was directing it at Maria Moon, saying, "You prove nothing." Well, what is she to prove of what she looks into things? You know.
And we all asked him that.
So what could it be? James did. Said, well, what do you mean by that? What do you know? Give a logical answer to what you mean by that statement. And then when it come down to the picture, I should have really shut up, but I was still in the flow of talking because you turned around and said, "What picture?" but I was already
when
on.
we listened back, wasn't it? It's like,
Yeah, I thought
That
I
must have
should
been
have.
as I come on. Was that as I come on?
Yeah,
not long
Yeah.
after you was actually on the panel, and you turn and
Mm.
says, "What's all this about a picture, Smiler?"
Mm.
But what he said was, "This is it. If you're listening, Gypsy, go back, listen when I jumped up on your panel. The conversation, what you wanted to talk about, I was talking about. Already, the slime ball had put in certain remarks in the chat, right? He's the one who kickstarted all the shit show that occurred. So I was talking about the subject you wanted to talk about at hand. It's only because Slimeball decided to throw some shit out there, make some accusations out there, try to rile myself and Maria Moon up by the comments he was making in your chat. So when
Yeah,
you
I
take
thought
all
that.
that information in a logical way of thinking, who created the problem that night? I know I didn't, because I jumped up on your panel and I was talking about the subject at hand. So it definitely wasn't me, and it definitely was Miriam. Why do you accept his participation in goading into an argument? Why do you accept it? Why do you allow it, Gypsy? The question, I just don't get it. When you have the full details, and I've been giving the full details, you've seen the thing, and DT saw it the same way. Why are you implying that you're going to use Maria Moon's picture at some point? That's what DT read it, and a few other people got that as well. Why did you indicate to Maria Moon that she had to prove something? What, to do with star signs and all that? What? That doesn't make sense. That's not logical. So what was he indicating to? Everybody knows what he was indicating to by typing that message, by pointing out on panel, even on the live before. But hey, give him a get out clause. Go on, Jips. That's what you're good at. Get out clauses while you're going. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, giving him excuses.
So just after being in a doxing group and begging for forgiveness, he does straight to doxing a picture of Maria. Can they not see the irony there? I know.
They didn't want to see it at all.
It comes down to the point, Ian, is that we was only in one group, yeah, where we participated, and that was with the they called themselves the Truthers, yeah. The Truther group of around about 8 people.
They did. That's true.
And they wanted us to put the picture on, where some of them wanted us to put the picture. I put our camera on, but we never did. Even down to just pictures of our feet. Just didn't turn the camera on.
Well, that's what he was trying to infer, Ron. He was trying to infer that it was a slip, that you accidentally put the cam on. But you know, like what, and this is actually what he said at the time. You know what UK lady did? You seen that little video where she realised the camera's on, she's stuffing her face, and she
oh right, she's eating someone, yeah.
It was inferring that Maria had done something similar to that.
See, the silly thing is, James, it's Ron's phone. I wasn't in Discord. To be fair, I wasn't in many of the chats, was I either? No. And I told them all from the off. I was like, when they said about putting cameras on, I was like, I don't trust anyone. I have trust issues in real life, let alone, on YouTube or Discord or anything. So it's not happening. I don't trust any of you. I don't know you. And it was always Ron's phone. Ron was always holding the phone. If I was talking, it's like I do pretty much from YouTube, isn't it? Like in the background. So the only time I could have flicked the camera on, and I know I never, because I didn't touch it, it's just sitting on the side, was when that what's his name, Tiggs, was at the station, And I was you had it on the telly, didn't you? And I was like, I don't want to watch it. And I was
Oh,
talking
right.
to Michelle in Discord.
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember that. Because everyone
Yeah.
thought he was going to jump onto the rails, didn't they?
Yeah.
And I had the phone
Yeah.
on the side. I just left it there where Ron put it. And I was talking to Michelle until that had finished. And then Ron come and picked the phone back up. So I never had the phone. For that to happen is impossible.
Yeah.
He's just a lying little fucking sleazebag.
So this is it. But you wanted to know what the picture was about. You wanted to know what he was implying to do with having to prove things, and that's what got me, was that with all the stuff that Slimer was throwing out there, Gypsy didn't want to pick up on any of it. Whereas me, if I had that in my chat, somebody saying where picture is concerned, I would turn around and say, what are you trying to indicate to? What are you implying when you're talking about a person's picture and everything? And when you said, and then turn around and saying, oh, Maria Moon, you don't prove anything, blah, 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 I would have turned around and said, if it was somebody else on my channel, I'd say, what are you trying to imply? What are you hinting at? What was the point in making that statement? What you asked that question. It should have been Gypsy. I know I would have. I would have put that question.
But he is so far wrong on everything. Smile was saying that we were in Discord with UK Lady, and it took fucking forever for Michelle to answer. Even Lynn had answered and said, no, you weren't.
Yeah,
who doesn't particularly like us, before Michelle would even answer it.
Yeah.
He was like, for fuck's sake, just answer the question. We were never in a group with her. He's like, yes, you fucking was. It's like, he gets everything wrong. And I don't know if it's deliberate
or just people are talking to him in his ear and trying to. And
no, I don't think so. I don't know, because he seems to think he's right, doesn't he? He acts like he's right.
I'm sure he's got a touch of dementia. I really do. And
He could
if that's
have.
the case, I'm sorry about that, but rein your fucking neck in if you feel that you have got some sort of oncoming dementia. Get out of this shit, man, because you won't be built for it. Your brain is not going to be able to cope.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit of friendly advice for you, Smiler.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Or unfriendly advice, I should say.
Myself, I'm beyond caring. I don't really give a damn about his health and what have you. I don't think he cares about anybody else but himself. So me, I've come to a point where I really don't care anymore. They say I shouldn't get involved, but when I don't get involved, you should get involved. And it's like, I can't win with some people. I'm damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah.
So try and force their morals on you, or their selected morals,
yes,
should I say?
That's how it feels. Yeah. What can you say because you muted up on Gypsies when Peter Pope, Babs, and Michelle, and I thought, well, what could I add to this? I can't, I'm not going to raise my voice over people. It ain't my panel to take control of the situation. That's between them. If it was a calmer situation, then yeah, I'd have talked about it and said, well, and like I was when he was on my panel, in a calm manner. I thought, right, I'll listen to what you got to say and I will respond to what I had gathered out of that and what I've known that has happened in this live and that live. I can comment to, but I couldn't really say anything in Gypsy Dave's live at that point in time because it would have just been another voice talking over other people's voices. There's no point in me getting involved in that.
No.
You know,
Yeah,
otherwise,
it was crazy.
yeah. Well, then otherwise, why didn't I forget who's on the panel? You know, what was we all supposed to be yelling over each other? You know, I didn't want to do that.
Which one's that one?
The one where Peter Pope was on Gypsy Dave's live, although Gypsy Dave wanted to break his neck. His mate. You can make this shit up.
I get muddled with before and after.
See, I got confused with Gypsy Dave when he started saying, you know, what you should have done when he mentioned about going and sitting outside Shah's house, you know, waiting for Dave. Like,
yeah,
it was that bad. You know, like it was, oh, fucking hell. I mean, of course it's bad. I'm not saying it ain't bad. It's fucking ridiculous and stupid. Like he would do that. I thought, well, Peter Pope, who knows? But the thing is, if someone's saying on YouTube they're going to go and sit outside someone's house and wait for you, I mean, do you know how much time and effort that would take for a person to do that?
Yes.
Think of it logically.
Yeah.
You'd have to spend every single minute of the day outside that fucking place for it to come up with something.
Well, or what he turned around and said, I want to quote this correctly. What Peter Pope said was that he would arrange, I do believe he said, I would arrange to meet Gypsy outside.
No.
Well, no, what was the word in now?
No, he didn't. He said that he would, I can't remember his exact words, but
that's what I'm trying to keep.
He said he would sit outside.
And he'd sideblind him. He would
sideblind
he wouldn't
him.
Even he wouldn't see him till he was in front of him, basically. So no, it wouldn't be prearranged. But although he did also talk about arranging meeting him. But no, when he was talking about Shah, he said that. But apparently that was said a year ago.
Yeah.
So why?
Sorry, go on.
So why is Dave up in arms about it now? If it was said a year ago or 9 months ago, it was already said apparently, and then we're told, well, you would have heard that then. And it's like, well, no, we didn't. We had a lot going on last year. We had all them deaths in the family. We weren't exactly on YouTube a lot last summer.
Not all the time, no.
We were, but not all. That's it. Not all.
Well, we weren't concentrating on much.
No, we had a lot going on, and then no sooner as we got over one, there was another, wasn't there? It's fucking horrific. But we didn't know that it went on last year, but Gypsy said it did. He said that it went on. Well, he made similar threats.
Well, no, Gypsy turned around and said, and I showed the clip earlier on. Gypsy Dave turned around and said that he was going to Shah's, Gypsy was, and Peter Pope said it then, 9 months to a year ago.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Same thing.
If he said the same thing 9 months to a year ago, and this is what I don't understand, if it's really grated you that much, and he said it back then I've seen Gypsy and other people jump on a panel where Peter Pope is, and nothing's been said. I haven't heard an argument about that.
Well, no, he's been around.
You know, I definitely wouldn't call somebody mate if I want to break their fucking neck and pound their heads into, I don't know, whatever. You know what I mean? If you're that appalled and disgusted by what a person has turned around and said 9 months to a year ago, and the person is repeating it again, surely you would not entertain the guy anyway. If that's how you felt, surely.
It makes me feel of Dave's persona in the past has just been a facade, you know?
Yes.
I've said similar to that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a proper curveball. I did have question marks over his head, and he asked us, he was like, have I got question marks over my head? And I think I just went, thinking, yeah, you fucking have. But I didn't say it, and that's from the Dirty Dozen live.
Well, to be
Or whatever it
honest,
was.
I
The
think
dirty
he got a
dozen.
clue that night when we turned around and
Oh,
said
the truth or
the truth or dare, and a question was asked
type
who
thing, I know.
who I trust
Yeah.
the most, and we said, well, James, that's a no-brainer.
Who's the most honest? I think
Honest
it
and what
was,
have you, or
and
something
trust,
like that.
yeah.
James and what's his name? Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, and he came back with Binksy.
He's
and
up front.
bloody
I like Mr.
saying-
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
thought say nothing there.
so I don't know. Maybe that hurt an ego somewhere. You know, I
And then
don't
he'd
know.
been to that party, hadn't he, with Binksy and Arkash, and it's not long after that.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying because he has brought that up numerous times that Binksy shouldn't be on our list. Well, fucking hell, she is, and that's where she's staying.
Yeah, yeah. Unless he wants me to bring it up.
The stuff he hasn't even seen
Oh, look.
or heard.
I've looked through my archives, right from the beginning of me doing lives, right? And within the first 10 to 12 lives, I'm sure it is, say 12, Gypsy's on my panel. And this is 2022.
Does he sound any different?
Sounds exactly the same. You know what I mean? But so yeah, he's been around and heard it all, seen it all. He knew that Michelle was doing lives quite frequently, using what happened in our situation. Michelle was because she had a problem with BBA, so she would have that clip that she would be showing constantly, and you know, so since the revelation is that Michelle's known him for 5 years, and Michelle, you know, turned around and said that of course Maria Moon's got a voice, because that is where the clip of 2022 come from, is from the clip saying Maria Moon has a voice.
Oh, the Andrew.
So I thought he was around, and Michelle knew him for X amount of years, 5 years, 2 years before he come up on my panel. Weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Surprised.
If that's the case, then obviously it was another community, right?
Well, he turned around and said that he was. That's the other thing, that he said he was in the auditing community to start with. Yeah. Then if he's in the auditing community, well, I can remember what Agent X did. Yeah. And the whole auditing community were up in arms.
She was the first one.
You know, she was the first one. And you had Hole there, Film Boy there, Bear, it's his Bear's panel. You had, I think, Torps was there. You had so many people, and you had Denzian there. And me and Denzian didn't get on. He said that we don't get on, but this is fucking sick. This is warped. You know, and his channel, Bear's channel, was completely chock-a-block. His whole panel was full up, if I remember correctly. And so if he was heavily into the auditing community, then he knows why Agent X did that. Because I can now tell you why, and this should really jog your memory, Gypsy, if you're listening. The reason why she did it was because Man Like Tiggs was doing clips, and it was a Laura clip he was supposed to have done, because I believe he'd already done a Laura clip, and Agent X talked Man Like Tiggs to do another one, but then Man Like Tiggs twisted it and made it about her, which she found funny to begin with, but once it come out, she was pissed off about it. Myself and many others turn around and says, well, what are you moaning about? You was all right to talk him into doing one about Laura, but since he's turned it around and made it about you, now you're complaining. That's why she did it. That's why Tiggs nearly ended up jumping in front of the train. If you really want to go back and know what was going on.
We didn't.
So then you turn around and say the reasonings behind is because I'm dark, and that's why fucking Binksy said what she said. No. The reason why the woman did it was because she didn't like people, myself included, turn around and say, so what you're saying is you're okay with you goading somebody into making a video about another woman to belittle that one, but because the guy span it and made it about her, she didn't like it.
And yeah, that is where it started.
And that's how it occurred.
Number one.
But that's history. That's ancient history. But that's how it occurred. So when you make excuses, the reason why that person said what they said, yeah, the person needs to have got her facts straight. So yes, and she turned around and said, I wasn't around when Akash what he said, so I can't comment. She wasn't around with what Agent X said, but she soon had a voice to comment on that fucker. She should have kept her mouth shut, since she don't want to comment on one thing. She shouldn't comment on both if she wasn't around to comment on.
I was shocked because she's a female that sticks up for, apparently, for females' rights and for
Children
females that have been abused.
and children. So yeah, well, I already know something extra on that one, which I will bring out one day.
I know what you're on about.
Yeah.
So is that what Dave was on about when he mentioned about someone was just repeating? So is he saying that? Because I remember when she did it, and that was, she was just not repeat. She said that with anger.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
She went up on Sparky's and said that she wanted to reach down the internet and grab hold of me and do this and do that, and
So yeah, that was on.
She did a lot of shit.
What you're indicating to was on Jason's channel. I've got it.
Yeah.
From Jason's channel, because I was on Jason's channel earlier on in the day. Mickey Mouse will more likely remember this. I was on panel in Jason's. Mickey Mouse come in, and he turned and said, "Oh, I've just blocked one of your parodies from Society X's." So I said, "Thank you." Then Binksy decided to put in the chat, "Oh, are you crying and getting people to block people in other people's chat parodies and what have you?" I'm sure it is you, Mickey, wasn't it? So then Jason threw up a live later on in the evening, and I went up on panel. I said, "Look, I never asked Mickey to do anything. I'm sure it is you, Mickey. I could be wrong." And I said, "I never asked Mickey to do it. Thank you very much that Mickey did do it, but I never asked him to do anything." So I was polite. Arkash jumped up. The White Knight, wonder what he wanted, to cause a situation. I didn't go up there dark to her. I just wanted to her and say, "Look, what was your point? Why did you keep on making these snidey comments and what have you?" Whereas it was nothing more than a mod saying they just got rid of a parody, and that's it. Why did you have to make an issue of it?
Made an issue over everything.
Maybe because she was the parody. Never thought about that till just now. Was you the parody that the mod blocked? Didn't think of that until just now. Possibilities.
It was just ridiculous because you had them on your panel, didn't you, to talk about Flat Earth, which was a mistake, really. And then obviously she was saying about that she believes it's a dome, but at the same time she believes in astrology. So I was like, well, you can't really believe in both. Either they're pretend lights or they're stars with energy.
Well, it's just that when somebody says that, when they say that the Bible is a story, it's fake and blah blah blah, but then recite the Bible to justify that they've got a dome, and I think, well, hang on a minute. You've just said that that's a story, but now you're using the Bible to demonstrate that what you're saying is true. You can't have it both ways.
The thing is, we were respectively.
Respectively.
There were people in chat saying things to her like, "Oh, who goes up and cleans the dome? I'd like that job and stuff like that, weren't it?
Yeah.
She
Whereas,
came for us, although we were asking a
oh,
genuine question.
the other thing was, I don't know, that they had people which were trying to prove it. They were taking drill holes of, I'm not sure if it was the North Pole or the South Pole, whichever pole it was, and they found these crystals. Yeah, within the ice, they boiled down. I don't know, around about
Oh,
4
the solid
foot, 5
oxygen.
foot. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you looked it up, the crystals, and they're more common than what people think. So that's what I put in the chat,
Very
was
like
saying,
bluey
yeah,
colour.
it's bluish color. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I put in the chat, hang on a minute, that actually is more common than what you think. It's not unusual. Didn't like that. Obviously, didn't like this, didn't like this, didn't like this. And the more I was pointing out, hang on, what you're saying, there's flaws in what you're saying, or there's flaws not in what they are saying, in what the video is actually demonstrating. You know, so it wasn't just them, it's the video itself, what they were showing. So, and because obviously, since I was told when I did the live for them on Flat Earth, and I just sat there for fuck knows how long, keep my mouth shut. And then at the end of it, they turned around and said, have I got any questions? I thought, well, I haven't at the moment. But if I do, I will ask them. But when I did, I was shut down. And being called all sorts of names, from the one who is light and shining. I'm the dark one, don't forget. Yeah, but the light and shining one was calling names out, trying to go in certain directions, what have you. Hey, but I'm the dark one. Don't make sense. But hey, I've got all of it to prove that I was being polite with my opinions. I didn't have to go to shouting and cursing and calling people names and what have you. A dark person does that. A dark person does that shit. Not me. It ain't me. These are my style.
That is one of Gypsy's problems. And, you know, all because we don't like his friend, that shouldn't be an issue, really.
Hey, he shouldn't have even brought her up. He shouldn't have even mentioned that.
He did,
you know, and now he's opened up the lid for me to go, right. Shouldn't have said it. You know, and this is it. That's what I think. Why did you go there? Why did you have to open up that can of worms? Now I have to prove who is dark. And it ain't hard to do.
Oh, look, Mickey.
A dark person, not be racist. But yeah, I think, hang on a minute, when have I really been one of these people that has sworn at somebody a lot, called them all sorts of names a lot, accused them of being something a lot with no actual proof of them being who you're calling somebody a lot?
Yeah, we know, Rick.
And it's like, and you say I'm dark. Don't you? Haven't you seen the person who you're describing as the light of light? Have you not heard the words? Have you not seen what was being said on Arcashes and what have you, with Michelle on panel, Binksy on panel, John on panel, JON on Arcash's panel? You haven't seen that shit? Well, I can bring it up if you want me to.
He wouldn't want you to. He really wouldn't want you to, because there's more to it than that.
You know, you really want me to bring those clips out.
Then there's probably more that I've forgotten, but what I do remember, Gypsy would not want to hear.
You know.
Nor would she.
I can bring up the whole fucking thing to do with the Peter Pope, me, Gypsy, I think you was on the panel, you, Lick, Michelle on Jason's panel. I forget who else. Wingnut was there, but he jumped when he started getting off, when she's kicked off. Yeah, I've got that one as well, where she's given abuse. I wasn't given abuse, but I was getting abuse in my direction.
Oh, she was a bitch.
I got the
that
one
day.
with
I know what you're on
AJ
about.
Audits or some guy's name, and he was getting negative vibes from Michelle and Binksy, the light people.
Yeah.
And that guy, and they were ridiculing him and what have you. And I
There's
jumped up and said,
loads.
"Hang on a minute, that ain't the way how I just saw it." The guy was just up on the panel, and them two went at him. I don't know if there's friction beforehand, obviously, but I'm going by that panel. Wasn't me. I jumped up on the panel, and it was just abuse.
Changing it slightly, only slightly though, where Spunkfish, it's Michelle, and I don't know who's told her or whether she watched the live, but I've got a feeling that she heard about it rather than she saw it. And it was the night when Spunkfish turned around and said that he wanted a safety check on me, and I got that same live. And Michelle was saying, and I've heard her say it more than once now on YouTube, that that Spunkfish was going for her and Bigsy all night, and he wasn't. He actually wasn't. Him and Belfast Boy. They said a couple of things, and they were bantering and fucking around a lot. I think you were on there as well, James.
No, James went on the panel.
Yeah, no. James jumped when I went for Spunkfish and Belfast Boy, because I did get annoyed. I was like, I'm not fucking Tatiana, and you're not Purple Spliff.
Yeah.
I was like, so don't even go there. You heard me earlier. And I think James jumped, and Beyonce said, oh, Maria's cleared the panel. But they weren't talking about Binksy and
they weren't
Michelle
being nasty
all night. It's fucking around, yeah. Because normally it's like, nasty. Oh, they're queens, weren't it? It's like, yeah,
okay. It was Belfast provoking Spunkfish most of the time, wasn't it? Into
but they weren't doing anything what I would deem as malicious.
Horrible. No,
there wasn't any maliciousness in it.
They were just being fuckers.
Yeah,
the pair of them were just being like really mischievous.
So it wasn't nothing of anything.
I think somebody has said to Michelle that it was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. No maliciousness.
Just using that as an excuse.
Oh, Michelle, she fucking holds on to grudges. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah,
I've noticed.
Grudge for Tony ever since.
Well, I think it's just recently. Recently, it's been brought up because of what Spunkfish, Belfast Boy, and Brutal Betty said, and then that was dragged into the mix also of what Belfast Boy and Tony was saying on my panel.
Yeah, it might be why it's being brought up again.
I think that's why that was being talked about. I think.
Yeah, it might have been why.
You know, I condone what those three were saying in his direction, but at the same time, should I give a shit? Not get involved.
I don't even know what was said. I was actually in the live, the Spunkfish's live, when he said all that about Gypsy Dave.
Yeah, there's a lot said. There was quite a bit, but I didn't catch.
There was a lot of anger, wasn't there, going there? I could hear a lot of anger. But
I only know from what Dave said.
See, I personally think it's right after they heard what was said about us.
Yeah.
And I do, because they kept on saying, big up Ron, big up Maria, weren't it? And
yeah.
It's like...
And it was the night after Gypsy Dave questioning about what Maria Moon turned around and said of what happened in the past.
It was after that.
So I think that with people who may have experienced it or know of somebody who's experienced it and they've heard what was said, because there are females out there which are not happy, definitely not happy with hearing the remarks that were said on a situation like that, because it's happened in many people's worlds. So maybe that was a knee-jerk reaction to say, okay, then how do you like these? How about you? How do you feel? Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen Tony on a panel to be able to ask him that question.
No, he's been in
But-
chat, hasn't he?
Yeah, but myself personally, after listening to what, like I showed it earlier on, what Gypsy's opinion was on and his view on what Maria Moon said recently, which was said in 2022, September the 17th. So yeah.
I only ever did two, didn't I? Two little short ones.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
So yeah, maybe that was sort of triggered, because things like that do trigger people. You know, if you're belittling certain situations that we know happen very frequently in the world.
That is going to trigger people.
And that is going to trigger people to a reaction.
Yeah, they might have had it happen in their family or personally.
Or know of it. That's it.
The thing is, it's all so common. It is so common. I'm never really that amazed when people say to me, "Oh, it happened to me."
Yeah.
It's too common, and it's because there's not really much of a deterrent out there.
No.
It's a 2% chance they go to court, let alone get convicted.
Well, if you look at the whole, this is it. The reaction that Maria Moon gave for her to repeat it was because of what was, and this is it. Gypsy Dave says, "Oh, I don't know why, Maria. That was something." It's because of what they were saying on Smiler's panel when they were saying that, well, if it was me, what the Slimer was saying, you know, if it was me, I'd have jumped up there and blah, blah, blah. I'd have got in the court and blah, blah, blah. So that's what Maria Moon was saying. How can you take this out on the parents? You know, and that was the point. Gypsy knew what it was all about, but he played dumb on his panel to turn it as if that's just bullshit.
Well, that's Scott Slins was saying, why is she talking about her daughter? Why don't she talk about herself? She said it on the panel, or called me a fat slag and a few other things. She don't even know me, and it's like, what? Where's this come from? I've only just started saying a hello to you.
So Gypsy knew what the reaction was to. He knew what the reaction was to, but he played it as if she was just looking for sympathy. Oh, she's just making a story. And it's like, oh, you're playing dumb here. Are you that stupid that I wouldn't pick it up, or nobody would pick it up? Are you actually that stupid? What was happening on Slimer's panel, and you was there not telling him to shut the fuck up? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You knew exactly what it was about, didn't you, Gyps? Yeah.
And then trying to bring the others and the we into it is just it's just underhand. You know,
what's telling for me is the reaction.
Yeah,
that's telling to me.
Yeah.
Both their reactions were so telling. It was. I mean, regardless of who it was, if I was on the panel, and he said what he said. He said, "I just said this, and this is what I think." I'd be cursing the cunt. I really would. Yeah. I'd have so much to say it'd be untrue.
Yeah.
Friend or no fracking friend.
Yeah, exactly. If it was the clown, if it's in the clown world, I would have reacted and said, "Look, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up."
Yeah.
Unless you've experienced that. Yeah, how can you know how you are going to be? Now you need to shut the fuck up, or I'm off. I don't want to hear this shit. I don't want to be involved with what you're fucking coming out with. Shut the fuck up. None of them did. That's very telling what those people are actually like. And what sort of people they mingle with. Yeah, that's what that tells me.
Mm.
And they go on about other people being better. Well,
It's just morals, isn't it?
you know, and that's it. That's it. Where are your morals? Where do you say, no, that's just not right. That's not on. You know,
even if you don't like the person.
Yeah, even if you don't like the person. You know, I don't like doxing. If I like the person or I don't like the person, I don't like doxing. It doesn't come down to that, you know, because it's
Exactly.
you're not going to put somebody in danger, because that's what you're doing. You are putting somebody in danger at your hands. If something happens, it's at your feet where it lies. You did that to occur. You know,
that whole event, not just that. It's the whole event that surrounds that. It's the changing of destinies.
Yeah,
that's what it is as well.
Of course. So anything like that, I'm going to speak up if I like the person or not. It doesn't. It just does not come down liking somebody or not. It comes down to not. I just can't sit there and listen to this shit. I've got to say something. I've got to shut this fucking person up. Take it back. Shut up. So yeah. When people are sitting there scoffing over it, more than likely, I don't know, playing with themselves while it's all going on, you know, because
that's true.
I couldn't sit on a panel with that happening and just not say anything. I can't. I just can't. Doxing is weak. You are hoping someone. Yeah, and that's it. You know, that's how I look at it. You know, if you're going to do something, and if you've got so much information that you know where that person is, you know the person's routine, you know this, you know that, then why don't you just go off on your merry journey and go and see the person? No, you want somebody to do your dirty work for you. That's what you're hoping. Well, it doesn't work that way, because if it's found that the person did it because they heard information from you on YouTube, you could technically be found liable. Involvement within, because you're the one who did it. You're the one who gave the person the information to go and do it.
Although we did look into it, didn't we, on a live, although it's not actually illegal, depending on what happens afterwards, it can then become what's the word I'm looking for?
Criminal.
I really don't
criminal,
know.
Yes.
Oh, criminal, yeah. Well, this is it. This is it. It's enticing, you know, you're putting out private information,
like you said, to the
and they go back to the source. Who was the source? Who give you that information? Whether the person who committed it is more likely going to say, well, you know, I've committed it, and I can turn around and say where I got this information from, and what I was hearing that planted this seed in my mind that this person is a dirty fucking piece of whatever, and something needs to be done about this. You know, who was it? Oh, it was Joe Blogs on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Who planted the seed. And that's how I look at it. You know, what if it's another person's house as well? I look at all angles from it. You know what I mean? Completely innocent person. And that person is the one that gets a whole load of grief at their front door.
Well, when you told Smiler not to dox UK lady because he was showing that Baron Sarah thing.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know, apart from today when Sparky mentioned it, that when he was doxing when he was bringing all them WhatsApp messages up,
yep,
he left Sparky's daughter's fucking address on the screen for about 5 minutes, apparently.
Yeah, we didn't know till today either. We didn't watch all of his however 3 days.
Oh, those 3 day lives you're on about.
Yeah, we didn't. You couldn't read it properly anyway, and we
Right, I didn't know
thought,
that
what the fuck is
he knew
doing?
exactly what he's fucking doing.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what he's doing.
He's like,
So
"Oh,
for him to say, I didn't even know, I didn't see that on nothing, so I didn't know. That's the first time, and that tells me that he had to have been involved, surely, just by knowing.
Well, his what he
100%.
turned around and said, this is his excuse. Now, if you're going to buy it, then more for you people. He said, I didn't know anything was there. It wasn't until I dug this. Oh, no, let me get this straight. It's because somebody made a comment, is either Joe or AJ, said something. So he thought, right, I'm going to bring it all out. Yeah. That was his reasoning behind it.
He did it with the kids' pictures too. I don't know. I didn't know that.
That was his reasoning behind what he showed, because somebody else said something.
Wow.
You know, fuck that.
That's crazy.
If somebody turned around and said to me, from a private conversation, and says, "Oh, prove it," I say, well, "No, you're the one who's bringing it up. You prove what your fucking statement is. I ain't gonna do it. I'm not gonna bring people's personal information into my fucking chat room."
And he tries to blame you and AJ, saying that you and AJ you were saying to him, no, you can't show them because you will be redoxing. When him and AJ came up on your panel, this one big fucking headache, wasn't it? But he tries to twist that as well. But he's always done that. He's always twisted things and tried to blame you.
He turned no. What he turned around and said was that I unblocked AJ for AJ to come up on my panel to have a to do with Smiler, which is really strange because one, he wasn't blocked at that point in time, so I don't know where he got that from, and two, I didn't grab Smiler by the scruff of his neck, drag him up on my panel to have a confrontation with AJ,
which was a headache for us. That really gave me a headache.
You know, like, but then they turn around and say, you should force Jack your body up to come up on your panel. How can I force? I couldn't force. It was up to Smiler. If he wanted to jump on my panel, I didn't say grab him by the scruff of the neck and drag him up on the panel. Yeah, Golden Boy. Our Golden Boy. Hello, Golden Boy, if you're out there. Oh, fucking hell.
How ridiculous.
Yeah. So you know, it is up to Smiler if he wanted to confront AJ or not, because it's up to him if he presses the link.
It's all fucking mental, isn't it? Honestly?
So
it really is.
So people, if you're listening to this, does any of that, can anybody force somebody to go up on a panel? Seriously? Of course they fucking can't. They have to ask for the link, hit the link, be backstage to come up on panel.
He's blaming you for his decisions.
Yeah. That's it, from his own stupidity, because that's what it comes down to. Then is your own stupidity,
gullibility, his own fucking ego. It's many things, isn't it, that cause a person to be like slimy little dirty ratty cunt.
Yep. I can't comment. I can't comment on that, Mary Lou, because I haven't got a clue what you're on about. I can only really comment on what I know of that I've seen or heard for myself, so I can't really comment on that. That's why I'd like to, if you could find what you were saying earlier on, and then I can make an honest judgment. And it's the same where what UK lady was supposed to have said, we've heard that it was said, but the people that dislike her, not one of them yet has even bought something to prove that she said what they say she said, which is unusual because they clip everything else.
Yeah.
But the clip of that hasn't come forward. Strange that, isn't it? So it is strange that when people claim that she said something, but they don't bring the clips up. So I do question things. So I'm not going to say that she did something without knowing factually that she did, because it wouldn't be fair. Otherwise, I'm doing exactly the same thing as what they do. You know, and I'm not going to be them fucking having a go at something and then find out later on it didn't happen. So yeah. There's too much of that shit goes on. It's same with that serendipity, what she turned around and said. You know, of course that's going to annoy somebody if they're being accused of saying, ridiculing their illnesses and everything, and the person hasn't done it. You know, obviously the person's going to say, prove where I was supposed to have said it. You're the one who's making the claim that I said something. Prove. You know, of course it's going to annoy you. Somebody make a claim like that.
Yeah.
What serendipity turned around and said in Gypsy's chat? Turned around and saying,
and it was like, oh, poor, beautiful serendipity. Like, fuck off. She's accusing me of.
Yeah, she's made a claim
that I never said.
Yeah, she's
like
made a claim.
You
know, I could make claims all day long.
Someone else.
It doesn't mean that it's true. You know, I could make a claim.
I don't really care.
Go to any chat I could and turn around and say that, I don't know, let's go outlandish and make a story that this person has done something really disgusting and not have to produce if it's true or not. It's like, no, if you're going to make a claim like that, then you have to produce it. We're not going to go by your words. Or are we selective now on actual facts or just somebody saying that it happened? And this is it. You know, feel sorry for anybody that's going through that sort of illness. You know what I mean? Anybody, don't care who they are, like, dislike, you know.
It's a weird go-to, though, isn't it? If someone, you know, someone annoys you, irritates you, whatever, is to say, you said this, when they know damn well you didn't.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
No, they are fucked up for saying
but the
it,
people,
regardless of whether they've got it or not. It's none of my business, but they're fucked up in the head to even say that to people.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, though,
and
the host,
Betty as well, saying that Betty said the same thing.
But the host of the panel, and it's down to the host, if it's brought to the host's attention, the host should really turn around and say that, right, you've made a statement to do with Maria Moon. You made a statement to do with.
He said, what's going on, Maria, with beautiful serendipity? And Michelle was talking, and I was thinking, wait a minute, he's talking to me here. But I did get my point across.
Yep. I know.
I had to push through, but I did get my point across.
And then it should be the host should turn around and say, right.
That's part, to me, how I see it. And I've said this to you, but I'm saying it to James and everyone else who wants to listen. I think that's part of their little ployed attack. I do.
Yeah, but
make Maria look like a cunt.
It's a very good.
Or opportunist and used for the same effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how it came across. It's all at once and
so for me, if
unfounded.
To see the host, what Gypsy should have done, I'll be honest, and that is that what he should have done was, once it's brought to his attention what's going on, he should have turned around and said, right, serendipity. One, where was it said? Was it said in my chat? That should be the first thing. Was it said in my chat? Right. Okay, then. If it wasn't, then where was it said? 3 would be, have you got the proof that it was said? And are you sure? And are you sure for that it's the person which you're saying it is, or can it be a clone, because there's possibilities of clones as well? Are you 100% sure? Those should have been the things that Gypsy should have addressed, since it is on his panel
she's
and
just
being
fucking
talked about.
lying. She's
Yeah, I
fucking
know, but
lying.
that's what Gypsy should have addressed, since
She's lying.
since it was on his panel. He asked you, "What's all this?" His response should have been, "It's his channel." He should have said, "Right, serendipity. One, was it in my chat? Because I don't want this shit in my chat."
Oh, she's making it up.
But these are the questions that he didn't ask. There you go. He did not want to address it.
Bloody woman. One time she was going off on one, and I tried to calm her down. She didn't want to talk to me. She wanted to have an argument with somebody else. I think that's either on Grippers or I's channel. So going back a while, and after that, I just thought, you know what? I just say hello to you, and that's it from now on. You're too, what I said, energy draining. You were draining my energy that night, and I weren't going to let her do it again.
Hello, Vianetta. But that's my point, though, is that when the host doesn't want to address it in a proper manner, to quash it, as quickly as possible.
Part of it. He probably knew about it.
Then you have to look at all possibilities of why was it said and why didn't the host respond, since the host asked you specifically, "What's all this about?" in his own on his own panel to ask you that. Yeah. So it does come down to, why didn't you address it at that point in time? You could have quashed it within fuck knows how many minutes. It wouldn't have taken long.
It's part of what they wanted to do.
This is it. It's
I'm
also
glad
a lot
that
of
a lot
things.
of people can see it, though. I really am. At the time, it's like we thought, right, a few people are seeing it the way we are, and we noticed that with Gypsy Dave's and Smiler's chat, that most of them that were bitching already had a problem with us, or we had a problem with them. The same thing, really.
No, because again, it was James who asked the questions. See, this is it. Gypsy Dave didn't ask questions because it was James again on that panel turned around and was asking the correct questions, and turned around and said, "Hang on a minute. I know Ron and Maria have never asked for any private information. They've always said on that situation that they do not ask people. Other people might, but they never have."
Because we had it with Andy.
That's it. So it's James again was the one who was making the statement, whereas Gypsy wasn't. He was just allowing it to carry on.
I think I might be the spanners in the work for their doings.
Well, you do. Yeah, that's why I said this is why I get on well with James, because he's very, very similar to me. We listen and we think, hang on a minute, something doesn't seem right. So we're going to be very vocal and turn around and say, hang on a minute, this doesn't seem, these people have said completely the opposite to what the claim is going on, completely the opposite. Other people, they may have said it, but these people don't. They say you don't have to prove anything to us, Whereas the host should have been the one who turned around and saying all that shit, since they know.
It looks like Smiler's picking up himself over there about something to do with he's fucking, I'm putting on man in prison.
Really?
I don't know. I'm just reading Mary Lou's.
Yeah, I got that impression. He's going to do prison time. Well, that won't be nothing.
Talking about when he was in prison and he was running things and shit like that, and I did this to a geezer and I did that to a geezer. It just makes me laugh.
Well, we already.
He's a Muslim. He won't be doing that now.
We already know what he is doing in prison.
Like he was anything in prison, a gummy cunt.
Well. Yeah, I know what he was doing. How do I know? Ain't hard. Depends who you know.
Is that what they said?
That's why he's got no teeth. They smashed out his teeth so he could give better head.
Was it called now the Shabbat or something? Did you do the Shabbat? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, don't you know what that is?
I don't want to.
No, it's converting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then he lessened the load, which happened once he did. They still see him as a dimmy, but yeah, I think it's a Shabbat or something. I don't know.
What fucking type of man? I mean, this is comedy, by the way, folks. But what type of fucking man would let his daughter marry a fucking Islamist, a fucking Muslim? I'm parodying. If you don't realise,
I know.
I'm parodying. I'm not you, Rod. I'm talking about the audience. I'm parodying Smiler's thing, what he said about Ron. That's all that was.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It was a bit. It's probably not as funny as I thought it was, especially explaining it as I'm saying it. That's how careful you got to be on YouTube.
Yes. Yeah, you can't joke anymore.
Yes. But, you know.
Open chat, plastic ass.
I'm sure it's a Shabbat. Yeah, you can come up if you want. Just 1 second. Hopefully the link will work straight away this time, because the link.
Yeah, you give me a different link.
Yeah, what I do is I have a private one. So when I come on, I go through the one that's private just to see if my mic is working. And then if I see the mic's working, then it's like, oh right, fuck it, I can open up one to go live. So I've always got that one there just to test my mic out first. So it sent you there. Really weird.
Yeah. I eventually looked at the name of the chat, the name of the live, and it didn't say the same. Well, just give me something else here.
Yeah.
Because it was a proper room.
It's just called VVVVV because you have to give it a name, otherwise you can't sort your shit out.
That's why he turned up Mike Swenson for ages.
Oh, right.
Sorry, him. I think it's a her. I don't know.
I think me being it.
I used to love it. I used to watch that with my mum every Friday night. Well, not every Friday night, but.
What's that?
Within These Walls.
Within These Walls.
Prison. Women's prisons.
Oh, right. Did ya?
We saw that orange.
I watched it with my mum.
Right, I know. Yeah, we watched the Australian.
What's it called? Orange or something?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I know their uniforms orange.
Yeah. Well, there's two, wasn't there? There's two Aussie ones. So no, there's an American one with the black girl with the really fucked up hairdo. That was the one which you're on about, but there's also
the crazy eyes.
Crazy eyes. That's what they called her, crazy eyes.
Crazy
eyes.
She was actually all right.
Yeah, she was. She was a good character. She played her character well. Yeah, but then you had Within These Walls or Prison Block. What?
What was that called?
I can't remember. Cannot remember.
Prison Block, I think.
No.
Cell Block 8? No, that's the other one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe someone in chat. Oh, Orange was the New Black. Cheers, Mary Lou. Yeah, that was it, weren't it?
Oh, yeah, James James is 72 or 78. It was said last night on somebody's YouTube channel or something. You're an old man.
Yeah.
Mine is at least fucking 70 though, I swear. And I've said that for a long time. I'm not saying it because everything's gone crazy. But he is in his 70s. He is.
You know what makes me laugh mostly about Smiler is the fact that, right, admittedly he's been in these accidents where he fell down a mine, broke his back, had all that messy stuff with his back, then he fell off an horse and done something else. I don't know what else he's done. And he's got COPD, still smokes, and he's offered out. How many people he's offered out for a fight in the last year? It's got to be about four. About four people, I think.
Didn't he?
Really?
Roy, Nathan,
and
a couple of others. I can't really remember, but like, what could it have meant? No, I mean, I'm not knocking the illnesses or anything like that, but why is a man with those conditions and illnesses talking the way he's talking, like he's some sort of fucking, reckoning or something? He's the reckoning or something. Like, what are you going to do?
It's mad.
Roy's I'm not saying Roy is a fighter or anything like that, but he's an able-bodied man. He'd run rings around a person like fucking Smiler.
Well, I think even Nathan would. 30-year-old against somebody with all them ailments.
Of course, yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
70 years old.
Yeah, no, by what James is saying, we're going by Smiler's what Smiler said, or the bad stuff that's happened in his life, and I'm not going to dismiss it. You know, he says it, then it must be true. But with all that back problems and hip problems and all that, which where he, like James said, fallen down the mine on your back, that put him in.
Oh no, his mate dropped him. His mate forgot to tether the rope
Deliberately.
Yeah,
well, that's what I asked.
But
I did see you, James, say to him, if that happened to your daughter when you had the broken back,
what would you have done?
He was like, yes.
What would you have done?
Yeah.
How can you do something when you literally can't?
Exactly. That's why I said to him before that. I said, look, this is where you don't know shit. You don't know the fucking facts. So you should just shut your mouth. And then I said that a couple of days later or something.
Yeah. No, it's true.
But no, I get what James is saying there, though, is that, with all those bad situations that has happened in Smiler's life, with all the knocks and grazes, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that lightly, I'm just using that term, you know. And as you grow older, those fucking ailments really do hit back on you.
Amplify.
They really do that. Yeah, exactly. And as you get older, you're not as, I don't know, active, you know, being able to move around as fast. And that's without having those situations happen in your life, you know, of falling in a cave or whatever and landing on your back. That's without being kicked off of a horse. That's without all the other things. And then you're saying that, oh, I'm going to do this and going to do that. It's like, hang on a minute. You won't be able to do all what you believe you'll be able to do.
You'd only have to punch him in the stomach and wind him.
Yeah, COPD, yeah. Well, in the chest. Just a quick boom.
Yeah, in the diaphragm.
Yeah.
Knock the fucking wind out of him. He won't fucking be able to breathe.
Of course. A mate of mine did that to a guy once. He was 17, and this big geezer was giving him a whole load of mouth, right? But I was downstairs at the time, and all of a sudden I had this boom. I thought, what the fuck just happened upstairs? And he come down, he says, I couldn't put up with that guy anymore. He just kept on barking at me, and I just straight in the solar plex, isn't it? That's it, in the chest area, what you just called it. And I heard him just one thing, just fell to the ground, crumbled. Yeah, that's it. You COPD, fucking hell. You know, you don't have to be a big person or anything to be able to just a quick sharp to the chest, and you fall like a sack of potatoes. You just you ain't getting up for a while. That guy didn't get up for a while, and he didn't have COPD. He was on the deck for a little while trying to get his breath.
Mark didn't stick around long, but weren't it good to see him in chat?
It was good to see him.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't even check to see if it was him.
I did.
I hope somebody did. Oh, you did, yeah?
Yeah, and it definitely was.
We could do with you throwing up lives as you're sitting there listening, Mark.
Yeah.
We need somewhere to go. Somewhere where
I think African was coming up.
I thought Plastic
I thought
African
that's
was.
what he was saying. Open panel. He put
Yeah.
question mark.
I put the link down.
Weird.
If you're there, Plastic African, yeah, I
Right
did.
link,
If
right?
you want the link again, just ask and I'll put it down again for you. I don't know. It's a funny old world that we live in. I don't know. I'm so tempted. 10% of me is tempted. 10% of me. So I ain't so
What?
tempted, only 10%. Of just going over there just to have a quick peek. But I can't be asked. That isn't my thing.
Because I'm unsubbed.
Yeah, I'm unsubbed as well, so I'd have to fucking hunt.
Yeah, he doesn't come up in search.
No,
I haven't looked tonight,
I'd have to
but when I've
fucking
done
go
it in the
through
car-
long list of smiler things, you know what I mean? You can have clowns smiling, people smiling, you're going, well, fucking hell.
He's only
You ain't that popular.
The same stuff though, isn't he?
Yeah, well, then gone with it.
Yeah.
Can't be asked. Cannot be asked. Same with gypsies as well. Unsubbed. I thought, oh fuck it, can't be asked.
Yeah.
Cannot be asked. If I want to find him, I can find him easy enough.
Yeah, he comes up in the search, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I think there's only one Gypsy Dave, and it doesn't relate to somebody smiling. You know, because if you put smiler, you will get the Joker come up. You know, a clown's face and this, that, and the rest of it.
Stay focused one.
Stay focused. I always am. I always am
going over there.
focused. I always am focused. You got to be with the certain individuals on YouTube, to be fair.
That's another thing, though.
Yeah, exactly, Ian. Exactly. Don't give the view. That's right. You're not wrong there.
When you're modding on a phone, and if I put my phone down, like which I'll quite often do, because to begin with I'll be on it, and then I'll just put the phone down on the side. And even if I'm still sitting here and it goes off,
yeah,
and then I have to put my password back in to come back on, I lose the chat, or it'll go to top chat, and then I have to come off it, go back to all chat, and only shows part of it, so there'll be stuff that I will have missed.
Yeah, well,
that does happen.
That's it. It does happen. It does happen. You
cannot be.
So many things. Gotcha, mate. So many things that can divert you from being able to keep up in chat. You know, you can't.
Yeah, it's Angela I got annoyed with one time.
Hello.
What's going on, Ron? How you doing, buddy?
Hello, Drama. We're all good. How about you? How's you and your family?
Doing all right. Unfortunately, the last time we spoke was about the grandma. She passed the day after that panel, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I hate to bring darkness to this beautiful panel, but yeah.
Well, is it darkness? Is it darkness?
Well, she's at peace now. She was in hospice care for a few days, so yeah.
That's how you got to look at it. So I looked at it when my mother died. She was in so much discomfort, and eventually she passed, and it was like relief, you know. There you go.
But you and your family are coping, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks, but yeah, everyone's good. But besides the little bad part, yeah, I had the first time driving a funeral procession. I got lost. I'll be honest. Because it wasn't one of those processions where it has like the cops escorting you. It was just one main vehicle that had sirens on it to stop traffic, but not lights to stop traffic. And then it was followed by the hearse, and then followed by other people. But yeah, I got lost. But she's with where my great grandpa and great grandma are. Those two are in a wall, so we got to visit them as well.
Oh. Nice. Oh, well, she's resting with family.
Yep, indeed she is. But besides that, little rain on my parade. Things are going smooth, man.
Good.
Closer and closer
And
to the army. I'm still saving. I'm actually this paycheck. I'm buying an ASVAB study guide.
have you had the ears done yet? Has that all
Not
gone through?
yet. I still got to pay my truck off. I have a couple thousand left, but pay's good enough to cover that. And then once it's paid off, that's when the saving really begins. And I could possibly be leaving by September to November, somewhere in between there.
What? Leaving as in the armed forces?
Yes, going into basic, yeah.
Oh, right. So it's only going to be a few months from
Yeah,
now.
buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, buddy.
Wow.
My boss
Well,
already knows about the plan. He wishes me luck, and if things don't go bad, he said I have a bounce back. I could always go back to where I work.
oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, that eases your mind security wise, that if things don't work out for whatever reason, you'll always have a job there waiting. That's good. That's a good. That's when you know you got a good boss where they leave it open. So, so are you looking forward to be able to? Yeah, it's a stupid question. Obviously, you are.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, but I am ecstatic about it. Yes, I'm very excited. I know I'll do great things, but yeah, all in all, I'm just excited for it. I'm ready for it. I'm working out actually. Granted, it's not like lifting weights. It's more or less like going on jogs, a couple sets of push-ups every day. Even on downtime at work, I'm doing push-ups because I'm good
Make
at.
sure you're going to get fit
Yeah.
for the rigorous course which you're going to be on. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea because when you go through basic training, they ain't going to be light. Now, if they turn around and say you got to do X amount of push-ups, you need to do that X amount of push-ups.
I'm really focused on the push-ups, right?
This is it, though. Otherwise, you're there for fucking ages, having to get to tally the numbers up what they want you to do. So you might as well.
The pass rate. So at the end of basic training, there's something called the ACFT. I forget what it's fucking stands for, but I know the FT is fitness test. There's three phases in boot camp. There's red, white, and blue phase. The blue phase is the final ACFT that is a requirement to pass. However, the passing rate is very high. It's 96.6% of men pass it.
Right.
And if you fail, you could redo it. If you fail again, I think you just have to retrain. I'm not too sure, but obviously I'm trying to prepare myself now so I can pass it. There's also mocks in the other phases, in the red and white phase.
Right.
So I don't know, because I don't really, Google is not the most reliable source. Hell, the internet's not reliable anymore, but allegedly there's mock tests of it, and dependent on how you do on those, it's a point category. I think it's like you get 60 points per event, or maybe it's higher. I don't really remember what I read, but depending on how you do, your training will tailor to what you need. So if I need to work on more running, I'll be running more. If I need more push-ups, sit-ups, whatever the hell, I'll be doing more of that.
Right. Are you doing any jogging now?
Yeah. There's a I don't even remember what it is. It's like a hiking path, kinda.
Yeah.
It's not like up in elevation or it goes down in elevation. It's just a path in the woods. That's free for people to walk their dogs and stuff like that. So I go jogging down that.
Yeah, good idea. Get your legs used to that sort of obviously pounding. Yeah.
Come across
when you
Bigfoot
go,
yet?
What?
Has he come across Bigfoot yet?
No, unfortunately, I have yet to come across Bigfoot. I'd love to meet him though. He sounds like a nice guy. Very mysterious.
Well, he does shorts now, doesn't he? You seen him?
Yeah, dude, this the outdoor Yetis, dude. Oh, that's what I love. I love AI being used for that. Just little comedy skits is just so funny, but it's also so scary at the same time because it's getting so well, man.
Yeah, Yeah, I know. That's the only thing in it.
Too well.
I mean, too well, yeah.
Yeah.
Besides the obvious stuff that's going to be faked, we're living in the era of we don't know what will be real and what will be AI.
Yeah, I think we're there now.
We are in that era.
Basically, yeah. I must admit, really, they and things like that should be out of the general public's reach. To be honest, because the general public can use it for all sorts of fucking reasons, bad reasons. So really, it should
Just
be
it's just another branch of criminality, isn't it?
Yeah, of course,
Really,
of course. And you can
potentially.
you can obviously use somebody else's image and change what they said, and you could get somebody in a lot of bother. I'd have thought.
Yeah, but the thing is, it can, if it ever went to, I mean, they can be stripped back, and you can tell it's done by AI.
Yeah,
the reality there is that.
It's getting so good.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, on a screen, yeah, you can't tell the difference, but you know, the makeup of it is different.
Yeah.
So that's the only saving grace. When that's gone, if they can mimic,
yep,
you know, I don't know what.
Well, I've been watching this. What is it? Chat GBT, is it? People have been putting that to the test. It's an AI. You ask it questions and what have you, and that's a little bit weird.
That was a news network.
No, it's chat. It's called Chat GPT. I think it is GPT.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's an AI, and you can ask it questions, and it will give you an answer to your questions. And some people have found it very good, but then you ask it other questions, and it can come out with some of the strangest answers, or it skirts around what the question you actually asked it. It won't give you a definite.
Getting its information? Is it scanning the internet for that information?
Exactly.
I mean,
one person said
does
it's
that.
very biased. One person said it's very biased. It was a guy who was asking, "What's that?"
It's a deer.
Deer. Let's have a look.
It's a deer with very red eyes. It's triggered, Ron. He's been triggered.
Wow. I wouldn't want to come across that deer.
Have you seen them deers? They're like deers. They're called something else, but they're exactly like deers with antlers. And they're what they call
we got elk in this country. We got elk. We got mule deer.
What's the horns called? What they call them? Antlers. The antlers. They've got like a velvety.
Oh, muntjacs. Muntjacs.
Are they muntjacs?
Yeah, small deer.
There's also fallow deer. Fallow deer have the velvet all season long.
Or are you talking about?
No, these are big. These are quite big.
Oh, big. Oh, you're talking about I think it's the does, aren't they? Which the female ones, which don't grow the antlers, they can have little stumpy bits. I think.
Yeah.
Well,
they lose their antlers. They lose their antlers like time and time again, don't they? As they grow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, they shed.
That's weird. They shed them. Yeah.
Well, due to genetics, sometimes the doe, the female ones, can grow antlers. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's always going to be that percentage of freakiness. Yeah.
It happens. It's rare, but it happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, they shred it. Gotcha. They shed them.
I wonder how you would come. How you would see? Because I know the law. You've got laws for hunting over there when it comes to seasons and stuff like that.
Yes.
And you can only kill so many bucks, and you can't kill a doe, especially if they're.
So during deer season itself, at least in Jersey, I'm more knowledgeable on Jersey laws because I'm not going to be staying in PA for much longer, obviously, because I'm going to be going down to Missouri. But With the Jersey laws, I know better. So during opening season, which is archery, you have to shoot a antlerless deer. That could be a doe or a deer, just a deer with no antlers. It could also be like a buck that has the little not spots, the little nubs. So he's just growing because you can't really see him from your tree stand or ground blind or wherever the hell you're hunting. So you have to bag a antlerless deer before you can a buck. And as like the general season progresses into like art or muzzle loader and rifle, you're allowed to shoot more. But I think it's only limited to two of or one of each gender, being male and female.
Ah, that's quite liberal then, really, because some you can't even shoot the does or kill the does.
Which doesn't really make sense in my opinion. For population control, it makes more sense that you have to shoot, a doe and a buck. But a lot of hunters, myself included, want to go out opening day and stuff like that. Like the last deer I shot was in opening day in 2021. Me and my dad bagged one deer each.
Yeah, but you don't want to start culling them too much because you fucking end up killing Bigfoot as well.
Well, that's why there's a hunting season. They breed during the summer times.
Bigfoot don't worry about hunting seasons, do they? Come on.
Yeah, Bigfoot's on his own time.
They're hungry. I've seen one of them running with a fucking like full-grown male deer, caribou or something like that. It was running down a fucking road with it, not a literal road. Running on the
Bigfoot
land. Bigfoot. Yeah. Bigfoot. Don't tell me you don't believe in Bigfoot, Ron. Fuck's sake.
He's out there, Ron. He is.
He is out there, man. I'm telling you. So much
Vulnerable
evidence.
snowman as well.
Well, no, he's a Yeti. That's true as well. There's one in every continent, a different one in every continent.
There's always possibilities, mate.
It's funny though, is because the ones in Asia, they're all smaller. They're all like average man height, like Western man height, so a little bit taller than the Asians. Because they're relative. I'm not saying they're all small, but on average they're smaller than the Western culture. Western culture is, on average, higher than the Asians. So the one in, I think there's one in Thailand, Philippines, and they're all about 5'11", 5'9", 5'10"-ish. And I forget what they're called. There's even one in Australia. Been spotted many, many, many times.
But they said that to do with the Loch Ness Monster.
No, but there's even in UK. Bigfoot has been sighted in the UK.
It'd be interesting. I'd like to come across. Well, I wouldn't want to come up across one, face to face. I'd be too freaked out. But I'd like to see something strolling along quite a ways away. Not too close, you know what I mean? Just in case he feels a bit horny. You never know.
Or just murderous. In a rage, just had an argument with a fucking Bigfoot wife.
I don't know. What would you rather?
I'm going to kill the first human I come across.
Yeah, but what would you rather have? This is hypothetical now, people. Would you rather have a Bigfoot, Yeti, whatever one, coming along and forcing himself upon you? Or would you rather he just grabbed me, pulled me in two parts and just took me away to eat?
Well, I reckon he'd do that if he did do the other thing as well.
Oh, he does that first.
They're 9 foot tall. They're going to rip you apart no matter what they do.
What's the third option? Because here in this country, we have something called guns.
What? Yeah, but you go jogging. We heard you earlier on. You jogging through the woods. Are you prepared? Do you have a gun handy on you?
Yeah, I'll outrun him, bro. Oh, with a gun. Ooh, a gun.
Keep
Yeah,
your gun in
that's
your
a good-
fucking tracksuit bottoms.
It's something though, because you come across a Yeti, you don't know what's actually going on in his head. It might be the horny time, the mating season.
And yeah.
I just toss him some berries. He'll be fine.
And you're a bit of a pretty boy, so you know what he's
Well,
going to
be after your plums, mate. So you know what plums is in the UK, don't you? What?
I
Well,
do not.
we have two different sayings for plums. Plums can be your ball sack, yeah, or plums as in a fruit. So he might be after your plums. In other words, you just don't know.
I'm thinking about this. Is it the your guys' equivalent to
he's going to go for more runs now.
hit right in the balls? Is that oh yeah, you like that deer? Yeah, he's I like that picture of that deer. He's fucking leaping, bro.
But,
And the part I cropped off, there's raccoons there. So he's
jumping over them.
I guess he's jumping over them. I got quite a few pictures of deer on my phone.
Hang on, here you go, plastic. I'll put the link down for you. There you go, mate.
I got more. I gotta find them.
See if he comes up this time.
Yeah. So
yeah,
here
we go. Here we go. I got one for you. Okay,
then we're ready.
Fuck, I'm having trouble cropping it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so say you're walking around the woods, right? You're going on a nice nature walk, yeah, and you see this shit. What are you doing?
See it. Ron's put a fucking ginormous fucking book up
Just
in
a
front of
minute. There's a message. Before I go, I just want to quote my friend Prince Harry. My penis was oscillating between extremely sensitive and borderline traumatized. The last place I wanted to be was
Frostnistan. Oh.
Okay. Now, thanks for coming in, Ian Burns. You're always welcome. It's good to see you, mate. And I do respect all your comments, that you've left. I do respect all that. Thank you very much, mate.
See you later, Mr. Burns.
Yeah, you take care of yourself.
Is that an orb?
Right, let's have a look.
All right, so you're walking around the woods, right? You're just going on a nice little nature walk, and you see this shit. What are you doing, Ron?
That's orb's got something to do with it. That's to do with Bigfoot. That is, Bigfoot is luring him into the pot.
He looks like he's playing that game, and he looks like he's doing it better than David Beckham by keeping the ball in the air.
Using his arms.
I have way too many pictures of deer on my phone. Don't ask.
He's in a trance. That deer, where it looks like a female, it's in a trance. See that orb in front of it? You see that orb, right?
Yeah, I can see the orb.
That deer. That's controlling a deer right there.
That's why
I found one of my favorite ones.
He's juggling.
How about this one? This was my personal favorite.
Drinking a beer.
He's drinking a fucking beer.
A deer with a beer. There you go.
It looks like a bush. Is that a bush? I think no, it's not. What is that? I can't barely tell. It's too blurry. Hey, dude, he's drinking a beer. I got another one. Drinking a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
What? Oh, what did you say?
I have another picture of a deer. Hold on. I gotta find it again. Deer.
Oh, what's lemonade? Oh, it's lemonade.
I thought Plastic was going to come up and tell us that he's had an experience with a Bigfoot.
I think he must be fucking drunk. You don't know where he is.
What has he said he's coming up again?
Yeah, he said, I'll get involved in this chat when we was talking about Bigfoot. Yeah, I want to chat here.
Uh-huh.
Well, so he's off Yeti himself, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to jump up and he's going to tell us he's had an experience, a rendezvous or something.
Yeah, I'm the love child.
So when we're talking about these Yetis and Bigfoots and what have you, so the Irish have got leprechauns. So they're the other end of the spectrum. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
but
saying?
they're conniving little fuckers, peppercorns.
True. I'm not
Bigfoot.
having a go at the Irish, and this is all for fun. Please don't take it seriously.
Majoritively, Bigfoot is a peaceful creature.
What the fuck's
What's
that?
it got on its neck?
It's a space deer, man. It's come from outer space.
Oh,
it's
poor
got a-
thing. It's got a
it's got a
plastic thing
jar.
stuck on its head.
It's a
Yeah.
space deer.
It looks like glass, but a jar. Doesn't it? Not sure
So
if
did
that's a glass
anybody
jar.
get it and remove the thing that it's got his head stuck in?
I don't fucking know. I just found this picture on Twitter.
We want an update on the well-being of this creature.
Yep. Update, please.
Okay, hold on. I'm finding the update. Hold on. Allegedly, this deer touched down in California, right? Yeah, and California's a liberal state, so they changed this deer into a fucking reindeer. There you go. There's your story.
Oh, what a great ending!
A deer that looks like a moose or something.
That's a reindeer, a caribou up in Alaska.
Caribou.
Oh right, gotcha.
Caribou in North America, and they're called reindeer in Europe.
Oh, they've got some mug, haven't they?
They get so many fucking thousands of the fuckers. Apparently, good meat, really good meat.
Ah, me, I'll definitely eat it, mate. If it's put on a plate in front of me. Yeah.
Very lean, apparently. Well, most wild animals are lean, aren't they?
Yeah.
What is that? Is that
plastic? I'll put the link down again.
You try my fucking patience, African. I can see the bit big, isn't it?
The reason why that's during the rut. So his neck's all puffed up with testosterone, so he's all ready to go. He's ready to find himself a mate.
Yeah, it don't matter what fucking ethnic group.
God, that's got some muscle, isn't it? Fucking hell.
That's a beast at the moment.
Yeah.
But it's still so fucking cute.
Yeah, I got one. Hold on.
That'll fight out the fucking Yeti trying to take its advantage on it.
Nah, no way. They pick them up and run down the road with them.
Nah, not with that one.
Looks like a skinny cat.
Looks high.
I got so many pictures of deer on my phone, man.
Fetishes come in all directions.
It's not a they're my spirit animal. That's it. It's my spirit animal.
Hey, look, you're not doing any harm.
Here. No, it's just the deer though. I just found. Okay, hold on. I gotta crop it. Hold on.
No deers were harmed in Drama's escapades.
Yeah, I don't know if this guy doesn't. I don't think this guy classifies as being unharmed, Ron.
Oh, what?
What is he up to?
I don't know what happened in this photo. I don't think that deer is no longer. Fuck. I don't think that deer is on this earth anymore.
Can I just address Plastic African? You don't have to pay for StreamYards. You got to use your StreamYards account now. So you probably got a link to YouTube. You got linked to YouTube like you've done many, many, many times before to get onto a live stream. Now come in here playing games, son.
Yeah, just hit the link. Plastic. You can Plastic. You can say "girl" to Maria Moon as much as you like, mate.
When I click on it, then it gives you your YouTube, where you have to link to your YouTube. If you ain't already, you're probably not signed into your StreamYard, so use your thingy and just click on the right thing. It's right in front of your eyes. Right, you've probably done many times before. Jesus, man.
No.
Right, let me click on it and see what happens. Oh, have you given the wrong one again, Ron? Yeah, you give him the wrong one again. Yeah, give him the wrong one.
Oh, it ain't working. Just 1 second.
Bless him.
I'm gonna have to give you it from the bar up top. It's
African.
definitely doing something stupid then. Oh, you've done it.
Click on that one. Click on that one. That's the right one.
There you. That's
Right.
Take all what I said back.
They're trying to charge through your link.
I don't know.
Is that working? That one working? Got a job, that one.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it works in his local library, and he's missing one antler.
Is he? Oh, yeah.
Honestly, it looks like a classroom.
It's only a young buck, isn't it?
I actually seen one of them with missing antler before. Dude, it's really cool looking. Actually, I think I can find this photo. Hold on. Where is it at? Where is it at? There he is. Which one would be better? I think this one.
Have you seen them deers that are completely symmetrical? When they turn to the side, they look like they got fucking like they look like the unicorn. A certain deer that their antlers are completely symmetrical.
Yeah, it happens. It's usually okay. So, there's a thing.
Hello, Plastic. Hello, Plastic. How you doing?
Hello, I am a robot from the.
He made it. He fucking made it.
Yeah, YouTube.
You fuckers, you were sending me 404 all the time, you know.
Yeah, StreamYard.
He done it to me earlier. He done it to me earlier. He was sending me to VVVVV.
I closed that. I got rid of it because I thought, I got rid of it.
It's the same link to that though. That's what you give him the same link to that. So we've got the DF at the end.
Right. Fucking hell. Let me get rid of that.
Same way.
That's weird.
Oh, he's not till smoking and training, is he? Are you fucking sure?
What the hell's that?
What?
Your picture, your avatar, just a second.
That's what he wants to look like. That's what he wants to look like. That's what he would look like if he didn't drink beer. That's the irony there.
Oh, man, that's again, yeah. I've got to drink the beer to be there. Telling you guys. Underneath the beer tokens, it's all the same. Come on, guys.
So question is, have you met up with a Yeti yet?
A Yeti?
Yeah, Bigfoot, Yeti.
Oh, no.
Sasquatch.
What's the African's equivalent?
African's equivalent? What? A gorilla?
No, I mean you've got a whatever they call them, cryptic. What do they call them? Can never say that word.
No. I don't. Nah. What?
Yeah, we got. Of course, every continent's got one. I know this.
God, what does England have?
Right. They've got a Bigfoot. We're European. We're European. We're on the European continent, but we do have a Bigfoot. African.
We've more likely got a lot because they can come here for free these days.
Yeah, they're probably going to
Exactly. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you can come here for free as Bigfoot. Especially if your name is with an M, you know. And yeah, fine. You're okay, you know. Your song can be sung over the radio then. It's okay.
Zoology. It's called Walter Bobbigen. Yeah? African.
Oh, drama's gone.
What?
Oh, cigarette break.
It's called the Walter Bobbigen or something. I'll type it.
I've never heard of that. Tell me more.
I'll put it in the back chat. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong.
So if you believe in the Bigfoot, Yeti, whatever you want to call them, so do you believe in the swamp monster? No, James does. So I'm asking him if he believes in the swamp monster.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's Bigfoot.
Oh, right. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think they would be insulted if you said, "Oh, you're a swamp monster." If you're going, not fucking ain't. I don't associate with them.
No, they're all a subspecies of Bigfoot. all across the world. They're all
Right.
a prime, all a primate, unknown primate.
Right.
Yeah.
So who would win? Do you think then? A Bigfoot or a swamp monster? Man.
Well,
Swamp
the Bigfoot is bigger, generally bigger than
Right.
the forget what swamp ape they're called.
Well, how do you know that? I mean, have you been to the big swamp for fucking tournament?
No, from the sightings, the ones from the
From
swamp.
the sightings. Oh my god.
Yeah, and the videos and stuff like that. The swamp
Come on,
ape.
man.
The swamp ape is
You
roughly
really
six
think there is
foot.
that? Oh, no,
Six,
man.
yeah, man. Why not? When was the gorilla? How long ago? How long ago was the silverback gorilla? How long ago was it?
This man was slated already.
It was myths.
We
In the
would
1950s, we come across that. It'd never been seen before.
Man's
By
like that.
the Western world.
So I'm gonna hunt it. I'm gonna fucking hunt it. You know, I want to get it on my
hunt it.
wall.
People
I mean,
do
we reckon
hunt it.
they hide that because come on.
But they realise that it's a being that is for peace. And then they
Fucking
give up
being, so
hunting
what,
it.
man? We got fucking what? We got radars and fucking satellites and
They live between two dimensions.
Oh my
Comes
god!
You don't know that. You thick as shit.
Two dimensions. What? No, but
Really?
what?
Yeah.
So now,
According to the Native American Indians, they live between. Well, the name of them, I can't remember the name of him, but the name says that it's a big brother that lived between two dimensions. That's the translation to the.
Well, then I would say, what is that? An angel? A seraphim?
Oh, maybe
which one is that? No, but if we talk about nuances
they
between
are,
the names of what you call between, dimensions.
What's them giants that come down from heaven? What are they called again?
They're gone. They're Nephilims.
Nephilim, that's it. There is hints that they could be a part of the Nephilim that was left on Earth back in the day.
So
and they stayed.
Right, I've got a question. I've got to right. So you're saying that they live between two dimensions, and that's why they can't.
I'm not saying that.
That's what they say. That's what they say. So do they also say then that they have the technology to be able to tell when that spy satellite is looking at them?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, they have. They have certain powers.
James, give me a sec. So I thought it was about 15 years ago, I heard of this graphene feature that would make water from salt water be like fresh, straight. And now I've seen the same sort of thing happening again. It pisses me off, man. I mean this, It really fucking pisses me off because most of the time, most humans, and we've lived through this cacophony of shit that we're seeing right now, right? I mean, Britain's being fail-safe, You know what I mean? They're giving away fucking everything. What's not nailed down, motherfucker? Sell. Disgusting. You guys arguing about this fucking...
No, we're not arguing. We're discussing the structure behind the knowing and possible reality of Bigfoot. It's intriguing, don't you think it's intriguing to think that there could be this type of being still yet to be discovered on this planet?
Not necessarily, personally.
Why not?
Right, because I'm more worried about how I want to see.
Look, we're gonna shit. Look, the world's going to shit no matter what happens, man.
Oh, really? So you choose it to go to shit?
Yeah, it's going to shit no matter what we do.
So you don't have.
Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Something else.
Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Oh, come on, man.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Well, we do everything we can.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What have you started to do? What have you started to do? What have you started to do about it?
Well, you know it, man.
Well, have you started talking about it? Is that what you started to do?
No, no.
But what action have you taken then?
In action as in what?
In to stop all this shit going on.
Righting the wrongs.
As you say, you're correct. That the scale and scope of it is imperative that we can't do it. One thing I do try to do to others as well is like if I'm in a pub anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, be it, I'll always sort of bring up the hilarity of, buddy, what's going on? So in trust. Yeah. If they're bad people, you're a bad person. You're an evil person. You're an evil person. You want to live your life? Go nuts, huh?
And how many fights you've gotten into over that?
Oh, pretty little, actually.
Okay. Well, not none then.
Nah, come on, man. Fights.
People don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to be patronized by anyone. That's all you're doing.
Well, no, but don't you see it falling apart?
Yeah, I agree. The world's shit. But there's fuck all we can do about it.
Yeah, so you're just gonna
we've been put in this position to be able to do fuck all about it.
Correct.
And it's took them centuries to do it. Centuries
to
do it.
Yeah, I know.
So all we can do is sit back and enjoy the ride. Like the fucking Blues Brothers.
Yeah.
I'm glad that actual link actually worked in the end. You guys taught me a lesson.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a defeatist though. I do believe like no matter what, come on. Your neighbors, friends, come on.
That's what it was.
You've got to be good, man. I love cooking, so I would always say like, let's get cooking. Bring each other together.
It's healthy to talk about what's going on. I get it.
Oh, indeed.
You know what I mean? But it does come down to what can you do to change the system of what's going on today. That's the hard one to fathom out. Well, it isn't, but you can't talk about that.
Well, but that's where the spark's coming, isn't it? You can feel it.
Yeah.
All throughout the Western Foundation. You know it's happening. None of us are actually speaking of it. Every enterprise.
These sort of things normally rectify themselves by one single solitary person will come along, he'll change the fucking world, and we'll be, they'll save it or it will go to shit. Either way. It always comes down to one solitary person at the end. They'll make some sort of decision. I think it possibly would have been back in the day. Could have possibly been Diana. But
it won't happen in the UK. It will not happen in the UK.
No, come on, man. Karl Marx always said that the revolution would start in London, as in the UK, henceforth. And he was not a revolutionary in respect. He was
but was he allowing for all the Muslims to
No. It doesn't matter about overarching of what's happened, okay? The Muslims themselves are a different degree of what the Christians are. We're all trying to say that. That's the problem with Christianity or Christendom anyway. People have forgotten what it is that they have given our forefathers for fucking centuries to come here. Hence the Western Foundation, and it is breaking point. Yeah, that's why they're selling it, these fucking morons. So, I mean, so any one of us has sparked that. I can see, I understand how I mean, come on,
it's going to take a special person.
Well, how many lazy Britons they see? Oh, the English, or the Welsh, or where the
it's been set up for this, though. It's been set up. Keep us poor. This is the mantra I go by. Keep us poor and wanting more. Keep us poor and wanting more. Deprive us of our basic rights. Then there's hunger banging at our door. Will break our will to fight.
Yeah.
And that's how it is. Demoralised to the fact that you don't give a shit
I think
The average person in this country don't give a shit because they day by day they're struggling to fucking survive. So what do they care about what's going on in the world? They live day by day.
It's not about what's going on in the world, sir. It's what's going on around you. It's what it means for us to have a society, right?
People have got it hard enough trying to survive the next day in this country, in this so good, so good, magnificent country of ours.
Well, it comes down that they've been eroding communication between people for a very long time now. You know, the social workmen's club, the pubs, those sort of places, and now it's got to technology. Now they're hitting the technology side of it to quiet people down. So it has been gradual. It's just that I think now people are starting to wake up and going, now I get it. That's why they don't want people going to the pubs. That's why they don't want people in social gatherings, real gatherings, because when you have people meeting up in gatherings, that's where government sees the problem will come from.
Yeah, well, that's cohesion to society. That's the problem that we're having, right? That we need to be homogenous to an ideal to be good. And you can't force something. That's why the whole, oh yeah, you're racist, or the corrective ideal should be like, if you don't like it, you're wrong. And that's, again, wrong. That's fascist. We're living in a fucking terrible age where even, I mean, you know what, guys? If the Kingdom of England failed, okay? Think about it. Okay, fuck it. Let's get rid of the king. How much of our ancestral heritage do you reckon you can go for? I want some money. I need some reparations. Seriously, because I'm a black African. I might sound like this, but I'm like back a little bit. Come on, guys.
See, for me, when it comes down to rules, I used to always think, well, if you get rid of the rules, and that frees up a lot of money for the people, but that still isn't going to make any difference. That's it. It's not going to make any difference.
I understand that. But that's also people understanding their power within it.
Yeah.
Within our spectrum here that we give and have. And that's why it's all breaking apart. The whole thing is breaking apart, man, in front of our eyes. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
It's, enjoy the fucking ride, motherfucker.
Well, I get what both of you are saying. I do. To try to have as good as experience as you possibly can, but try to share as much information as you possibly can at the same time. Open a few people's eyes, and then those people may open a few people's eyes of who they know. That's how I think it works. The more we talk about these situations that's going on within the world, because they just this country, it's a lot of countries which are going through the same thing. We've got reality check that it is just at different degrees. Some places it's happening faster than another place. If people think that what's happening in the UK isn't going to happen in, I don't know, Australia, it's going to happen.
No, but it's happening everywhere at the moment. It doesn't matter. That's why it's like sort of meant to be. This has to kind of come to fruition. It has to come to a pinnacle. There's going to be something, and you can.
Well, maybe we should all vote for the Yetis.
Yeah.
They might have the answer.
We can't do that. You got to find the Yetis first.
Maybe that's what they're doing.
And
they're
plus
they've
got to be native to the country. So,
I like that. They're got to be native to the country. You got to be under a fucking oak tree. Fucking English oak as well, by the way.
Well, if
you all throughout the fucking kingdom, You know,
if you look at the Reform Party, people were going, "Oh, Reform Party, yeah, that they're on our wavelength," you know, Farage, and now you got Farage flip flopped. He's actually taking it to a different direction to what he was saying, what he stood for, because he said something about illegal immigrants, isn't he? And sending them away. He was saying a few months ago, but now he's saying, oh, they built this country. Oh, they did this. Oh, they did that. And it's like, yeah, we know what was going on back to rebuild the United Kingdom after the Second World War. Nobody's dismissed that. They give a lot. All different people give a lot to rebuild the UK afterwards. It's what's happening in present day is where the problem is. But that's how Farage is spinning it now. He's completely gone about face on everything what he was saying before the election. Now he's changed it. But there again, though, people should be used to this now where Farage is concerned, because Brexit tells you everything.
But sir, isn't the problem that our kingdom, the United Kingdom, England, I would always first and foremost say, has been like ridiculed down for so long. Yeah, it has. It has, you know, and there it is. There it lies. Actually, you know, I mean, this shit should have been like given up long ago. You weak man.
Well, I think that the whole system, well, I'll speak for the UK, can't really speak for anything. The whole system should be dismantled, thought out the box, and rebuilt it with a fresh start.
Yeah, but we can't do that in terms of how that would manifest because of the complications of it. You know, for people to get. That's probably why we're going through this enterprise at the moment. You know, I reckon that's why they say the arbiter. Why these guys are going, yeah, let's get out as much as I can. Take us to that pinnacle. Oh, there's going to be probably a nuclear disaster soon, man-made. I reckon. You know,
Wouldn't you say though? Would you say this? I actually said this before. Under medical minister of the of health, yeah. Wouldn't it be better to have somebody who actually has experienced that job rather than somebody who's just read a book? Wouldn't it be better to actually have somebody who knows what they're talking about when it comes down to health? It's like knowing how the money actually works. You should have somebody there who's actually knows how money works.
Okay, but wouldn't it be better that if they're in the seat of power, they have the biggest sort of, you know, you taking that margin of gamble, you want to be there at the top, you got to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that means that there is no accountability to them saying, oh, remember
exactly.
Iraq. Oh yeah,
exactly.
Construction. Oh, that guy still fucking runs fucking. You know who it is? Runs fucking labor, motherfucker. And he saved labor in some respects. Jesus, how it is.
Well, people thought that they were going to get better than what they had before. There's never any better because they always blame the last administration to what's happening today. And while they do that, I think somebody turned around and said that. The Speaker of the House, didn't he? He said, you need to stop playing that game. In other words, stop blaming the last administration to what you're doing now. And I thought it's about time somebody actually spoke in that building and made sense. You can't keep on playing that card. You cannot keep on pulling out that card and saying, oh, well, it's because of them.
But they have for years.
I know they do. I know they do.
Come on, man. I mean, when was it that they what was it? Enron. Yeah, Enron was one of the big crashes after, you know, 29.
29. No, I'm not. Could you elaborate?
Well, Enron was a big crash, right? And then that never actually was resolved. So the money that went into the next 80s, 90s was always about the debt that they were sort of shoveling around. They never resolved it.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's what I see, our mechanisms, what they said is fucked. Is it gold standard? No, it's not, is it? It's futures.
Enron scandal was a major financial scandal that began in 2001, resulting in the energy giant Enron Corporation collapsing, the largest bankruptcy in US history. Internal fraud.
Guys jumped out the fucking building, man. Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, remember? Yeah. Motherfuckers actually flew planes. It's crazy. It's fucking how much money?
That was
went
like a
through
real
that?
life fucking movie shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Man. Shit. Before that, we read about it. Now we saw it. So I feel that we've just like kind of negated this all the way to us, to where we are. No matter what it is, I think that the cabal or Illuminati, whatever one wants to say, other humanity has no role, and we're alone in this, or there is a collective, understanding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you understand what I said? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's both. I think it's possible.
Quantum again,
yeah. Well,
yeah, I think that myself personally, I think that there's a new beast on the block because it's been going for so long, blaming the section of people. But for me, I see such a turnaround that I think, hang on a minute, okay, these might have been running the show, but I think that now there's a new beast which is running the show, running it all, got more power than what they should have, more say than what they should have.
Well, I think it's the corporations.
But which corporations now?
I think it's a conglomerate of corporations that are running,
Well, they always used to say that the media, the banking system, this, that, the rest of it was being controlled by this section. Whereas what I'm getting with how the system is running, it's completely turned around face and seems to be directing in another direction, which doesn't benefit the Europeans' side way of life. It's actually directing itself in an alternative direction.
And the balance has tipped.
Yeah, the balance has tipped. Yeah, because I looked at the.
When you say this, mate, do you remember when the kids of England used to have to run across and make, ties, and they were cut up? Terrible, wasn't it?
I don't understand what you said.
So when the kids in England were making weaves, and they used to run up and down the big fucking machines they had for weaving back in the what was it?
Oh, all the little kids killed underneath the machines. Yeah. That was not. I mean, in relative terms, it's not that long ago.
Think about what
they were allowing kids to get killed under these machines.
Yeah, for money, right? Yeah.
Like you're talking young kids as well. You're talking 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. Young kids. Well, they used to shove kids, smaller the better, up the fucking chimneys to clean the chimneys.
Chimney.
Chim chiroo.
Yeah.
Morning, governor.
Hello, sir. Got me a shilling. Oh man, it would have been like something like what was it like? I don't know. I love to freak people out when you say, "Do you like cockle eels?" And you know,
Oh, don't mention jelly deals. Obviously,
jelly deals.
James eats them on a daily basis.
Man.
I mean, I don't mind them, but I haven't actually had them for like probably 30 years. The last time I had some jelly deals.
Do you reckon you can get Uber drivers to deliver jelly deals?
That's hilarious.
You can get delivered.
I love it. Yeah, fried jelly deals with saute sauce. Oh, got to do that.
If you want it, Uber can get it.
yeah. If I had enough money, I'd be doing it. Like, great. Yeah.
I've had fucking. I've had what did I've delivered? Salt beef and mustard fucking bagels from the bagel place in Brick Lane. Oh, they pick up anything for you.
That's what I mean.
Go in the shop, they fucking purchase it for you and bring it to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Brick Lane.
Brick Lane.
Yeah, we've been there.
We've been there. Yeah, we've been there. Yeah. Quite a lot.
I live about 3/4 of an hour from there. Not even that. Half hour walking distance from Brick Lane.
Yeah, you never know. We might have passed her.
Yeah, never know.
Yeah, never
well,
know.
I actually been down Brick Lane for a long, long time.
Oh, right.
That's not till I drove down there probably about 6 years ago. It's all fucking weird down there.
Didn't know James drove.
Didn't know James? No, you don't drive now, do you?
No, I ain't drove for
about
10 years.
Why's that, man? You lost your legs?
Yeah. Just can't remember where I put the cunts.
The keys are somewhere, but you just can't find them.
No, I live right next to the city of London, so driving is really
limited anyway.
Everything's too close now. I live in a 15-minute city now, so there you go.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Everything's there.
If you go in London, you leave your car on the outside and go on the tubes anyway, don't you?
That's it. You know, it's too costly to drive around now, isn't it?
Yep.
So
I used to drive all to the big supermarkets, go to every week, like 2 or 3 supermarkets at a time. Not supermarkets, like you go to the supermarket and then you go in other shops in the retail park, whatever. And then you get your shopping, go to a different one each week in a car down the road, like Dagenham, wherever. You just don't need to do that now. Well, you didn't need to do it back then either, to be honest, but it's just an expense that's been taken away, I'd say, really.
Yeah.
Owning a car. I mean, you can still, I could get a car and...
There we go, but you've chosen that. Over time, there's always a little piece. It's immaterial, but it's like little collective points.
Yeah, but for London, though, isn't it? It's quicker and easier than just to use public transport than what it is to
or
drive
even Uber.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going local, if it's say, like, for instance, I was going to, say, I don't know, my doctor's, jump in an Uber, it cost me £5 there, £5 back.
Yeah. No.
You know, it's no worries. I ain't got to pay £100 and odd a year fucking parking and, you know, £1,600 insurance or whatever it is. I don't know how much they charge now.
Yeah, and whereas obviously it means that if you do give up driving, if you wanted to go out of London and travel, I don't know, up to Manchester or something like that, this is it. Well, that's what a lot of people do now, don't they? They can get in touch with these companies and they give you a code. You go to the car with the code and you put it against it and the door unlocks and you get in it and you drive off.
Yeah, I've done it myself with a van. They give you the code for the door, or do they unlock it remotely? And I think they unlocked it remotely. So you ring them when you get there. They unlock it. Then they give you a code for the key, which is in the cab. And then you use it, and then you park it back in exactly the same. You fill the tank up to where it was, and you put it back, and obviously you got your charge.
That's it.
So,
yeah,
I've done that a couple of times.
Yeah, just hire it when you need it.
Yeah, they're not that bad. Cheap. They're pretty cheap as well. We hired one for a whole day. When was it? A few years ago now, and I think it cost us about 36 quid. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's why they use that phrase, don't they? You'll own nothing and be happy, because everything, you just hire it when you want it. Instead of owning it. You don't have to own a car no more.
Here we go. And that's the point. As we get older, it doesn't matter about who you are, it's what you've done. I mean, that's the whole Logan's Run, isn't it? That's
Logan's Run.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great film.
Who's that bird in that? Who's that bird in that?
Oh, it was the girl out of
Jennifer Agatha.
That's it. Yeah, in the movie. Yes.
She was nude in that as well. She liked getting nude, didn't she?
I trust you to think of that.
Well, I just thought she got nude in that, and then I thought of Walkabout, and she got nude in that as well. And she was only fucking 16. She was only 16.
I don't remember her getting nude in Logan's Run.
Yeah, I didn't remember that too.
Yeah, when they escape,
she kind of gets nude, just a little bit, but
no, she undresses. They could both completely undress and get into different clothes when they're outside the elevator or lift.
Did they?
Call it. Yeah. Look, I watched it when I was fucking 15. I know.
Hang on a minute. I've got to check these.
Yeah.
Do they get undressed in Logan's Run? Hang on.
That English, what's that guy's name? Fucking hell.
I know you're on about.
Blonde haired. He was the guy.
Oh, it'll come up in a minute.
No, but
you don't even know what we're talking. You don't even know Jennifer Agatha is, do you?
She didn't fucking do that.
She was the most beautiful girl in the world for me when I was a kid.
Hang on. 1976.
I was 12.
Yeah, Sex and Nudity.
Yes. Oh, yes. Nudity there was, and sex.
Oh, when Logan meets Jessica for the first time, her dress is see-through, and she is not wearing any undergarments.
I know.
One slow motion scene. One slow motion. This is getting him aroused now. One slow motion scene of a man and woman. Hang on. One slow motion scene of a man and a woman running through an orgy. Numerous men and women are shown nude.
I remember it well.
Their breasts and buttocks are clearly visible. Full frontal nudity in dark and harder to see. But there. Wow.
Not if you put the brightness up.
You missed that.
Wow. Oh, Plastic's gone. He's gone to find out and watch it. I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, she's a bit older than that. She was a bit older than she was in Walkabout.
Yeah, but I don't remember that in Logan's Run.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. I didn't pay that much attention to it then. 1976. Fucking hell. I didn't know it was made back then. I thought it was later.
1976.
Yeah.
Black Beauty.
Yeah. Well, no, she didn't do Black Beauty.
Oh.
I don't know. The movie.
She done it Railway Children. She did.
That's it. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, this bit you're talking about. A man and a woman change clothes in front of each other. The woman is shown completely naked for a brief time. Her breast and buttocks are visible.
Unless you put it on.
Not if you got it on pause, Ron.
A man and woman skinny dipping. No explicit nudity, but they're seen in lengthy, and they are both very clearly naked under the water. Right, bloody hell.
What's the geezer's name? Can't remember him.
Let's have a look. I just googled is there nudity and it ain't coming up with the names.
Quite famous.
Yeah, I know. Logan's Run. Right, we've covered that
O'Toole?
bit.
Is it O'Toole? No, it's not O'Toole.
No. Let's have a look. Let's get rid of that part of it. Logan's Run film. Michael York.
Michael York.
Yeah. Richard Jordan was his friend. Farrah Fawcett. She was the one who worked in the beauty or something salon, wasn't she?
No, only had eyes
Farrah
for
Fawcett.
Agatha.
Yeah. So there you go. I don't know. Has plastic come back? No. He's gone to look for it.
Biggie's a bit drunk. Could slowly work all over the place. Couldn't understand the cunt.
What you said that you got loads.
Could you? Could you understand it half the time?
Yeah, half the time. Yeah. That's plastic. I like plastic. He's always polite and what have you. So
Yeah, he's a nice enough geezer.
yeah, he is a really nice guy. So it's always sounded to me like he is a bit backwards. I know he likes to quote documents which actually have been proven to be debunked. Hey, whatever get your kicks from, or it's biased documents. He likes to quote.
He was told. I was watching this clip, and he was told. I think it was by Michael and someone else on the panel that he don't always get things. He reads a lot of comments wrong and gets things wrong a lot of the time, blatantly on live. And he couldn't say a fucking word. He didn't say a word, and that was coming from Michael and someone else.
Well, this is the problem that I've had with him is that he's talking away. So I have in the past, I've typed something and he can't remember what my response is actually to. So he's going, oh, you're fucking dumb and all this. And I think, no, you're dumb because you can't remember what you were saying. And I'm responding to what you were saying about 30 seconds ago, maybe a minute ago. So I'm responding to that, to the subject. Ain't my fault that you've got a goldfish brain to not remember what the subject was at that point in time.
See, that's where it gets to. It's blatant to see it from someone who goes on panels and in the chat. Because you get it a lot from chat, not because of like stupidity, like Mr. Smiler. It's because it's chat, right? So you've got a difference in time with the panel to chat, and people read things, think they're talking to them, bloody. There's many factors. But when you've got someone who goes on panel and does it via the panel and gets these things completely wrong, it baffles me.
Yeah,
absolutely baffles me.
That's what you have to take into account as well, is that there can be time lags.
Yeah.
Between it, so yeah, to him it's maybe instant, but to the people which are listening to it, maybe there's a delay which is going on, depending on what it comes down to what sort of internet you've got and all this stuff. So you might be buffering a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's
many factors.
Yeah,
that's why you can never really go by. I can, to a degree, and if you and there's clearly a conversation going on. But sometimes you'll get a comment that will look like you're answering that question when you're not. You're answering this question, or you're responding to that.
Exactly.
Statement.
Exactly.
Not
And
that,
he doesn't know how to read jokes within the chat. So many times he's started going, "Oh, you're thick. Oh, you're that." No, you're the one who's being thick and what have you, to not be able to read and understand what's being said in the chat.
He's one of these people who needs a LOL at the end of it so you can point out that it's a joke, which I don't see the point in that. It takes away to some people I do that, if it's tongue in cheek, but if it's a proper like off the cuff little joke thing, I won't put an LOL. Let people work it out for themselves.
I've got a question for you.
Going to get it. Go on.
I've got a question for you. An honest question. You can respond to it if you want to. It's your choice. Yeah. If you was on holiday, would you be on YouTube?
I very much doubt it.
I mean, when we go away, we don't.
I ain't been on holiday for a good few years now, so. I mean, I never have before in the past.
See, me, when even when we go out for a walk, I turn my internet off completely.
Well, I don't use my phone. I don't use my phone like that anyway. Although I've got data, I don't use my phone like that. My phone is my phone. So if I'm away from my PC, I'm not on the fucking internet.
Yeah.
Simple as. I'm just got my phone on me. I'll use it for Uber. That's the only thing that uses data on my phone is like using it for like booking an Uber or whatever, little things like that. But no, I don't surf the internet at all on my phone.
See, Maria Moon, you keep your internet on, don't you, in case the family want to get in touch through WhatsApp or something like that. But me,
I can get WhatsApp. If I've got my data on, I get my WhatsApp comes through when someone sends me a WhatsApp. But as for like surfing the internet, going on YouTube, I don't do that. Even if I'm in a waiting room, I wouldn't be. My phone wouldn't be in my hand; it'd be in my pocket.
Yeah,
it's a phone in my pocket.
The only time I turn on the internet, the mobile Wi-Fi, is if I want to, if I go fishing or something like that, and I want to check something, and it'll be something to do with fishing. Otherwise, I just turn it off, don't I, and leave it. Just don't even. Just leave the phone alone. The only time I use the phone is when I'm putting on a bit of music, Bluetooth it to a speaker, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't even do that. It all comes through my computer, so it just goes. If I want to play music, I'll just open up from.
No, when we're out and about, that's what I mean. If we're out and about, got a mobile, then you don't have to have the internet for your Bluetooth, just to hook up to a speaker that you can carry around. That's all I do. I turn everything off. I think, well, I don't need that to do this. So, no. I don't know. I only use when I'm at home. I use home Wi-Fi data or something like that, unless the internet goes down or something like that. And then I think, right, I suppose I've got to turn on the mobile data. But otherwise, no, I just can't be. I just don't do it.
Go off that often. But I was thinking of getting myself a little tablet for just in case anything. But the last time it went off for about 4 hours, and I was right in the middle of doing something, and I couldn't fucking do it. And it was late at night, early in the morning, and they did email and said a major update, blah blah blah. The internet's going to be out from this time to this time. So it was about 4 hours. It weren't out that long, completely out that long, about 3 hours. It was like If I'd have had something else, I'd say I don't. Even then, I didn't go on my phone. But if I had like a tablet, at least could have still done what I was doing. You know what I mean? I'd finish off what I was doing. I might do.
What? Uploading music and whatever you mean, yeah?
Well, I was editing at the time. I could have like carried on
Oh,
doing a bit of editing.
yes. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
What so you can share your I'll take it you mean that you can share your mobile data onto your tablet.
Yeah. Tether
All
the
right, I didn't know
phone.
you could do that. There you go. Found out something new.
Well, I think you can. You can. Yeah, you can. I'm sure you can tether from your phone to your tablet.
No, when you use your tablet, isn't it hooked up to the Wi-Fi?
The Wi-Fi.
YouTube.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is in other words, what James is saying? Yeah, that say if the internet goes down, right, home internet, and you've got your mobile data. What James is saying that you can tether your mobile data onto your tablet, so you're always hooked up. So then you can use your tablet as if you're still hooked up to the home Wi-Fi.
Some of those tablets actually take a SIM card as well, don't they, for a phone?
Yeah, some do. Yeah.
Yeah, do it that way. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to ask. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm not, because when we had no internet for a little while, right? And where I had to hook it. Well, my son done it. He hooked it to a what they called them little computers. Fucking, I had the name in my head and now it's gone. But he says little computers you can get, right? Oh, it's going to bug me. Well, we hooked that up to the phone, 5G. It was the first time 5G come out. It's a couple of years ago now. But we found out we weren't getting 5G because it weren't really 5G. It just said it was 5G. It was 4G.
Yeah.
So we're running a complete network on fucking one mobile phone through, fucking hell, I had the name. You'll know the name.
Mirror casting?
No, it's a little computer that you buy and you put Linux on it.
Oh, I ain't got a clue.
Google.
Yeah, Google it.
Google it.
When it wrecks your brain, Google it. Otherwise, you'll be sitting there all night and all day thinking about it. That's why I thought, hang on a minute, Logan's Run, nudity. I didn't see that. I thought, I've got to look this up. But no, I don't know. You know, you can hook up your phone to your tablet if you've got the right connections at each end. Would that connect mobile data to your phone, to your tablet? I don't know. I've never tried it. I'll have to try it one day, just to see if it connect to the phone data that way. Just with like the lead we got down there, the fast charger lead, which has got the small pin on each end, which can. So maybe you should have a look, try it out. Ain't gonna harm. Because normally what you do is just to transfer a file from your phone. That's one way of doing it. So I don't know if it'll share your mobile data as well onto the tablet. I really don't know if it's a two-way street. Well, it is a two-way street because obviously you can move files from the tablet doing it that way onto your phone.
Cherry pie.
Cherry pie.
Yeah.
I do like cherry pie. I've got to admit. Hot cherry pie. I know it ain't the cherry pie that you're on about, but I do like cherry pie. Nice and hot.
Yeah.
Blackberry.
Wired that up to the phone and run the fucking network with fucking 4G.
Right. Oh. I'll have to have a look one day.
It was better than nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Then we've got the fucking super fast, fucking speedy internet now. So fast. When I imagine, I remember when first going on the internet, and I know it's cliche about that fucking dial-up shit, and now to think you get like the speed you get now is just untrue.
See, I wasn't on the internet when I've heard people say about it, dial up, but I never experienced what that was about. So that's before my time of getting onto the internet. I think I joined the internet around about 2005, maybe 06, wasn't it?
That would have been ADSL. You know about ADSL or
yeah,
ADSL,
yeah, exactly.
I didn't want it, did I?
No, I didn't want it, but the family talked me into it. Says, "Oh, you can buy yourself a mobile phone and get a free laptop with it."
It's weird now. We're just right into it.
Yeah,
You're bullied onto the internet. I was on it as soon as possible because I was like building computers, gaming, or whatever. Like whatever game you could do, that was back then.
Yeah,
not much. And then the internet came out, and straight on it as soon as I could.
Right. I never had no interest in anything like that. Obviously, family members and what have you were all on the internet back then. But yeah, one of them turned around and says, "Oh, and it also you were signing up to a Wi-Fi company at the same time. Get the tablet, get the laptop. Oh, I hated the laptop." And you get the mobile phone, but then you're subscribing to a network company. So,
who was it, if you don't mind?
God, fucking hell, back then.
Talk, something like that.
Oh no, it wasn't that. Fucking hell, I don't remember.
BT, it could have been. I'm not sure if BT were doing mobile phones back then.
I really don't know. Can't remember. I can't remember what the phone was. I really can't. What was the phone even? I'm not sure if it was that Nokia thing that I had, where you pushed the screen up. I can't remember. No, it wasn't.
Slider.
Yeah, you sort of pressed it up, slider phone, and then you had the keypads underneath.
Yeah, bit of a girl's phone, that one, Ron. To be fair.
What's that?
A lot of girls had one of those back in the day. Girls like that one.
Did they? I don't know. Yeah, it was a Nokia, wasn't it?
We've still got some old phones.
Yeah, I still got that phone. I can't remember where though.
Upstairs.
Oh, I wish I still had my first ever Motorola.
And then we got a bag of chargers.
A mate of mine talked me into getting one of those Motorola fucking giant thing. Heavy, you know, you could hurt somebody hitting them across the head with one of those. I remember that.
That's what mine was for. A good weapon it was back in the day.
Yeah,
even the rubber aerial.
This one didn't have an aerial.
This
was just it's a size of your hand. And it was a heavy piece of hardware.
Oh, the one I'm talking about is bigger than the hand, Ron. It's about your hand and half. It's like a proper, like, hand to ear, like proper to the mouth to the ear phone. It was like massive. Motorola. And I had 1-to-1. I was on 1-to-1. Do you remember them contracts that they had back then?
No.
Well, they had free calls. So you paid a subscription and you had free calls, free text.
I can remember when we first joined, it was 300 minutes and 300 text messages.
Yeah, when it first started, it was giving away these free things. I don't know how it happened, but they were giving these contracts out. I had one, and I think we're buffering. I don't know if it's me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, so yeah. Oh damn it! Where was I?
Contract phone
Giving things away.
and giving things away.
Really?
I think so.
Yes, what I heard.
What are you giving away?
He's doing a smiler.
No, the first phone that we had
Sorry, that
was a plastic little black thing. I think that was a BT phone, wasn't it? It didn't really have. It had a green screen, yeah, where you typed it out. But then Nokia brought out them other little phones, and we transferred over to a Nokia. You know,
yeah, I'd love Nokia.
Phone calls.
But I remember what I was saying. It's to do with the contract. So
I
had this contract, and then people they stopped giving these contracts out, and then people were trying to buy these contracts. All right, they were paying up to $5,000 for these contracts from 1 to 1.
What?
Yeah, and then
Wow.
I lost my contract for some unknown reason that I can't remember. A late payment or something like that, because you had to be on the ball, so it was probably a late payment or something like that. So I lost the contract. So fuck it, I lost the contract. And about a year later, they offered me it back. Oh yeah, I took it. I had that for a little while, and then that went tits up. Then I sort of, well, I don't know what happened after that. But yeah, people were buying like $5,000 for those fucking contracts because it was free. Everything was free. You didn't have data back then.
No.
It was, you weren't surfing the internet. It was just a fucking basic phone. It was a massive brick phone.
Oh, you're talking about them things that you would carry around, which had the fucking thing which you had to carry.
Oh no, no, it was no. We weren't quite that old. I'll try and get a picture.
He's typing. You can hear he's clicking.
It's annoying, isn't it, Maria? Okay. I don't think it goes back that far. What the fuck? Oh no, it goes back to that far. So it must go back to.
Used to just go pay as we go, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
So you paid, I don't know, per month for X amount of minutes and X amount of texting, wasn't it? That's what we used it for.
I remember getting a pay-as-you-go chip, putting it in my phone, and getting fucking free phones. Fucking hell, free calls, free fucking texts. Wicked. So I'm fucking using it as a burner. I'm letting everyone fucking use it. Like, yeah, use my phone, get it for free. I don't know why. And then all of a sudden I got this call about 2-3 weeks down the line. I got a call. He goes, "We fucked up my phone, mate. What are you talking about? You're bidding my phone up." I said, "This a chip, SIM I bought. It's a pay-as-you-go SIM I bought. What are you talking about?" He goes, "That's my fucking phone. You still going to my bill, mate." So I ended up having to cut it up. Yeah, it's going to his phone.
Whoa.
It was their fuck up. No, not, I just thought I was just lucky to have the free calls, but no, it was billing some poor cunt down the road. I was letting every cunt use it. Yeah, have a free calls there, use mine, don't worry. Oh, the company they go, "You still getting free calls?" Well, yeah, let me use it. Go on then. Just like that. everyone, even fucking geezer down, not neighbour down the road, come knocking at my door.
Yes, I remember our eldest, because she was on a pay-as-you-go, and she was at college, and she would be able to text us from a computer at college to save on her credit.
All right.
Yeah, I used to do that quite a lot. Used to be loads of those websites around that you could send a text for free.
Yeah.
Loads.
Yeah, she had a phone long before.
So much easier now.
Mm.
Maybe too easy.
Yeah.
I lost mine, didn't I? Well, it was stolen, weren't it? I hadn't even made a phone call.
Oh, your first screen one,
Yeah,
wasn't it? Last screen.
Never even heard my phone ring.
Yeah. Yeah, she got it stolen. Didn't even get to actually use it.
Mm,
Was that the pink one?
orange.
Orange one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't find my phone. My old phone is.
Maybe it's gone over with the Yeti dimension.
Yeah.
Never really existed in this dimension. Nah, come on.
Maybe I should one-to-one, because I think my phone I had was exclusive to one-to-one, but it was Motorola. One-to-one.
Like I said, I think the first one we brought, we didn't hire the phone or anything or get on a contract, was a pay-as-you-go. So it is a simple black phone with a little, like you said, aerial, little knobble on one side of it. That was our first one.
We went a long time without a home phone, didn't we?
Yeah, fucking years without a home phone.
She used to use call box.
Yep. When we wanted to make a call, over to the call box.
You must be well old. You must be older than you fucking are,
We're 80.
Yeah. No, we didn't,
No, we're not.
No, it's, I don't know. Just didn't want to have a landline.
No.
Rather
we could have done, we just didn't.
Call a person that,
We didn't really need it, did we?
No.
I remember getting our first phone. I even remember the number. We're growing up. I think we got our first phone in maybe the mid-70s, maybe. Our phone.
God, I remember my nan's phone number, and it was only 4 digits. Obviously her code, and then it was 4 digits.
Bloody hell.
Yep.
Was that
those are the days when you had to press a button.
No, it isn't.
And you had to talk to a bloody person down the phone. Could you connect me to?
Ring the fuck. We've got the winding thing on it. Ring, 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 ring. Get to the operator.
Exactly. Oh man, you remember having to use the talking clock to wake you up? Call back at so and so time.
I fucking found it.
You found it?
Fucking found it.
Yeah, Tim. Yeah, Tim for the time and get an alarm call.
Yeah.
Time for work.
Fucking found it.
Because I grew up, my parents had a phone, but we just didn't, did we?
You can still buy this fucking thing. Sorry.
I think you can buy anything still, to be honest, if you look hard enough.
My parents had a phone lock.
Right, we're going to see this magic phone in a minute.
Hold on. I've changed it. What's going on?
Was it a Motorola?
Yeah, well, it just says one-to-one on it, but I'm pretty sure it's Motorola. But it's a long time since I've shared wrong, and it's Rod, and it's changed. I don't know what to do.
Oh, don't worry about it. Keep us in suspense.
You have no slide. Google Slides, your computer. And can't you present browser no more?
What, you can't?
It might be because I'm not signed in.
What, you
Reckon that's
can't
why.
present something?
No, it gives me, it says share screen.
Right.
Hold on.
It's asking you to pay.
Got it. So, sorry, I had a complete
Got it.
fucking...
Got it.
Maybe
Right.
they've changed things.
Got it.
YouTube.
Got.
That's a walkie-talkie.
No, that's similar to the ones what we had with the little green screen.
They didn't have an aerial though.
Yeah, it did. Well, it wasn't as long an aerial as that one. It was like 3/4 of the length.
It's about, from my memory, I would say that was about 7 inches long, the phone itself.
No, the ones we had was literally in the palm of the hand.
Isn't it? Yeah.
And it was fucking weighty because it had a massive battery on the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And while I'm here, while I've got the screen shared,
£516.
yeah.
Well, they're classic, aren't they now?
Whoa.
This is what I was telling you about, Ron. See all these digits, all this in my mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. All these here are in answers for YouTube videos. So you got plus, you could plus it, and you get it. It goes up in different increments. Slower to fast, obviously, or fast to slow, whatever end you want.
Mm-hmm.
And the increments are so much minute or so much faster than YouTube give you. It's got other shit, but I only use it for the speed. If I'm watching like a tool restoration, because they tend to slow it all down now, don't they? And they fucking go, oh, what the fuck happened there? What happened there?
That's what I was saying. You've gone to YouTube. What the fuck's going on?
Like that.
Yeah.
What?
It's got, I've got to my YouTube page. It's got funny. It's just come. It's just
Weird, isn't it?
Cool, yeah. But yeah, it's called enhancer of YouTube or something like that. Called no enhancer for YouTube. It's just like quite handy to have, if not just for that, because it's very like segmented a lot more. So you can go a lot slower, a lot faster, and in betweens as well. It's handy for that. You can get it more precise.
And in betweens.
Yeah, in betweens. Let's no, stop this fucking shit now.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, it's just handy to have. For me, might help you out. Especially when you want to get more of a precise, where people can understand it, and the speed or the slowness.
That price though just goes to show if you've got that phone right now.
I don't know what I've done with it. I used to tend to chuck stuff away, give it away. If I weren't using it, I'd just give it away.
What was that? 516 quid for that?
Yeah, something like that.
Quid could get that for.
I don't think I paid that for it back in the day. It was about 40 quid or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But because it's what they class as old tech or something, museum antiques, but old tech, isn't it? You know, it's like Commodore 64 and things like that. Sinclair's.
Well, the Sims still fit and they still work, don't they? So
yeah,
and you just got a basic phone that can't be traced.
Walkman's about £200, I think now.
Walkman, oh yeah. Yeah, the old Sony Walkmans.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had the Walkman, and then I had the CD Walkman. I used to love my CD Walkman.
Didn't it skip though when you was walking?
No, this had anti-skip on it and everything. This was
it did.
top class. How I broke it was sitting down in a chair. I forgot I had it on my side. Fucking broke it.
Oh.
Who upsets me today?
I know I had one of those Walkman things, and I had these set of speakers, mobile speakers. They weren't too bad. Weren't too bad at all.
Did you used to walk around the streets with like a ghetto blaster?
No.
I did.
No.
I did.
Do that.
There used to be a gang of us, so there'd be like 8 of us, and there'd be this one girl, which I was in love with, by the way. And I used to carry my Sharp twin speaker, double cassette.
Oh, it was to impress the girl.
Well, because you'd see, with you holding this big massive thing, you walk slower, right? And girls tend to walk slower, so. Made sense to me back then.
No, I never went into the ghetto blaster thing. I just got hold of something where I stick headphones on and that's it. Just lock everything out.
Got kicked out of the City of London. Well, before we even got in there, really. It was just in there, just by the Tower of London, just going into the city. And this is when city cops had to be 6 foot. And we were a bunch of 15, 14, 15-year-old kids. And these fucking 3 coppers, fucking 6 foot tall and over, they bullied us out of the fucking City of London. We were coming in here with that.
Because you had a ghetto blaster on?
Just playing music, yeah.
Wow. Now you can buy these speakers, Bluetooth speakers, can't you? And fucking go wherever you want and just blast your music out of it.
Just a bully tactic.
Yeah, wasn't it? Fucking hell.
Different policing back then. I mean, I remember having an altercation with a copper in Lehman Street, which is a famous police station. And he slapped me across the face. Because you make a remark like that again and you're going in the back of my car.
What did you say?
He pulled us over because he'd just recently nicked my mate. So that's what they normally do. They see you about, they remember your face, and they go and pull you up again. So they pulled him up, and they were sort of like bullying him. And I said, off the cuff, I said, well, give him a slap round the face. He deserves it, like that, talking to the copper. And he leant forward and gave me a quick slap and said, you'll be in the back of my car, you will. Not like that again.
Oh.
And then they took me mate, put him in the back of the car. I'm thinking, what the fuck's going on? He's there for about 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden, along he trots. Yeah, a bit weird.
So because you said that, he gave you a clip round the ear instead. He said, don't be cheeky. Don't be fucking cheeky.
Police brutality.
Yeah. I don't know, was that, you know what I mean? It is the police back then, it was like a quick, sharp shock sort of treatment. You know, take you back to your parents and let them deal with you and all that sort of attitude. Yeah, the Bobby on the beat. You know.
Yeah, you had a community policeman. Because you had a lot of, back then, you had a lot of places like, you had like adventure playgrounds, you had parks that were like busy with kids, and you had places where you could go and play pool, like little community places for kids and stuff.
Yeah, youth clubs.
Youth clubs, that's it. Police used to go from these talking to the people who ran it, you know, making think of like getting to know the kids, blah blah blah. Our one,
Yeah.
he's not. I remember his name was Rex. All I remember. He was quite a nice guy actually, but he was our enemy, obviously, at the time.
Yeah.
He was a copper, but yeah, as coppers come, he was all right. But then you got the
Yeah.
nasty little fuckers that used to like stalk you. You know, let's say like something happened and they knew you for some reason. You know, it's like they pull you up. You see you in the street and they pull you up, and then they pull you up again, and they get to know you, and then they start hounding you because they think you're up to no good. Which 9 times out of 10 we were, but still.
I take it you remember the Bow Street Runners then?
Fucking hell, Ron. No, these were like CIDs. I'm talking about CID. I'm not talking about bobbies. I'm talking about CID. They pull you up, flash their badges. Like, you know, I think they're fucking trying to, like, I don't know if they're trying to impress us, whatever. I don't know, but it's always a bit weird. One used to drive around in a little, it was the funniest fucking car. It looked like a car, like the classic shape of how you would draw a car with like curves. But squashed. I can't remember the name. It was a European car. It was tiny. I used to drive about in one of those. Horrible little cunt he was.
European car.
Horrible. Can't remember what it was, but
bubble car.
Bubble car.
Yeah, almost like the first ever bubble car. That's what it was like.
Yeah, that's what my car had, bubble car.
Bubble car. What, the thing that rose at the front?
Yeah.
The whole chassis rose up.
Oh no, it weren't like that. It was like proper like car, but it was just small.
That was a freewheeler then, wasn't it? Yeah. Bubble cars were freewheelers, weren't they? One wheel at the back.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember.
I think so. Bubble cars.
Bubble car.
Yeah, where the front, where the whole thing would rise up and you'd sort of walk into the car.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Showing your age.
Yeah.
So you remember the coppers that used to have a key then and go to the call box thing and unlock the little box and make a phone call? Yeah, we got a robbery down in.
Oh, that weren't that far. That weren't that long ago. That was in the 60s, early 60s. That was. I don't remember it. I did actually have a copper's truncheon. There'll probably be some like untruth rumors coming out about this now, but I acquired in my early teens, a copper's truncheon and a copper's whistle, authentic. And yeah, I had that for I don't know what because things.
No, they were called Koshes back then, weren't they?
No, they were truncheons.
No, seriously. You had the solid wood, right? Gotcha.
No, truncheons were specific. There was a specific because of the shape of them, but they were covered in like a plastic.
Right.
I
know what you're on about.
Layer of plastic. I don't know if that was a cushion to blow.
But some had the kosh, didn't they? More of a small.
Are you trying to be funny? Is this humour right now, Ron?
No. Don't you remember the kosh ones?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm not. I weren't born in the 1800s.
No. Seriously, no. I suppose I remember getting beaten by a kosh around my head and my back.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I had the shit beaten out of me.
They weren't brutal.
Fucking hell. Gosh,
yeah,
when did the coppers last?
Kosh.
Could have worked.
I'm sure that was the name that it was.
When?
Oh, that's Cash.
Yeah, I'm sure it's called a kosh.
Change it. No, it's not coming. Oh, no, it's not coming up as kosh.
I'm not sure how it's spelled. It might be a K or a C.
Did you mean copper cash? No. Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna have to check this out. I'm sure that's what it is
I
called.
think you dreamt it.
No, I fucking felt it.
Yeah, I still think you dreamt it.
Police.
There's a previous life 3 centuries
Kosh.
ago.
UK.
I've only ever seen the telescopic ones. You know, the ones where they come out, don't they?
See, obviously, there's the baton.
Luke Skywalker thing.
19.
The baton by police, commonly known as Kosh.
Yeah.
A maritime Kosh.
Maritime Kosh.
Hang
What does that look
In
like?
certain contexts, batons, also called truncheons or billy clubs, have been used by the police for
Yeah,
various
similar to that
purposes
sort of
throughout
thing.
history.
19th
Primarily for
century.
self-defense.
That's the 19th century. You're thinking of a
Oh my
past
God.
lifetime.
No,
Yeah.
well, I presumed it was called a Kosh.
That look. It
Yeah,
looks like
I believe you. No,
They ain't been known as Koshes or Kosh, a Kosh,
No,
since
that's American. That's
1886.
Mhm.
They call them batons in America.
Yeah, batons in
Police
America.
batons. Yeah. I had a
Yeah,
proper
it
trunk,
is.
you know, the proper looking old fashioned truncheons, you know, with a handle grip, and it just like a small baseball bat, like a rounder's bat almost, but thinner.
It was material.
That's the policeman's Kosh. They don't like them called cops.
There must have been that they had a specially made one then there, because this was around about 5 inches, maybe 7-inch long, and they were not a solid. They were like maybe it was I don't know.
Maybe it's
they bought it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe they had these specially made for, individual made for themselves.
Have you ever seen one? And it's the telescopic one.
Yeah, they use that now.
They're the new ones, aren't they?
Yeah, they do. They use that now.
Oh, you can buy them, you know. You can buy them yourself.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
bet you can't carry one though.
Well, as long as you don't sell them.
Can you carry it?
I'd carry it.
Carry a walking stick.
No different. I've got this thing here, right? It's a magnet. So it's got a massive magnet on the end, and it's telescopic, right? And if I was to shut that halfway down, right, and it's still about 20 inches long, and I hit you with that is going to fucking hurt. And it ain't going to bend either, because it's thick, really thick at the bottom. It's like a massive telescopic aerial. Do you remember the telescopic aerials on the car that used to pull up?
Yeah,
it's like one of those. And you push it halfway down, it's still about 20 inches long, maybe 18 inches, and it's got a big, heavy magnet on the end. I was to whack you with that. I could carry that in the street. It's a fucking tool. So I can't bend down. If I drop my keys, I can't bend down to pick them up. This is why I carry this.
Ah, true, yes.
One of them.
Right, yeah.
Like, is that what it is?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I want one of them.
Yeah.
I wonder what?
I said, I want
She wants one of them. What you've got?
On Temu, really cheap, £3.
Yeah.
Temu.
Yeah. Are they iron or just alloy? Is it a solid piece of metal? If it's alloy.
It's telescopic, so
yeah.
But the magnet is a big heavy magnet. You can get different sizes on the end.
Yeah.
They sell them on Amazon.
Yeah. You want one?
Yeah.
I want one.
Carry a pen. You can
know.
But that'd hurt more.
Oh, there you go. Let's have a look. What do they extend to, though?
We was going out for a walk once across fields, James, and there's someone walking towards us.
I remember
And I
this
just had
story.
a really bad feeling, so I picked up a rock.
A fucking rock is a fucking great big piece of fucking stone.
Sharp, and this guy walked past us with his dog, and he's like, "Good afternoon."
She's ready to batter him.
It's like you're just going to knock his brains.
Seriously, she's ready to batter the geezer. I said, what the fuck?
Okay.
Seriously.
I just had a really bad feeling, but he was all right actually.
Yeah, he
Oh,
just
that's because he see you pick up the rock. So
Yeah.
you reckon he's all right.
when I saw her pick it up, I thought, what? Well, I don't like the way how he's looking.
Look, I agree. You got to go with your instinct. If you're feeling that,
You do,
better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. So that's my motto.
You thought I'd better just say hello.
I remember that.
Yeah,
It was a few years ago.
Yeah, I remember you telling our kids, he's like,
Was there a quiver in his voice when he said hello?
She's going to fuck,
That's
smack his head in, cave it.
Hello.
This mad woman. Oh. So you want one of them?
Yeah.
Okay then. Okay. We'll get one.
Because you can carry it around, can't you?
James does. He'll get you locked up.
Drop anything. Make sure you got some metal with you.
Keys.
There you go.
Yeah, keys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got arthritis in the fingers and I have trouble holding my keys. I drop them quite often. Oh, I'll never drop the magnet.
Oh man. Oh well. Christmas present.
Christmas now.
Oh, one. I want it now. No.
Want that one.
You want to check out how heavy they are and what have you, because you might decide, fuck that, going for a 2 hour.
Why are you?
2 mile hike or something.
I think you may be getting it mixed up with something else because it's not heavy.
That's why I said you want to check it. Check the weight.
Get a picture of one.
No, she's looking at the biggest one. The biggest.
Well, you've got to be able to hold it. You've got to be able to hold it in your hand.
Yeah.
No good
She's looking for the one with the biggest magnet at the end of it.
You can get massive magnets on the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one that she's looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one with the heaviest fucking thing at the end. Yeah.
So, be like
seriously, well, she just told you the story about picking up a rock and ready to bash a guy's brains in. So yeah, she'll be looking for the.
Imagine if he went like, he ended up being someone that you ain't seen for like 20 years. You didn't recognise him, and as he got close, he was gonna like go like, "Oh, it's me!" And as he went like that, he just whacked him across.
Whacked him. Yeah. No. Oh shit.
And he wakes up and goes, "What the fuck?"
Did you?
Yeah, with the hammer when you came in. I didn't hear you.
Oh yeah, you didn't hear me come in, and I nearly got a hammer smashed across me head.
Yeah, luckily I sort of
Been her excuse. She just changed her mind.
Yeah. Oh. I
remember another time when Ron wasn't here and the kids was asleep upstairs, and me and my friend, she was here, and we thought we heard a noise from upstairs, and it's like a really weird noise. And she's like, right, so she grabbed the claw hammer, and then she's like, you go first. I was like, you got the fucking hammer, so you go first. There wasn't anything. I think it was ghost.
Claw hammer.
Look at these ones with a whip thing. Look. That's a free
a flexi one.
Yeah.
I think you're on the wrong website, Maria.
A 3-pack magnetic pickup tool. This one's
That's not a bad
What does it
price
say?
either, is it?
Where are you
Yeah.
looking? Amazon.
She's looking on Amazon. It's got quite a few good stars.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that one's strong enough to pick up a claw hammer.
Is it?
Yeah,
Ah.
picking up a claw
You
hammer.
could use the magnet to pick up the real fucking weapon.
Yeah.
3-in-1. Well, that one tells you how telescopic they are as well.
And what's the other one? Just a small one.
Yeah, look, he's using it as a tool to a car. So so some are really intricate.
Yeah, I like that one that you can swing. That one.
So in other words, yeah, whip across the fucking skull. Crack.
I probably could smack myself.
You're more likely to end up smashing me, ducks, and I'll get this straight across my head as it misses him and it wraps around and hits me.
Surely that can't be. It's got a telescopic magnetic pickup, £16. I think that's a bit heavy.
That's what I mean. You need to look for how heavy
That
it is.
can't be £16. It's too small.
So
£8.
that's what you need to take into account.
Oh, that's the lifting weight. Sorry.
Yeah.
Cost.
It's £16.
Yeah.
That ain't bad weight then.
That's over a stone, isn't it?
£16, is it?
Yeah. £2 over a stone.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's well good. Might get one myself. Mine can pick up. Mine's a Temu one. So probably can only pick up an air clip or something.
Next week they'll be banned. Banned in England.
Yeah, talking about it on YouTube. Oh, we've heard some people talking about these things now.
Yeah.
It's like when I was talking about crossbows and plants and what have you, and all of a sudden you heard about them thinking about, and I thought, are they listening to me? Fucking hell. Yeah, and then you had the guy with the crossbow getting into Balmoral, wasn't it? I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the most secure places on the planet, and he was actually, but there again, though, you did have a guy actually get in the Queen's bedroom, if that was true or not. But
yeah, then again, but he's supposed to have been interviewed a few times. The guy, supposedly.
Yeah, I know, but if you believe that the moon, they didn't actually land on the moon, you did have Neil Armstrong and all of them turn around and saying, yeah, we did land on the moon. So you never know. You never know.
I know. Well, I don't know what you think of that, Ron, but when people, the likes, I mean, Deegan saying it back in the day, and people have said it since, and they say, how can you fucking phone him? How can they phone him from the fucking moon? And especially military people, when I know where comms can be patched through, to a telephone line. So, I mean, you could have done that back in fucking, I don't know, fucking 30, 40 years before they went to the moon. You could have done that.
Yeah, well, this is it. Well, you know, it wasn't a direct line to space. It was actually going through to NASA control, and then it was hooked up to some machine to then transmit. And I get you. I get you.
And it's been proven because of the seconds that would transpire through the call. Like for instance, I don't know if I use the right word there, but anyway. So it took 6 seconds to get there and 6 seconds to travel back.
Yeah.
And this was recorded live in the president's office. Nixon's got it, and it's all been done. And exactly 12 seconds before each answer and each response. So,
all right. So
you know,
there was a delay
yeah.
within the. Yeah, right. Gotcha.
And it was the calculated delay. So people have calculated the time that it would take and the time it would take to get back. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And it was roughly that. So.
See, for me,
it's conclusive.
You know, it's the stories that go about. Oh, they lost the technology and everything, and
yeah,
you know, I haven't looked into it, but if that's true, that they turn around and said, "Oh, we lost the tech, we misplaced it, whatever," you know, if that is true, then come on, how can you lose that vital fucking information? Really?
I think what they meant by that is where technology has moved on. There ain't in that place where they're using that technology anymore.
Yeah.
So for them to make it viable now, they'll have to be able to use different technologies. They couldn't use the same technologies now because it just wouldn't coerce with anything else. It wouldn't, you know, nothing. It wouldn't marry up to anything else. So it'd be just be void. That I'm not sure. All I can get out of that.
Yeah.
So
anything possibility.
They said they went many times to the moon. I think there was about 7. Was there 7 trips to the moon?
No, there was Apollo. Well, they're called Apollos, aren't they? And there's Apollo. Yeah. Which one was it that didn't land? But it had because it had a lot of shit that happened, and they had to
They orbited, yeah.
And slingshot.
They had to use them fucking the moon as a slingshot to get them back.
Yeah, and that was Apollo 13 or something. Apollo 11. And that was,
I'm not sure.
Another window, Apollo 13. Sure, it is Apollo 13.
If ain't the 13 the one that blew up, maybe? Was that Apollo? I don't know. It all becomes guesswork, really.
They send a monkey in one.
Apollo 13.
Yeah, a monkey's been sent. A dog's been sent.
A dog, yeah. The dog was a Russian, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Apollo 13, yeah. It was Apollo 13 that couldn't land because they had a lot of malfunctions. Was Apollo
What's the one
13.
that exploded then? Was that Apollo 13? Or was that?
No, Apollo 13 was the
11,
one that we were
11.
talking about.
Yeah, I mean 11, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Was it even
we had that one with I forget which space shuttle it was that got so far off the ground and then it blew up, didn't it? And I think that was the first female astronaut.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was 1980, 81. No, 83.
Yeah. I remember watching it.
Yeah.
It just fucking exploded, man.
Yeah. I was at my brother-in-law's, and he's an American, so he was watching it, and so yeah, let's watch this, and saw it just sort of split in different directions. So,
yeah.
I believe what Buzz did.
Yeah, this is it. And then you got Buzz Armstrong, didn't he? And he turned around and said to the kid, we never did land on the moon.
Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
No, not Buzz Lightyear. Yeah, again, that could have been Buzz Lightyear for all I know. I mean,
yeah, he's a bit of a character, isn't he? Is he still alive or?
Buzz Aldrin? I ain't got a clue. I ain't got a clue. I know he's
a bit of a character.
I know I'd have thought nearly in his 90s. or maybe 90 something when he said that to that kid.
Buzz Aldrin, isn't it?
Aldrin, yeah.
So it's all good.
But there again, though, could he remember that there's a moon when he said it?
He's 95.
95 now.
95.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
So, no, it's someone. I don't know. Does it make any difference to us if they did or if they didn't land on the moon? I don't really give it too much thought on that, because I think, does it make any difference? It's like this thing, flat Earth, and what have you. Really, does it make much difference at all for people to go from A to B if it's a flat Earth or a sphere? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. It actually doesn't, right? But for people to think it's flat, it's bizarre. It's just bizarre to me. And
well, you did. What was it? That telescope, which is it still going, orbiting around the solar system, what have you? And they had pictures.
Yeah,
of
it's still. I don't know if it's still returning pictures. I think it is.
Yeah.
It's just going to go out into the fucking yonder and just carry on traveling, won't it?
Because that's to think that this is flat, and then you've got these planets where they actually have filmed it, and it's going around in a circle. Yeah, not where it disappears because of the, I don't know, the terrain and what have you, and then it comes around again at a certain time if they're there. I don't know how space works, but that does sort of tell you, nah, that ain't flat, because it's moving in that direction in a spin. So I don't know.
Yeah. Like, imagine if we were floating flat, right, in space. What would happen if a massive fucking asteroid hit us underneath at one end? Like, say, half the size of the planet, or flat plane, planet plane, get it? Thick as shit. Comes from underneath.
That's the point, yeah.
And it would just tumble away, wouldn't it? And we'd all be falling off and going upside down and this and that. But we would all be safe because we'd be inside the dome. So
nothing can penetrate the dome. I just wanted to know how fucking big this dome was. How high does it go, and all this shit? You know what I mean? It just seemed all a bit. I don't know. I don't know. I'm never likely to go into outer space. Not now. So that make a difference to us. Really, ain't gonna get that chance. Would I really want to?
Yeah, I can say I don't even think I really would want to. Maybe on my deathbed, send me out there. Just, ship me out to space and let me just float around in space and then just die. That'd be fantastic.
A massive air bomb repeater to your back. And so when you reach the outer space, you blow up.
I could land on a planet or is getting what was that called? What do they call it? Genesis program, where they fire like Spock, and he dies.
Oh, gotcha. Yes.
And they fire his body onto that planet, and then that planet gets chosen to be what they call it?
I think it's called Genesis, isn't it? Something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, Genesis is because of the Bible, the beginning, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But it's called something. Anyway, it makes it habitable for humans.
Yeah.
And he gets alive and he's going backwards in his age and all that shit. And then it becomes the search of Spock.
Yes. Cool. We're talking about Captain Kirk and everything. The originals.
Yeah, originals.
Fucking hell.
Which, you know, the young kids today, they laugh at that. They think it's a joke. I know the newer ones, like they grow up with grew up with Voyager and Next Generation, which I enjoyed.
Yeah.
And the one with the space station, I forget it, Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
I grew up with them ones, so that's Star Trek to them. But Star Trek to me is Captain Kirk, Dr. McCoy, Mr. Spock, Scotty.
Yeah.
You know, Chekhov.
Zulu. Was it Zulu, one of them?
Zulu. Zulu with an S.
And then you had what's her name? The scene which they didn't never. I don't think they allowed
the rape that.
Yeah.
No, they did. They didn't at the time, but they did obviously eventually. I mean, we've seen
eventually.
it. Yeah, it was put back in, but it was the racial scene you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Kissing of Uhura.
That's it. Yes, with the thing sticking out of her ear.
Yeah, she was communications officer.
That's it.
Linguistics person.
Yeah.
Officer.
No, it's
translator and all that.
See, and it's very diverse as well because you had people from many countries, nationalities actually on that ship, like a Russian, one was Russian, one was
in the height of the Cold War as well.
Yeah, all working together as a unit.
Yeah.
Well, they had a fucking Scot on board, so
yeah, fucking crazy man as well. And for 10 years, I actually thought he was Scottish. Canadian. Another Canadian. I think he was Canadian or American.
Oh, don't spoil it. He's Scottish. That's why it's called Scotty.
Sorry. Not even the newer one is Scottish. Not even fucking the new Mr. Scott is Scottish. What's his name? From Shaun of the Dead.
Oh, Pegg. Simon Pegg.
Yeah, Simon Pegg, yeah. He ain't even Scottish.
No, true. At least he comes from the UK. So
yeah.
At least he got closer.
Yeah. That time they made another Star Trek film. I know I got sick of that fucking Discovery. It just didn't start. It stopped making sense for me.
Yeah, I know what you're on about. I did like the opening music though. Out of them all.
Yeah.
That had the best soundtrack.
I think I watched the first 2 series, maybe even up to the 3rd, but after that, it just got a bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
I stopped watching it.
Yeah, it went on too long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think
what I liked about the beginning of it was that they used Pine. You know, Chris Pine. Is it Pine? The true captain of the Enterprise originally. Was it Captain Pine?
Don't remember.
Don't you remember the first ever episode where he ends up in a wheelchair?
No.
Yeah, what happened is he died in a fucking plane crash and he couldn't make no more episodes. Obviously he's dead. So they
that normally happens when you die.
Yeah. And then William Shatner got it. I think it was Captain Pine. I don't know why I'm saying Pine. Because Chris Pine plays Captain, doesn't he?
I really don't know. What Voyager? No, it's a woman, wasn't it?
Voyager was a woman.
Yeah.
I used to like that. Captain Jane. Something Ways. Jane.
Which one are you on about? Did she take off her clothes?
Voyager. Nah. I used to like the fucking Red Indian nerd in that one. You know, it was always going help. It would solve a problem. It was always a way to solve a problem. He'd go to his fucking spirit animal, and he's like Indian way. It's funny. Native American.
There's something done by the guy who produced Family Guy and Orbit or Oral or something like that. A space series that's a piss take of Star Wars. They only did 2 series, I think. I forget what it's called now. Anybody out there can remember? I know nobody's typed for quite a while, but anybody remember? Is there anybody out there? Major Tom to ground control. Are you out there?
Yeah, nobody's typed for ages.
Or Oriole or something like that. But no, I used to like watching that, and it literally was a piss take of Star Trek, and that was entertaining. There's some really weird characters and really weird stories where they had a guy that was sort of what's that that one from Star Trek Next Generation, who is a Klingon. Yeah, Wolf, yeah. Well, they had a sort of a wolf character within this piss take of it, and they didn't have a female species; they only had guy species. Yeah, so they were gay.
Well, they had to be.
So that was rather. That's what I mean. That is a total piss take, totally. But it was good. It was good. The effects were very well made as well.
Was it like full like makeup and everything for the Klingons and stuff?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they had certain aliens and what have you. So they put a lot into it. Orbiter Orbiter.
Star Trek parodies.
Yeah, try that.
Trick.
There you go. All right, no, that ain't it. Ain't it? No, fucking hell, that ain't definitely it. No, nobody's said anything in the chat. All fans should watch. Let's try that one. Right. No, I don't want the cartoon, obviously. No, Muppet Show. No. Orville, yeah, that's it.
New Horizon.
That's it. Yeah, Seth MacFarlane's. I think he was producer of. Yeah, that's it. Family Guy. And if you see the picture, if you've got on the same page, and you see a picture of a guy with a sort of weird-looking skull, that was the one where their species are all gay and they had to piss over a mountain and shit like this. It's a ritual where you had to go and piss over a mountain.
I just got the trailer.
It was good though. I don't know why they stopped doing the series.
It looks pretty good. He's actually the captain in it, Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah. I didn't understand how comes they haven't carried on with that series, which is a shame. Yeah, they had a robot which is supposed to be what's his name from the Next Generation. Yeah, but this one's a little bit.
You mean the hologram ones?
No, it's an
Like
actual
Doctor.
metal.
Like Data.
Yes, that's it. Data. Yes. And one of the females, the doctor of it, I think she fell in love with this robot, like Data and what have you, his romantic encounters when he had his something chip removed or something. Well, they did the same thing with this fucking robot. So they did. It was good though. The effects, the special effects, and what have you. They, they didn't cut
Danson's in
corners.
it.
Who?
Ted Danson's in it. From Cheers.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yes, he'd had a bit parts.
Little cameos here and there.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. If you can get hold of it, I'd say it's worth a watch, just to have a laugh of something to watch. But yeah, all of a sudden it stopped, and it hasn't carried on since. I don't know why, but hey, some good shows do sort of lose their budget, and they just go.
Yeah, people pull out, or
Yeah.
it could be some sort of legal action going on. I don't know. You don't know, do you?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe they got, I don't know, certain company who had the rights to Star Trek and whatever, and decided, no, got to pull the plug on that. It's too close to their product. I don't know. It's funny though. You can still get hold of it. I think you can. It's worth a watch.
A fucking Muppets got one out.
I know. I just went through there. There's two sort of Muppety sort of ones. What was it called now? Obviously, you got Futurama.
Yeah.
And then Manacles, Star Trek. What the fuck? Black Mirror, USS
Black Mirror.
Calista. Never heard of that.
No.
Omar, the tourist in Star Trek. Oh, right. That's just a person. The Adam and Joe Show, Stuffed Trek, Toy Generation, Pigs in Space, Chewing the Fat, Tay-Siders in Space. What the fuck is that? They got sparklers in their hands. Mrs. Magpie. And then obviously you've got the movie one. What's his name now? He had his own. He had a spoof, didn't he? Where he's a DIY person in a series.
Oh, Tall.
Yeah, dark-headed geezer. But it was an actual movie, wasn't it? He had what was it now in the series? Oh, who's the female that he always wanted to get off with? And then you had the guy from Snape, is it? From Harry Potter, the dark-headed wizard, who they thought was a villain, but in the end they found out that actually he was working for the good guys, not the bad guys. He was actually in the movie.
What is always getting? What's his name? Oh man,
He's also the bad guy, wasn't he? In
Fifth Element.
What's that?
Fifth Element.
That's it. Yes. Yeah, he's in the movie, isn't he? He's got a funny head. He was also the bad guy in the Bruce Willis movie where he goes. Yeah, he's crawling through the air ducts and what have you. He was the villain in that, in the Bruce Willis movie where he's trapped in a hotel. No, a conference.
Fifth Element.
Isn't it?
That's Fifth
It
Element.
is. That's him then.
Yeah. Oh, I know his name. I always get him mixed up with Robert Carlyle. I don't know why. One's from London and one's from Scotland.
Oh, I watched 20 Days Later last night.
Oh, yeah.
28 weeks later, because there's
Yeah.
a new 28 years later, isn't there now?
Really?
Yeah.
like them films.
Yeah, they just brought out. So I thought, right, I'll watch the first one and the second one, ready to watch the third one again. Well, them two I've seen again, but to when the third, a good enough copy comes out of the third one.
Was it out now, though, is it? Or
Well,
is
you
it
can
June
get hold
this
of
year?
it, but it isn't worth watching. You know what I mean? It's
Gary something.
Oh, Gary.
Gary Coleman? No, that's not right, is it? Not Gary Coleman, is it? Gary Oldman.
Yes, well done, Oldman. Yes. Yeah,
What's
he's
his
in that
name's
movie
brother?
once too.
His
Very Oldman.
sister is, his stepsister, I think she is. Little Mo from EastEnders.
Little Mo from EastEnders. I wouldn't know. I don't want. I've seen fucking EastEnders since really. What's that bar couple that split up?
Angie and Den.
Wasn't it? Yeah, Angie
Yeah.
and Den. That's it.
Those were the early days.
Yeah.
We see a few, didn't we, when the kids like Christmas time, and they'd be like, "Oh, put EastEnders on," and we'd be like, "Oh God,
Oh God, who's gonna die this time?"
Yeah.
What tragic fucking something's going to happen and some explosion. All of them do it though as well, don't they? There's always some sort of tragedy around Christmas time for some poor cunt on
It's
EastEnders.
like if you want to sit there on Christmas Day and see somebody get blown up or shot or stabbed or
It's
fall
to
out
make
of
you
a
feel good
building.
that it's not happening to you.
Yeah.
Hey, look, this ain't happening to you. Think yourself fucking lucky. You're sitting there on Christmas Day having a beautiful fucking meal, and there's people, fucking getting blown up.
Nah, give me the good old days when you'd see the ducks move when they close the door. Hilda Ogden's Coronation Street.
Britain's Got Talent, weren't it? And we sat there and we just took the piss out of all of the acts, didn't we? And the kids never asked for it.
They never asked for it again. No, we just thought, what the hell? Christmas special of talent show?
Yeah, I think they recorded it after that.
No, how can you want to watch these fucking Muppets?
Yeah, one dressed as a banana.
No, give me It's a Knockout Christmas special or something like that. I'd rather watch something like that. It's a Knockout.
The royal one.
Yeah, the royal one was. I think that was when the royals actually showed that they can get involved, but then they went all numb again. They didn't want to.
Edward, wasn't it?
What's that?
Edward, the camp one, he organised it all, didn't he? That was his baby, wasn't it, Edward?
Fergie, she loved it, didn't she? And
yeah, she was involved.
Yeah, Anne enjoyed it. I think they were the only two that really did enjoy being part of that.
We ain't supposed to mention It's a Knockout of fucking all that Stuart Hall business. Really?
What? What's that?
Stuart Hall.
Tell me more.
Oh, yeah. Pedo.
No?
Convicted pedo.
Right.
Turns out.
Who was that?
Not Ewan. What was his name? Not the Welsh one. Stuart Hall.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, it was one of the ones. You know, the one that always laughed. You know, his laugh was famous.
Was it?
And It's a Knockout. Yeah, his laugh like he couldn't
What,
stop
the little
himself
short, dark-headed guy?
No, that was Wearing.
Right.
That was Wearing. Up and
Right.
under. That was a rugby. He was a rugby commentator, wasn't he? Ewan Wearing or something. But no, the other one, the one after, sort of like, I think it was alongside and then after him. You know, they sort of like done it together for a while, and then Stuart all sort of like took over, and he just couldn't stop laughing. He was always laughing. You must remember it.
No.
Yeah, well, he ended up being fucking one of those, you know, whatever they're called. Gary Glitter.
Right. I didn't know that. I only watch things for a certain length of time, maybe about a year. And then
I remember that. Whatchamacallit? It's a Knockout, and I couldn't wait for it to come on a weekend. I used to look so forward to that Saturday evening, watching fucking all them stupid little games and men going up the fucking wrong way, and Stuart all laughing his fucking tits off, and then you find out he fucking is a dodgy cunt.
Yeah. No.
As soon as I'll bring up the picture and you'll recognise him.
Right. No, I don't remember. I remember a little guy. He looked little on the screen anyway.
That was
7 foot tall.
Eddie Waring. He was Scottish. Was he Scottish? I think he was a Scottish rugby commentator.
Right. I don't know. I think he wore a cowboy coat.
He used to go up and under. You know, in the rugby, long ball. Up and under. It's an up and under.
No, I don't remember any of that. Long time ago. In another time, another space. Right, I got it.
Eddie O.
That's the one who. Hang on a minute. No, I don't remember him.
Get a picture of him on It's a Knockout.
Guy I remember, did he used to wear a cap as well?
Yeah.
There was another guy who started working on It's a Knockout, and then later on they found out that he was one of those Gary Glitter people.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you recognise him in this?
No.
He used to work them sort of. You know, you must have been watching it in the 60s, Ron.
Fuck off.
You must have been. And look, this is actually him on the fucking set.
All right, I can see it.
This one, yeah.
Did he sort of the guy on? Hang on a minute. If you look at the picture, hit the picture on the left-hand side with the 3 people standing beside each other, and somebody with a long lines going down his jacket.
All right. This one.
Yeah, is that him? Is that the one you're on about? No, it's the guy which was on his left-hand side that I remember.
This one here. This is Eddie Waring. See,
right.
Can you see my mouse?
No.
See the one where he's got the mic up to his mouth?
Yeah.
All right. Go to where the 2 geezers.
Yeah, that geezer holding the mic in the brown. I remember him.
That's Eddie Waring.
Yeah.
I don't remember any of
I remember
he
him.
done it. I think this might be a young Stuart Hall, because then they done it together, and then he took over, he got ill or died or whatever.
I'm crap at remembering faces.
Yeah. That's the one I remember when doing it.
Fucking
don't
hell, you
remember
are
any of
old.
the other people.
Fucking true, people. He's fucking old as the hills.
Keith Chegwin, I never liked him.
And
I didn't know that Frank Bruno got involved. Did Frank Bruno get involved with It's a Knockout?
no, that's different. That's all different stuff, isn't it? Where is it?
Oh, right. I don't know.
I can't even find it. I don't know.
No, I just remember the guy in the brown coat. He always wore that brown coat.
Yeah, that was him, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one which I remember.
Yeah, Eddie
Always
Waring.
a cardi in a brown coat.
Yeah, Eddie Waring. It says it there, Eddie Waring.
Mm-hmm.
He used to do the old rugby back in the day.
Right.
I mean, he must have done it, I suppose, because this is all It's a Knockout.
Yeah.
The one in the middle was a pogo. Stripe.
The one with the striped jacket, yeah.
With the young girls
this one,
behind
With the young girls behind him, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He's the...
I didn't know that Keith Chegwin got you. That's what I mean. I think I must have stopped watching it.
It's probably celebrity. It's a Knockout. They've done a few of those.
Yeah.
They probably took part in the celebrity one.
Mm-hmm.
He did a show naked. I didn't know that.
Who did a show naked?
He did. What's shameful. It was fucking shameful. I felt so embarrassed for the man.
Do you remember? I think it was the very first Children in Need Red Nose Day, and Billy Connolly. It was in London, didn't he? And they said,
"Oh yeah, he danced around on fucking Piccadilly
jumped
Circus
in there
naked."
I must admit, I did donate. I did actually donate for that. I thought if he does it, if he actually does what he said he's going to do, then I will donate, and I did. Because Billy Connolly absolutely out there.
Yeah. Is he still alive?
I ain't got a clue. I haven't a clue.
Yeah, he's got some sort of dementia in here. I'm not sure.
I don't think in his early days, he was a bit out there.
What's his name again?
Billy Connolly. Yeah.
Or the Big Yen, isn't it?
He's 82.
Yes, he's 82.
82.
He ain't much older than you then, James.
He's fucking... He's
if you go by what Smiler said about you, Slimer, I should say, about you, so he ain't much older than you.
Smiler.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
Yeah. What, Slimer is?
Well, maybe for long. Pam Anderson.
Live. I was going to say, do you mean alive? I thought, no, don't do that.
Pamela Anderson. She's not even anything to do with show business anymore, is she? And she's some sort of psychologist.
Pamela
Stevenson, sorry, Stevenson. One that's married to...
Pamela Anderson was the American woman, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Who was in Baywatch.
Yeah. I meant Pamela Stevenson.
I don't remember her.
Yeah, she was in Not the 9 O'Clock News, married to Billy Connolly, and then she becomes some...
Oh, the blonde girl.
Yeah, then she...
Gotcha.
And she becomes some sort of psychologist and whatever it was.
Right.
Done a couple of shows being a psychologist.
That was in Not the 9 O'Clock News. That was Rowan Atkinson. Chris Reeves, was it?
Billy something, the gee's name was, wasn't it? Who was with him? It was... who was it? It was... Was it Not the 9 O'Clock News? No, what am I thinking? I'm Not the 9 O'Clock News. Of course it's not that. What was it called?
I don't know.
He's had that funny face geezer. I remember a clip.
Rowan
where-
Atkinson
Was it Rowan
was
Atkinson?
in not the 9
not-
o'clock news. Yeah.
No, it weren't that. It was something else. And
Yeah,
I'm not
but
sure.
no, Rowan Atkinson, that's one of his starring roles, how he sort of hit the scene was in Not the 9 o'clock news when he, when he became...
No, not the 9 o'clock news. Ain't that a panel show?
No, they took the piss. Like the scene I can remember is Rowan Atkinson walking down the street and he can see a camera across the street and he's sort of waving to it and then he walks into a lamppost. At least I think that was not the 9. I'm sure it's not the 9 o'clock news. Rowan Atkinson was in that.
What's the one that you got the panelists and you used to have who hosts it now? You had 2 panelists either side and a panel master. I don't know.
I ain't got a clue.
Oh, it is not. No, is it? Oh, yeah. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. I'm sure the one I'm thinking of, it had not Kenny Everett. Who's the black guy? Lenny Henry in it. Oh, I'm completely mixing it up with something else.
Yeah, Rowan Atkinson, Mel Smith, Griff Rhys-Jones, I was close, Pamela Stevenson, Chris Langham, and Jonathan Hyde. I don't remember the Jonathan Hyde or Chris Langham, but I do remember the other 4.
I remember a scene where she walked in at the front door, shut the front door, and she's got one tit hanging out. And her husband and excuse me, so-called the actor playing her husband says, "What are you doing?" And she looks down and she realizes her tits hanging out, one of her tits, and she went, "Oh fuck, I've left the baby on the bus." And I thought that was hilarious.
So if there's any scene like that, he can remember that part.
Oh yeah, I was young. When was that? Not 9 o'clock news. Fucking 79 to 82. So I'm in my mid to late teens there. You was in your 30s, Ron. So.
No, I just had better things to do.
I don't remember. I don't even know why. That's got Jim Belushi in it.
Jim Belushi?
9 o'clock. Yeah, it's just a picture of all these guys on. Maybe it was this then. What I'm thinking of with the.
It wouldn't surprise me that they would have that sketch in that show because it was out there. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and it was after the watershed as well.
Exactly. That's why it's called Not the 9 o'clock news.
Can't believe how much you look at fucking Mel Brooks and how much he looks like Jason. It's untrue.
Mel Brooks. It looks like Jason YouTube, Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mel Brooks. No.
Poor Mel.
No. Hang on a minute. I'm going to look at Mel Brooks as far as I can remember. No.
Oh, he was a funny looking fucker. I mean, I don't know who the ugliest was. Fucking Mel Brooks or Mel Brooks, Mel Smith or Rowan Atkinson. Who was the ugliest at them two?
No, Mel Brooks doesn't look like Jason.
Look at a profile. You fucking jaws out about a mile.
No,
I
it
need to
ain't.
look at a younger picture. That's him now.
Hang on a
isn't
minute.
it?
Let's have a look. Mel Brooks from one of his movies.
Not Mel
History
Brooks, Mel Smith. Mel Smith.
Oh, Mel
Mel
Smith.
Smith, yeah.
You said Mel Brooks, so that's what I was
I
looking
know,
for.
but I did rectify.
Oh, right. Okay, then. Mel Smith. I get what you mean by the jaw. Yes. Yes.
And,
I know what you mean.
the obelisk of a fucking face, you know, how round it is, and the airline.
Just reminds me of Roy Hattersley, to be fair.
I reckon it's his dad.
Mel Smith. God bless
Yeah,
him.
that's why that's where he's got the fucking inheritance from, isn't it? Took him this long to fucking to find him. Mel
I
Smith's
think that's the
fucking
main fault for Mel Smith. I'm
long
not
lost
having
son.
that. I'm not having
His
that.
long
That's
lost
fighting
son.
talk. That is. That's fighting talk. Definitely not an Oscar.
He was the one I hated out of the two. Out of them three, it was him. The other one was very close behind. The one, what's his name? Griff Rhys Jones.
Yeah, because they were a double act, weren't they?
Yeah, but he was like so close. There was so close between them two who I hated the most.
Yeah, I was a fan either of him.
Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, Mr. Bean.
Yeah.
You like Black
That's where it was first shown, wasn't it?
Oh, Blackadder, he acts in part so well in Blackadder. Yeah. Fucking hell. Really well. The first one, I think, was just because they used John Cook, wasn't it, in the very first season? He was the king who then Blackadder killed him, so then he was haunting him. But they also had the guy who shouted a lot. He was in Flash Gordon.
Oh yeah, the fucking, what does he say? Flash is alive.
Yeah, him. He was in it as well. So they sort of had really big names in the very first season of Blackadder, and then they found the characters which really fitted the series. Oh, Bob appeared in quite a few, to be honest. Bob.
Yeah, she played something.
Yeah,
else.
Pamela Anderson. She is with Liam Neeson. Yeah, I heard that a little while back.
Really?
Yeah.
It was Mrs. Magpie. I do sometimes go back and watch that all over again. Blackadder.
Smack me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Oh, that was Rick Mel, wasn't it? Yes.
The irony to that is the process of smoking an herring is called kippering, therefore called a kipper. So
no, he didn't. No,
that don't make no sense.
No, that wasn't Flash Hart's saying. That was out of Red Dwarf. That was Rimmer's doppelganger from a different dimension. Yeah, smoke me a kipper. Yeah,
what did he say then?
Was,
he said something similar though, didn't he? He had a similar sort of saying. Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. Rough.
Yeah.
Woof woof.
Yeah, Aldrich. You know, he comes. He don't come that far away from me. That Tony Robinson. Just Acne, up by Acne.
Tony Robinson.
Tommy
Robinson.
Tony.
Tony.
You know the one that done Time Team. Aldrich.
Oh, right, that's his name, was it? Right, gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha, yeah.
yeah, local boy, localish anyway.
Yeah, got
I used to
it.
love absolutely love Time Team.
Time
Sunday
Team,
afternoon, hour-long episodes.
never watched
So
it.
much history. Never. Oh man, crazy.
Never watched it. When did that come out?
Time Team.
Yeah.
Jeez, it was on Channel 4. It must have been late 80s, early 90s.
Right.
It was just after Blackadder, I think, or maybe maybe even actually at the same time-ish.
Right. I don't remember it. Didn't watch it, didn't know.
Went on for years. He got old doing it.
Hmm.
He literally got old doing it.
Right. I don't
And
remember it.
It'd be a team of archaeologists going around the country, people saying, look, this needs digging up, blah, 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 blah. They'll take a gamble or they pick one and they'll go there. You don't see that process. It's, they decide all behind the scenes. So they go to this place and they do a dig. They get permits and blah, blah, and everything they need to do these digs. Bring the big guns in if they need it. They get volunteers from local volunteers, and the team's massive. So they've got all this, the staff they got to do it is, you wouldn't get it unless there was a show. It wouldn't be viable. It'd be just volunteers doing it from college.
Right.
So it was a massive thing, and they'd find all sorts of stuff. Like mosaics, Roman mosaics under the fucking soil. Sometimes only like inches underneath the soil, and this soil has been ploughed for years, and still it's only like inches below it. So they must have just missed it. Just not been ploughing that field that depth, because obviously they had to dig it all up. But imagine if they would have gone like maybe 5 or 6 inches deeper, they could have fucking tore it all up. But
right.
Crazy.
I don't remember that show. I definitely didn't watch any of it.
Yeah, then they do massive ones. They'll do like a weekend one where it'd be like famous one, like it'd be Bath or Leeds Castle or somewhere that's gonna guarantee archaeology to be under the ground.
Right. Mrs. Magpie said they found some big mosaics in farmer fields.
Yeah, indeed, I did many times as well. And there was this one I watched, and it was it was these unusual finds in this field, and they were sent there, and they'd done a study, and it was an episode. They'd done it all, and they just couldn't work it out, and they were all follies. So in the 18th century, it was a thing for people to take proper archaeological stuff from other places and randomly putting them in on your land, like as follies, like little, to confuse people in the future and stuff like that. And for them to be able to work that out, it was quite good.
All right. I know there's something to do with Stonehenge again. I caught a video, YouTube thing, where they're talking about Stonehenge again, and I clicked on it, but I didn't really take in what they were saying about. They found something out, or because I know that there was a video where they said it wasn't. It was not the Druids. They said, but it was a black community in the UK which built it or something. So
people From where though?
Exactly. But there again, though, you know, they have to keep on changing history to suit things, don't they? These days. So,
I mean, it wouldn't have been no way being back then when that was built. There's no way it would have been a person of like black skin.
yeah.
That's fucking silly.
Well, this is it. They keep on changing things, don't they, to suit. Was it diversity? Is it, or whatever it is? You know, so I do wonder sometimes if that's what they're pandering to.
Yeah.
That's a possibility, I suppose, but how they can determine who these people were, what skin they were, you know, where they originate from, and what have you. It does make me wonder. Hang on a minute, you know, is this just another speculation to what we don't know anyway? Because nobody really knows, as far as I know. You know, have they found any druid bodies or anything that all prove one way or another? I don't know. Do they now?
Isn't it?
Yeah, this is it. I've never known, as far as I know. I don't followed it that much, but as far as I know, they've never found skeletons around that area, have they? Actually, within those grounds.
Well, it was a burial. It was a burial ground.
Was it?
First,
right.
It was originally it was built. Stonehenge. Well, this is what they say. It's built on a burial mound. That was a mound first, and then this was built on top of that. I don't know if they have or not. Maybe on the outskirts. Maybe I don't. I really don't know. I haven't really looked into it. I mean, the only way they could know, anyway, if that was the case, would be by DNA, and they ain't found anything to extract any DNA. That's for sure. You know, unless they've found something in a close by, in a bog, or something that's been frozen for all them years. You know, how would the DNA survive? Yeah. I really don't know. I think they just like to feed stuff out there every once in a while, just to keep you distracted. And I don't know what's popular at the time. What's Africa going on about? I ain't got a clue. I just went through it and I thought, don't understand. Do they now? And we keep the aspect of the new. That makes sense. The new framework. Laugh out loud. Get the fuck. Link me up. Hang on a minute. Maybe you'll be able to explain it. I'm going to do it the way how you explain it. What's that? Right. That should be the one if that's what you're saying, Plastic. Let's see how long it takes you to get out of here this time. You can see, I didn't know that they took the stones away and then replanted them. Yeah, it's in Victorian times. They dismantled it, done a bit of work to stabilise the ground, the surrounding ground, and you know where the rocks are going to go, and then they put it back together. And some say not in the original place. That's what I was going to say. That if you remove it, then it's like, hang on a minute. Then you've altered part of history. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Anyway, you've actually altered part of history. It should be left alone and leave it to its own devices. I'm pretty sure it was late Victorian times, Mrs. Magpie. Hello, Mr. Plastic. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, he'll have a look.
Deputy,
Oh,
top in the morning there, sir.
top of the morning to you.
Yeah, you know it, man. You need chimney sweeps. I got some chimney sweeps fresh from the boats, straight from France.
That's all right. James remembers the chimney sweeps and what have you. It's one of the
Oh.
boys who used to go up there and clean them.
That's what it's about.
Well, I'm well wrong. It was in 1964.
Yeah.
1964. What? When they removed the stones and then put them back in again?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Your last chimney sweep job was 1964.
1964.
Well, my last chimney sweep was 1964. Yes, sir.
Year of my birth. I'm an old bastard, I am.
Aren't we all? Are we going all?
No,
It was apparently built 2500 BC in a Neolithic period. So how they could say back then that black people were on this continent.
Well, Stonehenge is like there's as you say, it's got to do with the astrological, calendar.
Well, so we think, but did they give it that excuse in 1964? Did they align it?
Of course. Don't get me
wrong. Or did they realign it because of how old it is and the shifting of the stars?
So you were saying
did they realign it?
The Druids were destroyed through the Roman incursion, right?
Yeah, they were. Not all of them.
No, don't get me wrong, but we don't know anything from their practice.
Some of us still exist.
In blood, probably, if you give them that grant.
I'm going to have one more spliff. Sound like Laura. I'm going to have one more smoky pose.
And 2 hours later.
One more smoky poo.
But yeah, I that amazes me. I didn't know that they took them away and then brought them back. You've actually altered history by doing that.
Yeah.
Oh no, what?
Well, if they, by what I'm hearing now, that they actually took the stones to, I don't know, restore them, whatever it is, what they did with them, and then replanted them again.
Stabilise the ground beneath them, I think. Well, that's what their excuse was.
Yeah. Weird. There you go.
Since 1964, Miss Magpie, that I can find 1964, but that's the year of my birth. I don't know what made me think it was in like late Victorian times.
Because that's when he was really born.
So, do you believe? You guys have any faith?
Are you what?
Do you have any faith? Do you believe?
Faith?
Yeah,
in what? I have lots of faith.
Life? Do you believe in eternal life? As in
I believe in eternal life. Do you see what they've done in Russia? Where they put a code into a person that would be able to track his soul. All right? And they tracked his soul. When he died, they tracked his soul to... Oh, what was it? It's quite a famous part of space. It's a galaxy. Quite common. What? What are you laughing for? What? What's going on?
Why are you laughing? That's plausible.
Hang on. No.
Andromeda galaxy. That's where it went. I got it now.
They put something in him
Yeah.
Yeah, that could monitor his soul. So when he died and his soul
Yeah.
went off, right?
Yeah.
It light speed to this galaxy, and they picked it. They picked up the signal. The signal went because it was so fast. So they lost the signal. Didn't think they got it. I think it was 2 weeks later. the signal come back, and his soul is just resting in this Andromeda.
I think that's.
I don't. Why is it? What? I don't know why he's laughing, Maria.
No, I don't. I think that's really cool. All these kids that are, when they're little and they say that their name and where they were born, and they trace it, don't they? The parents look into it and they find out that they actually did exist.
No, I get what. No, I understand what James is saying, and it's possible that there is, and you do go somewhere, but to actually
stop it. It's not funny.
to actually put a thing in him to go, right, when you die,
but they could. Who knows?
Yeah, put it in him to go with the soul. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Where did that thing go? I mean, in the earth, or did they burn it?
It's inserted through his anus, but that's got nothing to do with it.
That's the part. I don't know if there is an afterlife or anything like that. It's just the tracking part.
Reincarnation.
Ron, you see these YouTube videos of people at time of death, like a bike. They get killed, and then a few moments later, you see their soul leave their body.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, and that's before all this AI crap.
Yeah.
But I get it, but the mind is a wondrous thing, and what have they discovered? How many percentage that they understand how the brain works? So maybe your brain has just registered a traumatic event, and your brain actually computes itself to imagine what you are seeing. That this is it. I'm not saying it isn't true. There's no way of
you're talking about a time of death.
Yeah. See, the brain is a wondrous thing.
You see,
we only know certain amount.
That is a chemical reaction, right? That is. It's when your brain releases DMT, same as when you sleep and you dream. It's DMT, minute amounts of DMT.
Yeah, when you
this DMT floods your brain and gives you an extraordinary vision of something that you made up in your mind regarding death, because you're dying and you know that. And that's what that is. But it's like a moment of tranquility before death.
I thought you meant that if you're a bystander and you watching at the event and you actually see this person's soul move out.
People have seen that.
Right.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but I still think that
I agree and I don't disagree, depending on where you go. So I've seen people shot, I've seen people run over, I've seen people fall and blown up. In that category, but that really oh shit, no DMT, and some of them didn't go. You're right that we kind of call out, and most people call for their mum, or men do. Pretty fucking exciting, because that's life from mum. Again, as a soldier.
Well, what about this story? Plastic. Listen to this. I heard this recently, but I have heard it before. It happened in America. This young kid, he fancied this young girl. Asked her to go to the prom. She said no. Right? He was he was a bit of a jock, so he was on the football team. He had practicing whatever. He hit his head out for the cold, and then after that, he thinks he's got up from it, and he's had a 3-year life. He eventually asked this woman. He kept on asking this girl out. Eventually, she said yes. They ended up, to cut a long story short, they get married, they have kids, blah, 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 blah. Then all of a sudden, he wakes up from a coma in the hospital. Sorry, I think it wasn't a long coma. It was like 2 days or something like that. But yeah, he lived how many years life.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
Well,
That's DMT.
well,
That is DMT.
Well, respectively, you're correct. We can, during those subversions in our head, what the brain can do is incredible.
Indeed it
Yeah.
is.
So
Why is it that
I
most
can
people,
believe that,
just before
because
they're dying, maybe 2 or 3 days, and they say in the nursing homes, it's repeated story again and again, and all over the world, where they reach up for relatives that have already passed or friends. And why do they do that then?
I don't know. Maybe it's indoctrination that we've always been told that. I don't know about you, but it's always been there for me that they say that when on time of death you'll be visited by a loved one or 2 loved ones or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's embedded into us that because that's in us, and that release of DMT, it just correlates, and you make that is a cushion. That's a cushion for you transitioning into one life to the next. Those are my thoughts.
See, for what you said to do with the guy in the coma and everything, there is no time, is there? So I suppose that a day could be a year within that state, because there's no actual time within that. So a year could be
to live that time. You're living that time.
Yeah, I know.
In your head.
No time. Time would be relative.
Yeah,
to
I've heard that too.
that.
Mrs. Magpie.
So you could.
So you must, maybe it's like you see it at like a tremendous speed, but it's sort of like converted into normal time. I don't know.
Yeah, when you wake up, you can remember all of that. You know what I mean? So I suppose you could. Actually have, because when you think about it, sometimes you can only fall asleep. You go into REM, isn't it? REM sleep. REM sleep. Yeah, where a lot of things can happen, but you may have only been asleep for a very short amount of time. But what you was doing within that time, it can But what I'm saying is that you can have what's that?
In REM sleep, we're not doing anything. The REM sleep is determined to how the brain sort of fragments itself to where we
need more than anything is the REM.
Absolutely, because we're bigger thinkers. Hence, absolutely. We need that. But don't get me wrong. When you guys are focusing on death is inevitable to us. What is life? Yeah, we have, and the aspect of it, like I mean, we're living in the greatest time ever, aren't we? Really?
Oh, I'm not sure.
I mean, do you reckon if you're going to go back to like ancient walls, then you're talking like other sort of.
I want to live in the Wild West, mate.
Oh, I wish. I mean, some of the guys I worked with.
That'd be
One of
great.
the guys. Oh, you're right.
Being
You're
a
right.
man, be able to do exactly what they
I
want.
know. If one didn't have any passport,
Your laws, man. Your
yeah, I
fucking
know.
laws.
I know. Yeah.
Don't fuck with me. I
But,
won't
but,
fuck
but
with
we
you.
don't.
All right, a
If we
pioneer
don't,
where there's no restrictions. I
Yeah.
take it what you're saying,
Well,
James.
you
Yeah,
can set the rules of your domain.
yeah, I know what you
you
mean.
could live it, man. It was old and hard. We have a good thing going. The problem is we're forgetting it, why it exists, in terms of one's, like you say, one's own foundation. Yeah, we sort of offset it to like law, order, all that crap.
Yeah, but do you think if we would have settled for an earlier time, do you think we would be so populated today? We wouldn't, would we? Because people would be killing all the fucking wrong uns, getting them out the fucking way. But also, I suppose you're going to get the downside of that. You're going to get the people who are going to take advantage of that. So it's hard to balance, and it's hard to balance.
Yeah, but buddy, I mean, I grew up in apartheid South Africa. Yeah. Yeah. So I got to meet guys that fought in like the Angolan War against the communists. Yeah. Some of those men that taught me how to build engines, make microlights, engineers, and get hidings. You know what I mean? Yeah. Drive when you're not supposed to drive, shoot guns when you're not, kill fucking animals, skin them, fucking make a poiky. That's probably the problem here. That these things are not given anymore. You know what I mean? Like you say, exactly. Like we should take control of this. Doesn't mean we have police and all that over us, overarching. That's given because we have less people that understand these rights, the why and where they've come from, that violent life of the old.
Yeah. But I think it's hard to. Oh, I don't know. It's just where did we take the wrong turn? See, I don't believe we're living the best times. I believe them times were if we would have diverted more. I don't know, maybe the 60s. We'd have diverted there instead of going on this lineage. I think we would have been better off.
I don't think so. But I think the 60s. Yeah, I think that myself personally, how people were, especially with experimental drugs and what have you, which were around in the 60s and early 70s, what have you. If you look at how they were then and how universities and school system is being run now, to me, it's like the hippies of back then are the ones which are causing a lot of the problems. Freedom, this, that, and the rest of it. I think that they are part of the problem.
Oh,
now,
I do agree. I mean, yeah, many generations, probably 2 or 3 generations of that upbringing. Definitely, yeah. The kids of today are definitely spawned from that era.
You guys believe in Britain?
Grandchildren, great-grandchildren.
You guys believe in Britain? Are you English or Scottish or Welsh? Where are you from?
I'm Irish.
You're Irish.
What you can say about that, lad?
Yeah? Aye, I like it. I do indeed. I think my granddad, I believe, comes from, I don't want to say it, but Liverpool. So and his family.
Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I know. That's my granddad, dude. He's a hardy. He was in the war as well.
I think my ancestors would be swearing at how the country has ended up today.
Same as.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That ain't what they fought for.
Yes.
And that's how I think they would say it. This is not what I fought for.
Yeah, amen. And what the
Mhm.
fuck have you done? Yeah, what have you guys done?
Yeah.
It's a horrible mess. And to try sort of now negate that to a degree where we can have a dialectic or dialogue or whatever with some sort of vesper of our, executive, government. That's what's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is like, it's so rotten. You just talk about what happened during COVID, for fuck's sakes. Everyone went with that shit. None of us really went, oh, fuck this, because we weren't allowed to. If we did, then they'll be like, oh, well, but people didn't know. So they used that degree of litigation, law, and fucking substance. Bang, and next. We're fucked. Or we're going to fight.
Oh, I don't know. We enjoyed it, didn't we?
What's that, sorry?
The lockdowns.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. We used to go out for walks basically near enough all day and you wouldn't see people.
Well, I say enjoy it. It was fun time.
Oh, yeah, but obviously not seeing family and everything because your family.
Past. It was strange.
It was strange times.
It was peaceful.
Yeah, but you had your what's up?
Yeah.
That's when WhatsApp come in handy. No, but anyway, but for us, we wouldn't have even known that what was happening if it wasn't for members of the family. A lot of things that happen, we wouldn't even know because we don't watch the news. All of a sudden, we're being told, "Oh, this is going on in Italy.
Yeah.
What's going on in Italy? Oh, this is going on over here. What's going on over there? Oh, we're in lockdown, are we? We're still going out."
That was the first case, wasn't it, in Italy? The first.
Yeah, that was when
case. Was.
That they were saying that people were dropping in the streets and what have you.
Yeah, I remember. I know exactly what went on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they showed video happening in China, didn't they?
Exactly.
Like fucking cards in and people being dragged out their fucking homes.
Yeah, but
in Brazil, they had them lime pits, didn't they? Where we all know is all fake, but a picture come up where they were putting all these bodies into a pit and they're putting lime all over them, and then but it was all fake. It didn't actually happen.
Yeah, one of the guys was having a smoke, wasn't he, in the body bag?
It's stupid.
Man,
so stupid.
Yeah, but we've gone with that, and now we're here. And again, look, what is it? The fucking
but it's different. Don't you think it's different now?
No. I think at any point,
not the same, man. It's not the same out
right.
there.
I mean, how much
you've got weirdos? You've got weirdos in the fucking street now.
Dude,
you've got weirdos everywhere. Everywhere you turn, there's a weirdo.
Yeah,
so many more weirdos.
When I rocked up to England, okay, from Namibia, it was Kosovans, wasn't it? Yeah, remember the Kosovans?
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's like everyone.
Yeah, it's everyone. Fucking everyone now. Every cunt. Get them all over here.
And again, if you want to challenge it, what do you
expense?
Yeah, whatever. You're a racist now, father. Yeah, I hear you're a racist now, father. You know? Fucking great.
What's your favourite character out of Father Ted then? Come on. This you just used a bit of Irish accent. It just made me think.
Drink. I like to.
None.
Would you like a cup of tea?
She
as it goes, talking about tits, Ron. She flashed her tits on Shameless, you know.
I didn't watch it. I wouldn't know.
That actress, well, I don't know the actress's name, but that woman in Father Ted, she ended up going on Shameless, and she flashed. I mean, she's got to be when she done it. I mean, she must have been in her mid-40s, maybe a little bit older, and flashing her fucking tits on Shameless.
I never watched it, so I never watched one episode of that Shameless. Heard about it.
Really? That was
Seriously?
Absolute class, Ron.
Right.
Absolute class. The antics that they got up to.
Right.
Unbelievable, funny as fuck.
The other scene which I can remember in Father Ted was the woman with her wellies going, "I hear you're a racist now, Father." Good on ya. Good on ya.
Fucking Greeks.
They're not tiny carols. They're just far away.
And fucking Greeks and their gay shit.
Arse.
That's brilliant, man. Father Ted's brilliant.
Yeah, everyone went mad like when he died. He just died out of the blue.
I know. Imagine him living. Oh, fuck.
They say he was a genius. They say.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I mean, they say that about a lot of people when they die, right? But people, many people said that he was a comedy genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, it definitely killed the series. Didn't come back. They couldn't find another person to actually play the part, I suppose.
He was.
Yeah.
He was funny. It's like Dumb and Dumber. I still love it. It's the first Dumb and Dumber fucking film ever. That Father Ted.
Yeah.
Well, it's Dumb and Dumber, Dumb, I think. So I'll explain it.
Anyway, sorry I had to bring that up. It's just that when you started talking Irish, this is what it hit me in the head. Oh, Father Ted. So I can't remember what you was trying to say on that. Okay. Oh, we're talking about lockdowns. That's it. Lockdowns. Yes. No, we wouldn't have known what was going on. Really wouldn't have.
It was crazy in London. Absolutely mad.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, hang on, Sadiq Khan got a fucking knighthood, didn't he?
He did.
I mean, how bad is that, bro? Because of lockdown, he fucking got 2 years extra, the cunt.
No one could.
And also, under his watch, what was it? Fucking, don't want to say it, but fucking Everard. Fuck.
Yeah.
Exactly, under his watch. And no, it's not my watch. Ooh.
Yeah, I know, mate. Yeah, Sarah Everard. Yep. Shouldn't have ever happened. Well, people shouldn't have been stopped from seeing each other. That should never have happened.
I mean, that's the pinnacle of what happened with an officer that took that to a degree that the government gave. It was fucking disgraceful.
Yep.
She would have been with a group.
Yeah, of course she would. She should have been out with her friends and walking down that street and without a care in the world. Just living her life as normal. So
it just shows how them type of people work. He was known as, was he Mr. Rape or something? He had a nickname, didn't he? Like, what was that nickname they gave him? It was like Mr. Rape or something. And there was some sort of WhatsApp group, and in this WhatsApp group, he was known as a funny name to do with weirdness.
Right.
And
I didn't follow his story.
He was known to be some sort of weirdo, and he's took an opportunity of, when he knows that the law's not on the street as much, people tucked up in bed or whatever, tucked indoors. She's a fucking woman.
Yep.
Seen that video of him when they confront him in his house?
No.
I've seen that, no?
No.
Quite strange. But it's so calm and, they've got him banged to rights.
No, I couldn't.
He was trying to give excuses and not reasons, but like, this weren't me. It couldn't have been. Blah blah blah. And we've got you on videos, and so we're not here to discuss it. You're being arrested for this crime.
Yeah.
Just that they were members of a WhatsApp group called Bottle and Stoppers. And they
And what was his nickname?
about tasering children, animals, and disabled people.
What, this WhatsApp group?
3 coppers in it.
And what was his nickname? He had a name. Like a
can't find that.
Don't know his name.
Yeah, I can't find that. No, it's not in this bit.
There again, though, look how many people were, especially the elderly. So, you know, during that first 2 years of that was absolutely crazy. And people are, the fallout now, because a lot of it is fallout, mental health and what have you from it. So,
I think they're all coppers in there.
don't know. Because I can remember Ruby Wax question time, the very last question time before lockdown. She said the people with mental health aren't going to be the people that suffer because they're already used to being, you know, being in a world like that, feeling in that sort of way lonely and blah, blah, blah. She turned around and said it will be the people without mental health which are going to suffer the most. And fucking hell was she true. To her word. Was she right?
Who's got a dodgy lighter?
Me.
Yeah.
I know. It is a clipper. A dodgy clipper. So.
It's the new ones with the angled wheel.
Well, with these ones, it's the wheel is enclosed. It actually, enclosed unit sort of thing. I don't know how to describe it. Not like one of the originals, that's for certain.
Is it a disposable one then?
No, it's an actual refillable. It's just that they're more, I don't know, modern design sort of thing.
He was nicknamed the rapist by police colleagues.
Oh, he was nicknamed.
Dick, the police commissioner, she was aware of it.
Wow.
Nickname. That's
Who gives you that? And obviously, he had no qualms of being called the rapist.
No.
You know, that's so weird.
That's true. That's true. Why would you want to be called that within a WhatsApp group?
Yeah.
And say, hey, what the fuck? Don't give me that fucking name.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, my name's Bob. And that's all I want to be known as is Bob.
He made women feel uncomfortable.
Wow. And they didn't pick up that there's a problem there.
No.
Yeah.
It's mental, isn't it?
Right. Oh, well.
Like that, this they say that, oh, it's a bit weird, but he's all right, he's harmless. But yeah, all right, they're harmless until they're not harmless. If people show them sort of fucking traits, then get them investigated before they fucking do murder.
Yeah, I smoke roll-ups.
What do you think he was using a fucking lighter for his own pleasure as a fidget? Fidget lighter, mate.
There are people out there that like to put their hands over flames. I don't know, but yeah, I smoke rollies. It's good to ask these questions. Come on, James.
I'll be scared.
Is he some sort of troll here? Aren't you scared of lung cancer? Is he having a fucking laugh? Are you scared of fucking stepping off the pavement?
Yeah, this is it. Could walk out the street and get hit by a number 32 bus. Just don't look. Think it's all right. Especially with electric cars now, you don't hear them until you hit them anyway. Zzz.
True.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to fuck off, Ron.
Okay then, mate. Okay, and I don't even know what the time is. Yeah, I'll give it till
Nearly
5.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll give it till 5, and then
Yeah, they were saying, weren't they, that
finish it.
Dane Devaney is Crinkle. But at the same time, so's Big Ben.
Yeah, Big Ben's Crinkle.
Yeah, Zara told
Do you know
us
how we
that.
know? Yeah, a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
Zara turned around and said when she fell out with the clown, she said Big Ben is Crinkle.
So, Michelle, you were chatting with Crinkle.
Yeah.
You say that we have him here.
Yeah. I'm sure it was 2 years ago when she turned around and said it. Maybe a bit longer when she fell out with him.
Yeah.
She told everybody. Well, I thought she told everybody.
She told us.
No, she told us. Didn't it?
So, who is Dane? What is it?
Well, according
Dane
to
Devane.
some people, Crinkle.
Well, yeah, according to
What's
some
that last-
people.
That last question. Why are you scared of the vaccine? Dun, dun, dun. Crinkle.
Make it sound like
That tells
Crinkle.
you everything. It tells you everything.
Yeah. Well, so's Big Ben. He's got
Crinkle,
loads
you
of
short
names,
ass
hasn't he?
little prick.
Yeah, other than dickhead, and he's got loads
Not,
of names.
not everyone gets
No,
lung
it won't.
cancer.
No, you had that Russian guy. He had smoked as from a child. He drunk every single day of his life, and he was over 100 years old.
Crinkle was.
No, this Russian guy, because obviously, yeah, but they interviewed him because he had reached 100. I'm sure it was 100, and he turned around and says, "Well, I've been smoking from as a child every single day, and then I was also drinking every single day, and is as fit as a fucking horse." You know what I mean? But you know that's the roll of the dice, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Genes.
yeah. So am I scared of lung cancer? To me, whatever happens, happens. So
Okay, Sarah.
yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, answer to this question. What's this one? You didn't take. Why did I need to take something for the common cold? Really? Flu is flu. The cold is the cold. If it turns to pneumonia, then it turns to pneumonia.
You're off.
You know?
Africa.
Oh, you're off, Africa. Well, cheers for coming up, mate.
Yeah, always again, second time. No, I don't have rubella antibodies.
Oh.
Let me get rid of that.
Why not?
Do you?
Yeah, get rid of it. Get rid of
Remember
it.
as a kid, I guess, as a vaccine.
Get rid of it.
Yeah, the pensioners, don't you?
Yeah, I'll let them. There's fellows out there which you'll be welcoming as Big Ben as well. You can go over there.
When you get when you fight a virus off naturally, you're still gonna have them antibodies in your body, right?
Yeah, but I didn't have them from screening. When I joined the
Didn't have
British
the
Army.
jab. No, but you've had flu.
No, when I joined the
You've had-
British Army, they took my blood, they had to test me, all that shit. I came back, I didn't have antibodies for rubella.
Oh, rubella. So you got to be careful then, right?
Stay away from kids.
That's nasty, isn't it, rubella?
I don't think so. No, it's scarlet fever.
For an adult, must be nasty for an adult, isn't it?
They
Is it
do,
not?
Mrs. Magpie. They do. Especially if it gets on the lungs.
Yeah. At least they've got their fucking eating sorted this well, depending on what they can get, but at least that's a positive that they're gonna get their eating allowance.
Oh,
They've done a U-turn on it, didn't they? They won't be killing off that many. So not as many old people will be killed off this year by the government.
oh, they'll find a way.
Oh yeah.
They're just trying
They'll
to stress you
find a
out,
way.
aren't they,
They'll find a way. I don't know. Hey, right, I'll close this down now then.
On that happy
Okay, mate.
On that happy note. Oh, bye, Plastic. Bye, mate. You don't stick
See you later,
around.
Plastic. I don't
Yeah,
really.
and James, thanks for jumping up. It's
No worries, mate.
It's
I'll
been
catch
fun.
you later, brother. See you later, Maria.
Catch you later, brother.
James.
Hello, mate.
Bye, mate. And everybody out there, if you've been here since the beginning, highly appreciate it. Hopefully, that's the beginning part of the 2 hours section of my live. And when James come up to turn around and say his version of how he sees it, maybe it just open up your eyes a little bit more and make you listen just that little bit to what is actually said, and then ask questions once you hear them. And that's all I'm doing, is asking questions. Well, why this, why that? You know, I just do not understand. This is it. I'm willing to understand, but I don't think there's actually any answers that could be given, to be honest, to anything that I've shown so far. When I do show more, they won't be able to explain that either. But hey, I shall carry on doing what I'm doing. And yeah, it's just one of those things on YouTube. But we talked about a lot of other subjects for longer. What, 8 hour and 5 minute live? So we only hit on that subject for around about, I'll say, 3 hours tops after my 2 hour of rant and showing of videos. So that ain't too bad. It wasn't 9 hours and me saying, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. Yeah, none of that. I like to get straight to the point and have my say, and then yeah,
it was good actually to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I'm going to do that on the next ones that are going to come along. I'm going to put them up and then do a live, put them all together and go, right, here you go.
Until you're done.
Until I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Not when they say that they're done with it. No.
It's not going to take much longer.
How many hours were they doing that shit? And I'm not being derogatory. Okay, I've done some tongue-in-cheek stuff, but mainly it's just asking questions and having an opinion of observations of what is said and what I've seen.
Not sitting up here
that's
shredding
it.
people.
I'm not. Yeah, that's it. You know, most of it is tongue-in-cheek because very, very suspicious on how the events was going. So yeah, but anyway, thank you very much to James, Plastic, Drama, he popped up for a little while, and Mrs. Magpie, and anybody else that is out there. If you've been here since the start, you know, good on you. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Hopefully you've enjoyed the information. And we will catch you on my next live, because I don't go anywhere now.
Well, it's good to see Mark back.
Oh yeah, and Mark Kelly is back. If you didn't know, Mark Kelly popped in earlier on and he said hello. So hopefully Mark Kelly will be up and running to do his lives on a Saturday night. It would be nice to hear. So yeah, there you go. Good news, people. Mark Kelly was in my chat, and I appreciate it. So anyway, take care, all of you, and don't forget, it's not us that matter. You're the ones who matter, and family. That's what really matters. So
Have a good day.
we're just people on the end of their screen, aren't we? And for coming through their speaker, and we're just talking bollocks. So take care, and we will catch you at some point. And more likely the next one will be just chill out, have a laugh, and some music. Until the next time I do a live like this. We got to have the enjoyment time. So take care.
And we're going to get a truncheon.
And we're going to get a truncheon with a fucking great big magnet on the end of it. Okay, then. I'm going to sign off now. Bye for now, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the week ahead and weekend. Bye.